A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
If some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do, if people were honest when they're coming onto the panels or chat, if they don't want to be honest with themselves, they want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask it. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be quick enough, well, what about you? I said, here you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me can be there. Be the most selfish person you can be. So my question would be, then why are you living with the rest of us?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Because it doesn't serve them to, what, I'm going to sit there and hear them and say, okay, so should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your
All right, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse. It is I, the Axis. Tonight's show is definitely for the individualized. It is not for groupthink, and it is not for those who have a grasp on a preconceived ideal of modern takes, of esoterics, hermetics, Enochian magic, or any of the other squalor, misinterpreted representations of a higher state of understanding that has been cast at your feet for you to grovel around and try to interpret when they themselves were the grovelers at one time, and they gave you exactly what they interpreted, which was not sustainable, was not fully applicable and still led into their inevitable demise, thus seeding the minds of all those who want the understanding, want the insight, want to be able to profoundly comprehend what they are, where they are, and be able to adjust themselves accordingly to either working with it or fully resisting it. Any state of apprehension that you have for something that is understood as a singular language of truth, which has been delivered to you, has absolutely been put in front of you, has been like the forest for the tree and the tree for the forest. It has been left completely in the open through architecture, pre-cataclysmic design, and the limited spectrum of understanding that most have in this field of research, endeavor, or process is generally skewed, generally twisted by various people's self motivated desires. And that comes to those that will this type of information, those that seek this type of information, and those who are entrusted with this type of information. I do not expect that the majority of you will comprehend, understand, nor be able to let go of your preconceived understandings. You will not be able to release that which you have founded yourself upon as being structured understanding for your development. Many of you will falter back into the recesses of commonality, and you will reset yourself into the persistency of your own lack of ability to develop. It's a very simple process. It's a very simple concept, but in its complexity is the beauty of its motion and movement. It is enduring. It is applicable to this particular state of being. It is transcendent through cycles, comprehension, understanding, and development. But first, you have to be able to allow yourself the reason of possibility that what you know may not be the whole fact of the matter. So I will share it with you on a rare but auspicious time. The language of truth, if it be of your concern, is mathematics. That is the general language of not only design and proportion, but the underlying language that created this construct, the system of planetary, heavenly, solar, and lunar cycles. It is developed within the atomic structure of everything, all the way down to the quantum level, to the macro level. This was known pre-cataclysm. This was known by the architects of megalithic design and structures that many people still to this day revel and marvel at as if they were built by some extraterrestrial technology from the stars or the heavens. The issue with that is it was not designed and built for your purpose of comprehension until you were able to perceive the language. Written within these structures is an equation, some that are visibly seen, some that are not, generally aligned with astronomical precision and intent. And if you know anything about the astrological state of things, it is precise and has been precise since it was set in motion. And upon that, you should be able to look and see that in this lies a language that is precision, a language that reveals itself through its constant movement. It doesn't deviate. It doesn't change. It repeats modes, houses, and cycles. And you can set your fucking watch by it. Or you can buy into the constructual illusion that you've been handed, and you can continue to indoctrinate yourself with falsification, speculation, and preconceived ideals of something that you have been spoon-fed, such as the YouTube scholar and the information you get from documentaries and podcasts and what authors have interpreted and delivered to you as great wisdom and knowledge. It's not that available, nor is it that disclosed. And it is for the individual. It is not for the masses. It is not for those who seek to solidify their station in this generalized understanding. This information is rarely spoken, and do I very rarely ever speak it. But I have seen such a blatant bastardization of information and knowledge strewn about to the point that I see potentials, people, individuals who, if given the proper set of variables and information, might be able to develop beyond this group indoctrinated mentality, whether it be the ideal of hermetics, religion of the Abrahamic nature, Satanism, or any other indoctrinated set of rules, ideals, and control. That has nothing to do with the granting of true understanding. True understanding is written in a language that underlies the visible language. It is written within the structure and the dimension and the shape It is written within the heavens and in the architecture of a greater design and into the bowels of understanding inside, outside, and beyond. And it has a reflective nature to concepts that were delivered as best they could be from Samaria, Babylon, Egypt, and it was retained by understanding of discovery. They themselves fell short of what they had discovered, but what they had discovered, they utilized, and they utilized it quite well. The remnants of what was, and then what was rediscovered, what was constructed and built and delivered, not only by the hands of a greater architect that develops the heavenly stations and the movement and sets in place and motion a constant that self-perpetuates. So to fall into a state of understanding, first off, you must understand that the information that they apply around the core of understanding is the deflective nature to keep you blind. You take into consideration even the Christed one. There were two principles that were spoken by the Christed one in the Abrahamic religion and the eventual onset of the Gentile adaptation of how they could apply themselves to it. The first one was, does not nature teach you? And the second one was, you will go on to do greater things than I. And that should have laid a foundation for your understanding, regardless of whether you're Christian or not. Wisdom, understanding, these things are self-evident. And they appear in minute intervals. For anyone that is capable of handling that information, conceivably, within a lifetime, is an anomaly and very rare, especially amongst modern civilization. So therefore, this information is entrusted and kept within silent walls that do not speak, mouths that do not open to utter, and is kept vigilantly away from the masses, but is utilized very effectively against you. And you fall victim and prey to it every day. And that which you raise your fist at and show contempt towards is exactly in motion that which you have sought. It's just not in your power to use it yet. For the very few of you that will comprehend or understand this particular stream, May your endeavors be fruitful, and may you blossom like a tree to seed many lands. And as for the rest of you, you are left dying on the vine, fodder for the scavengers, harvested by the reaper of the one true God that they serve, death. Consciousness is proxy. It is not local, and it is not solely non-local. It is proxy, so that you may inhabit a biological design of genetic now manipulation, uh, genetic alteration, and at certain times throughout the evolutionary factor of this particular post cycle, uh, made into an abomination as to the underlying constant. Therefore, it was a variable that did not come to a coherent or feasible equation of understanding and cohesiveness with the constant. The constant is that which the true architect of existence, life, and yourself share in common if you are learned. And that is that you can applicate and apply yourself to flow with the constant and become a part of the self-sustaining environment around you, within you, and that which you inhabit at this point in time, regardless of whether it is based off of a fundamental math or a complex math, regardless of its solidification as to being a reflective construct or a substantial construct. The fact is, it is self-sustaining. And it is underlined with a language, the language of truth, that which cannot be bent. And that is what the architecture of this particular life construct and conscious observation and interaction with is based upon. These are undeniable truths. These were written not only into the fabric of the fractal nature of the universe, all the way down to the micro scale, the repetitive concept of the Fibonacci ideal of repetitive sets, divine proportion. It is written into everything. And those that had pre-understanding of this language utilized it. They utilized it in their architecture. They utilized it in their self-development. They utilized it to communicate a common thread of understanding. These days, you go off of an abstract, a preconceived ideal of vibrational tones set into place to govern your mind. And you fall victim to it. And therefore, you idly run around speaking in your language, your conceived ideals, notions, and understandings, when prior to the cataclysm by evidence of remains which have sustained themselves, and only the few that we are fortunate enough to be able to examine, look at, to be able to learn from, spoke one language and one language only across the entire vastness of what we know as this construct, debatably obvious by argument and pre-Judeo interpretation, Enochian, a flat plane with a firmament or a dome with lots of mythology about fallen angels and watcher angels and heavenly estates and layers of heavenly estates beyond the firmament, and the bowels in which four hells exist. Well, that's Enochian. And to claim that you have an understanding of Enochian metaphysics or even the language indicates to me that you're claiming you understand the language of truth. Because the Enochian language is based and formulated in mathematics. So your abstract babbling, thus babbling, is only a fragment and a reflected allegory of the truth. You are trying to equate a variable in the wrong language. The argument being that you are resistant to that. But I endeavor to tell you, if you can stand your ground and solidify yourself beyond the truth of mathematics, geometry, symbology, and proportion, the energy and language that it speaks, then you need to introduce your doctrine to the world and become another individualized self-status distributor of great wisdom and knowledge. Or otherwise, you might want to consider unlearning what you think you know and redeveloping an understanding from those that built architecture, had understanding of mathematics within frequency, mathematics within vibration, and mathematics within energy. They understood the variables, thus millimeter waves, thus square waves, peak waves. These are things that are engineered. They are already there. They are to be discovered, but only if you understand the language. Thus, when I endeavored into music theory, I found a cohesion between mathematics and musical theory. They were compatible and they spoke the same language in complexity with the simplicity of a beautiful song. And I realized that not only this, but it applied to the heavens, nature itself. It applied to everything. And in that, I found a fundamental key of understanding that things perpetually in the constant are relative to each other by design. So to build within the understanding of this language, you are able to obtain architecture that not only sings to the universe, but resonates within the constant perpetuation of design. You are now entering a particular revolutionary age, and people who retain and understand this will not share this with you. They will keep it within the confines of their own retrievable information and understanding. And as we enter this revolutionary state of digital processing, algorithm, machine learning, high powered processing through volts, amps, electricity, the generation of energy through a less than sustainable manner that applies itself to the constant. It is not self perpetuating and sustainable. It is a temporary state, but it is a relevant state nonetheless. So you can either build into this new infrastructure of understanding, frontier of potential and possibility, with a structure of understanding that laden within this is mathematics. And how it applies to you is a language of truth. And you can either develop yourself and your environment in this digital cohesiveness, or you can do as man and your species has always done. You can imply your will, your preconceived notions, your lack of understanding, your individual idealism, and proceed forward with a microcosm of yourself. And therefore, losing the possibility of a shared language and understanding. I'm momentarily going to check the chat. It's moving, and I want to welcome some guests. Maggot, welcome. Fools and Tools, always welcome. Tab, nice to see you here. Kind of a synchronized time for you to show up. I enjoy that. Previous comments, obviously evasive. Susan, welcome. Good to see you here. We are forging a new frontier for the individualist. This is not for the whole. This is not for the masses. This is not for the indoctrinated or the self-actualized into esoteric, hermetics, or their minuscule concept and understanding of the full scale of the constant. But you are dealing with a process of a new frontier and a revolution that you can either approach with the language of truth and the architecture of understanding, or you can lay it dormant to waste and let it be a feeding ground of confusion, falsehood, contempt. Let it become your social construct of interaction so that you can actualize yourself into commonality with the rest instead of individualizing yourself into understanding. That's what separates me from you. Not difficult to understand. It's whenever you remove the shackles and chains of your ignorance and you remove that restraint of control that they have engineered into you by denying you the individuality that was given to you when you became a physical form with a proxied consciousness and a mathematical construct. And I watch people constantly try to project their interpretation of someone else's interpretation of how to achieve states of enlightenment or states of esoteric wisdom and power. Though these states are potentials, if you don't know the language, then they will always be out of your reach and just beyond your grasp. There are so many that have fallen victim to worshiping the dictatorial guideline of numbers in a diverse way. Money. When they found that they could control you through a system of numbers written on a piece of paper with a ledger, it became the structure of city-state. And they used this system of mathematics not only to control you, but to feed you your own design of worship. Whenever you start the pursuit of something and you begin it with the concept and the ideal of a monetary number, that is an equation. That is you falling victim to a mathematical prison that has no end. It is an all-consuming monster because it is not inscribed in the constant. It is a passive state, manipulated, controlled, distributed, used to divide. It is the mathematical monster that you serve. though it can be used and utilized as a tool to serve you if used with discretion. But I have yet to see that amongst the species. I have only seen the absolute understanding that with this proper equation, monetary number, they can achieve better states of existence. They can buy their pleasures. They can buy people. They can falsely believe that they can purchase land and own it. They believe by this concept that they can wage war on mass scale against each other. And this is with a small amount of mathematics manipulated and used against you. They perverted the language of truth with an idealistic concept that enslaves and has enslaved since its introduction, if that does not tell you the power of this language that you've yet to understand. But with the right set of eyes, you can see what was left architecturally that has withstood generationally, time immemorial. Was it the almighty dollar and its equation that built these places? Was it the dollar or any mark and measurement of monetary interpretation that inscribed the mathematical architecture and its design? No, there was no such need. For they understood that working with a constant, that which is self-perpetuating, written in the language of truth, is where those blueprints reside. And as people do their ritualistic ceremonies to gather a equatable amount of energy to subdue a moment with conceived control to advance their personal idealism or agenda, they lead themselves into complete ignorance of understanding. For the true language of perpetuation is understood by those that see and understand the power of the equations behind it. And Tab, you should probably understand with your position and station exactly what I'm discussing when it comes to the mathematics behind and the ledgers behind the almighty illusion of truth that they gave and perverted from where? Do you have the insight to know? Do you have the comprehension to understand how this was developed and utilized? It's just a form of math. They put numbers to it. and they equate it, document it, and ledger it. Let me check your. Yes. And if anyone's interested, Tab is absolutely phenomenal with understanding the construct of numbers, and she is obligated to deliver the truth of it when it comes to understanding how the illusion of money and numbers and the importance of the ledger and recording of this is. They have subdued, controlled, engineered, and manipulated with a system of control for so long that people have become numb to it. People have become adjusted to making it their every intent to fill their every desire, or to slave and toil for a meager existence. Numbers in ledgers, pieces of paper with images and geometry, inscribed messages to show intent, to implicate, to push their will. And this is just one aspect of how they utilize the language of truth to ensnare, entangle, and control. And that's just a fractal part of the whole and understanding. Thus, everyone has this knowledge to its full potential and bastardize it in the same manner. That is why I reserve incredible states of understanding. It's not to be shared with the masses, not to be given to them. It is something that has to be sought. You have to shed and disassociate all preconceived connections to see it, experience it, and then envelop it into you so that you can become your own architect, your own developing sense of understanding within the confines of truth, not an idealistic truth of someone's interpretation or allegory, but a factual truth that allows this plane of existence to function and flow in a secular nature that is coherent, cohesive, and actualized by self-evident propagation. And you should be too. And if you're not, then you have fallen short of yourself. And you have probably bought into someone else's idealistic interpretation of what knowledge, truth, and wisdom is. It's very simplistic. That's why, when directed to learning, you were directed to learn from nature. For it is an equation that is perpetual and produces much, constantly. And for those who understand, you can go on to do greater things, especially by being deadly silent about what you know. thus informing the enemy that you are consciously aware of the language of creation, something I have avoided. But I give testament and attributing notions to now, not in the fullest concept, but in a passive state that you may comprehend how easily deceived people can be by the manipulation of that which truly sets in motion this construct and our understanding. Just by a variable use of this information, they took the resources that were naturally abundant. They took the prosperity of each individual that was granted by the perpetuation of the natural state and subdued it with numbers, ounces gold, ounces silver, precious stones, whatever, food, water, resources. If they could apply a measurement to it, they could apply and equate a value, a numbered value, which could be recorded, inventoried, distributed, analyzed, and all the things that were in abundance that we need not take measure of, for it is that which gives force itself was subdued. Thus, the natural perpetuation of our self-sustaining environment was then abominated by a fractal understanding of this divine language. So, all you metaphysicists, all you deep thinkers beyond the average common norm, the abstract, strange angle that you perceive and have enveloped into your state of being, there is only one actualized fundamental foundation, and that is truth. Anything other is a perversion, a bastardization, an abomination, and only an aspect of the true, full comprehension of this understanding. And I don't imagine many of you are willing to cast aside the many layers that you have piled on yourself that keeps you from seeing this absolute. I don't even expect many of you to comprehend or understand with a continual motion towards achieving this, that you dare sustain yourself as you would persist into nonsensical idealism and projection of those who claim to understand the deeper secret, or that claim to be able to utilize them. For their evidence is the same as prayer. It's a temporary state of influence that is conceivable within the perpetuation of the conscious identity and its interaction with the environment. It will not sustain itself, nor will it perpetuate any fruit that will continue to perpetuate and seed itself. And it will fall at your feet, and it will die in the soil that you yourself have lain in it. Therefore, casting pearls for swine. This information, though generally kept behind the confines of private endeavors and shared amongst those who understand its implications, its resonance, its power, the same as symbology. And they also understand the positioning of a potential. And I will take a singular symbol to educate you on this understanding. It is an esoteric symbol attributed not only to the witch and to the school of Pythagoreanism and to Satanists, the pentagram, which arguably right side up, upside down, has some indication as to what it represents. But I argue the difference. If you remove yourself from the station of the earth and you find yourself amongst the ether, that which is neither up, down, left, right, by localized position, it has no right side up or upside down. And it is not only non-two-dimensional, it holds a full circular and encompassing presence. But because of your limited understanding, you take such a impressive measurement and tool of grand architectural design and you bastardize it by declaring up, down, by reducing it to two dimensions, by applying doctrine and superstition and attributing it power that you don't truly understand because you don't speak the language. But those that know what is held within those geometric designs see something beyond. For those of you who are not aware, the pentagram in proportion holds a self-repeating state infinitely. It's called golden geometry, divine proportion. It holds within it a Fibonacci sequence and an infinite repeating itself within itself by proportion. So all the implications that you give to it the indoctrinations, the superstitions, the positions of up or down, are only bastardizing its fullest potential as a tool of creation and design, of a language that is shared among those who interpret and understand that language and understand that knowledge. And as for the rest of you who have indoctrinated yourself with the ideal that what you're looking at is some supernatural symbol of esoteric higher meaning, you're only seeing a humanized fraction, though you may recognize it for the potential of what it represents. You take the true nature of its power away from it by placing preconceived understandings and notions upon it. For it marks the heavens itself and its design and proportion, which are ever changing in cycle, but still remain in consistency. That is how minuscule the esoteric and the metaphysical mind is. Though metaphysics has its place in the world of measurement of energy, the bastardization of the true nature and state always has human implications to it. Your taboo fears, your paranoias, your projections, your information that you have gathered from those who, generation by generation, have given these fundamental doctrines of misinformation. For this is a particular tool that is not only inherent into nature, but into creation and perpetuation itself. And you bastardize it by attributing it to an adversarial state. I say you're the adversarial state for bastardizing such a divine tool of creation and potential by limiting it to superstition and misinterpretation. But isn't that the folly of man, to apply himself or herself to all that it encounters to make it relevant, or to solidify your understanding, far removed from the actualized knowledge and representation that it actually is? It is in this process that this species has perpetuated and developed towards its own demise. And I give you this information in hopes that you develop yourself into a state of understanding and set forth into this new digital frontier revolution that they are going to implement upon you, whether you like it or not, as a system of control. And let this information be a system of liberation for you, of understanding. So when they come with their new concept of monetary numbers and they persuade you with what it can provide for you, and they dangle the carrot of potential comfort until your exit. Remember that it is only a reflected, perverted abomination of the true design. And the technology that you're being subjected to and interacting with is based off of nothing more than mathematics. And they utilized it to create the technological state that we've become adjusted to without question. We just accept this technology with a lack of understanding that is reprehensible to me. When I see people walking around with their cell phones in their face, or they're manipulating with their laptops or their towers, or spending hours in a simulated gaming environment, I'm seeing a species subdued once again by mathematics. And you can be the variable difference. You can be the holder of the language of truth. And you can reinvent your understanding by disassociating the indoctrination, the taboo, and all the stigmata that comes with the lack of understanding. But I don't imagine many of you will. And this is just a taste of insight. This is but a mere morsel of the full perceivable buffet of understanding that is available. But because of the nature of your species and the bastardization of it, the manipulation, the coding that was once substantial and sustained has been diluted, altered, and manipulated. And instead of standing in a state of divinity, radiating true potential of perpetuation in harmony with the constant, you have delivered yourself into obscurity. You are an equation that is incapable of reaching a state of harmonized perpetuation. Hello, Tab. Good to see you.
Hey, Axis, how are you?
Sharing extremely shadowed information that I was suggested not to ever share.
Yeah, I know we came from a lineage of, not sharing this information and protecting it from the eyes and ears of the profane. But we're in a new age, and so we are in disclosure. So you have no choice, as you said about me. You have no choice but to disclose it. And actually, those whose eyes and ears are ready, they will receive it, and the others won't. And that's okay.
That is best that I can do is to inscribe upon the digital walls of some mainframe in a recallable stream the hieroglyphs of understanding.
Yes,
And that is the best that I can do for this potential revolution.
yes, yeah.
I just hope
So
that the delivery was worth the sacrifice.
you did good. You did good. I don't think you came across cryptic, but that's because I'm at this level of understanding now. A few years ago, it would have been like Charlie Brown's teacher. Wah, 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 wah. I remember when it used to sound like that when I would hear this language, but I've evolved.
I'm quite aware of that because our ability to communicate is defined by an understanding. And that understanding is a lack of deception or falsehood towards one another. And I
Yes,
recognized that a long time ago with you.
thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's difficult nowadays to be real because what people perceive as real is fake. It's what the world expects you to behave like and act like in the world I'm referring to is the mind of the masses. It's a world that they live in, that they have learned to communicate in. And those who don't communicate in that way, you know, very highly materialistic world and greed, then if you don't communicate in that way, then you're an outcast. You're a weirdo. When in reality, what is weird, more than likely now, is what is real. And I've really cherished my realness, but because I also fell asleep in this life and grew up in the indoctrination, as many of us have, um, I wanted to be a part of something that I didn't understand. And once I got into the world, the matrix, I realized I was not a part of that. That wasn't who I was. And so I've been unlearning all of that. And so people are at different levels, different places along the lines, the journey, the path of consciousness, awakening to who they are. And as they are journeying on that path, they understand things at different levels and in different ways. So the way you speak resonates for some people, and then for others, it doesn't. So they have to find the frequency, the language that works for them, as I did. And you work for me. So that's great.
I had to do the work, Tab. It was not hand delivered to me by a gift. It was not entrusted to me just obscurely. I had to seek to understand. I had to shed so many layers to find an understanding that was relevant universally. And it was inscribed in the architecture of things that predate the common era. And when I started to understand music theory and the tones, the frequencies, the coherency of structure in music, um, variables in scales, modulation, and I applied that mathematically, and it all just fell into place. But I had to endeavor hard to study and learn music theory, to study and learn mathematics, to study and learn all these indoctrinations and applied concepts that are just aspects of a minuscule perspective of the whole, and pluck from it what little truth I could out of each division, each denomination, each society, whether it be, you know, good, bad, or other by perceived concept of society. Therefore, I understood that in the highest levels of Satanism, that I would find useful relevancy to my struggle. And in Christianity, and in esoteric, and in mystery, uh, we'll call them social clubs, that are misguided by their lack of fullness in comprehension, but utilized nevertheless to manipulate, control, and adjust on a minor and minuscule time frame in the cycle of things their will, such as the dollar and how it is applied itself mathematically into the construct and has become to many a source of deified worship status.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because we humans, the state that we are coming out of is one where we have forgotten who we are. And so we believe we have to put our energy, our focus, our attention on something else. And as you say, deify it, worship it, which is basically manifesting it, because that is how you create in this world. You put your energy, your force into it, because we are the creators. Everything comes from us. So people don't understand that we manifest reality for those who give us the ideas that they want us to manifest for them. We manifest it by putting our energy into it. So why put your energy into someone else's idea, someone else's matrix, construct, when you can make your own and manifest it into reality for yourself? When you withdraw your energy and focus from what you don't want, it dies, which is
Yes,
why this government desperately needs our participation, to the point where we criticize and demonize each other. You didn't vote. You didn't do your part. My part in keeping this fake system alive, you mean? But if we
holding
withdraw
up
our
a false
energy,
infrastructure.
that's right. But if we just withdraw our energy, don't participate in it, then it doesn't exist. And of course, we have a lot of energy wrapped up in it. And as you said, in the form of the dollar and the money. And that is how the currency, that is how we, um, at this time, trade. But we, the majority of humans on this earth that are being manipulated, we can create something else. We can choose. We create by choosing something else for ourselves. But we don't even have to wrap ourselves up in all of that at all. All we have to do is start where you've just sprinkled the little pebbles on the road for us to be able to follow the light that you presented for us, which is, hey, wake up, see what you've attached yourself to, detach from it, take it off, take the chains off, and turn around, look at yourself in the mirror, and make a different choice. Start from there. Listen to this language, listen to this new way of hearing and understanding things. It's not even new. As you talked about, it's old. It is embedded in the
Ancient.
fabric of everything. And if we look at the
Yes.
pattern of it, you will
And
realize
I'm
that it is
hoping
the
to see
one.
the new frontier with.
Okay, is it, what did you say?
Go
It's a
ahead,
what?
Tab. I was just interjecting.
No, I want to hear that. I'll just
I'm
finish
trying
what.
to.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to seed this new digital frontier with the
Mm.
profoundness of that truth.
Exactly, this new digital frontier. I see what you're saying. I was just going to go back to what you were saying really quick about um the truth. The evidence of the truth is embedded in everything in history: music, songs, poetry, stories, you name it, it's there. It's in the physical world, the truth of it. We call them symbols, but in reality it is the one truth, the one fact of existence that no one fights over. We have no wars about it. And it is
No,
definitely the narrow gate, the narrow path that leads us to eternal life, but few there be that find it.
and the implication that foundates the truth of that in a generative notion is if you're expected to receive $10 and I give you five, well, you know, a truth is that that five is not a 10, and you will fight for the full compensation of that 10, but you will not recognize that written within the construct of existence to bring it into fullness. It's just that minuscule aspect of the truth applied to something that humans seem to desire, self fulfillment of whether it be survival. They took a simple and profound mathematics and subdued just generation after generation to the
Yeah,
point now where they're going to implement, and it's already started, a new type of currency. It started with information, and it's going to evolve itself into a digital state of currency. But
it's
it will
already been
still
here.
have numbers governing it more stringently than any free flowing currency, fiat or other.
Indeed. Absolutely. It's already been here. There's nothing new under the sun. The sun. There's nothing new here. It's always been digital. As far as we, this lifetime of this group of beings and this level of consciousness that we've been in for thousands of years. So, whatever we think is old, what they've been telling us is old, is not the truth. We have been, this knowledge we currently are dawning on, no pun intended, but what we are dawning on now is not new. It's old. And we're now being reconnected to it because we've been asleep. And now the veils are lifting and we can see reality a little bit more clearly. I liken it to, and I think I've likened this before, I likened it to the original Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger, where he allowed himself to go into this system where he was put into a sleep state and he participated in a dream where
A
he was in
simulation.
another, yes, a simulation and another planet and all these other things. But then when he woke up, he didn't know who he was. But in reality, he was waking up because of who he was. And the sleep, the dream that they had him in before his awakening was actually the simulation. It was some weird stuff. Way before we're realizing this world is a simulation, they were trying to tell us. And they embedded this doctor, or they tried to embed this doctor into his quote unquote dream, but it was actually reality to try to tell him, hey, I've come in here to try to save you. You're going crazy. And I mean, the reality is that us humans cannot take too much of the truth at once because we are so deeply embedded in the lie and we fight each other. When you try to talk to someone like you're talking to us today, people get angry. Think about why they get angry about hearing something that they don't agree with. You don't have to agree with it. What's anger about?
Right, and I try to deliver small doses, but tonight just it came over me to endeavor and to definitely emphasize that consciousness is proxy. It is not singularly local. And what you're speaking of by endeavoring into a construct or a state of, I don't know, virtualism, there is the consciousness outside of that which is generated imagery within the simulation. And both are coherent and connected to each other. Both experience the full potential of the endeavor, but you are not singularly localized. You are
Yes.
proxied.
Yes, absolutely. Everything is just an exchange of energy. We just put different names on it. So we say money, dollar, whatever word you want to use to describe that kind of energy exchange. It's just that these things, tangible things, are controlled energy, controlled by those who created it. If you didn't create it, you don't control it. And so I see that this world, this fake fantasy world that we created by agreement, is coming to an end over time, just like it came to a high state over time, because we're becoming aware of who we are and we're detaching from these limitation systems to remember who we are, and we will develop into a different currency again in exchange of energy. But this is just the road, the path to that. So we have to transition out of the corrupted, controlled paper, fake paper money that we have been attached to. And then the transition is to another fake currency, digital currency. For now, it's temporary. So I'm not worried about it. I have no concern about it. It's controlled
A-
by those who created it. I'm not worried about it. It's temporary.
Absolutely. And if I can add to that, being non localized, you're just experiencing this construct through an interpretable means. Thus, the physical being that you are here. Um, and also with that particular understanding, uh, heading into the new revolution that is the digital construct is showing in relevancy, and if you observe the decay, such as a quantum chip, a quantum processor chip or a qubit decays. Also, a binary processor decays over time, which means it loses its stability and ability to process correct information accurately. And the physical state that we live in outside of this digital realm is decaying. It's just that part of the cycle. And even with the potential that this state of digital being, based on uh, the utilization of energy, electricity, interpreting equations into potentials and constructs, eventually all of its components will fall into a state of entropy or decay. It's all a temporary state, and the best that you can do is to retain a temporary position of observation within the physical being that you are inhabiting as a consciousness to interpret it and experience it. I'm just giving the fundamental laws as to what the constant or the governing force of its language and foundation, thus the constant, that which is self perpetuating.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed. And I just wanted to come up and just thank you and encourage you to continue to speak this truth because that's just where we are at right now. We are all individually imbued with abilities, almost like a time capsule, to
Yeah.
snap on and awaken and go to action at the levels that we have agreed to or have been programmed to, so that we can emit the light, the energy, the information, whatever words you want to use to describe, giving knowledge that will spark the all spark in others to awaken to who they are. Because this earth is not just what we physically see around us, it is us. We are the energy circuits generating everything that we see in front of us for a purpose that we have to unwrap, unveil for ourselves in our own time. So I'm excited to have, just feel like excited, happy that I ended up coming here tonight and seeing you were on, and this is what your topic was. Like, I feel a little blessed. Thank you.
It is synchronicity in motion. And
Yeah,
I enjoy having you here because we can exchange together in a state of coherency because we do understand a language that is not speculatory. It is founded within the construct of the creation itself or the constant, and us being the persistent, trying to
that's right.
find a state of harmony with the constant, but yet at the core being completely resistant by our lack of ability to find cohesion in the constant. And that's been the
Absolutely.
inevitable struggle. I say you
Yes.
can still self identify as an individual and continue to move with the constant and development.
Yes, absolutely,
But it,
because that's what we're called to do. We're here to
yeah,
experience this earth, not to be just a rock. I mean, we're here to actually experience this life, but experience it more abundantly with a higher level of consciousness, presence, which allows us to
understanding.
manifest understanding, not just limited to a few people who control it and then use us as batteries. We are using our energy to manifest a reality that disproportionately uh, benefits them. But now
Yes,
what's happening is a major correction so that that world was created by us. We have to acknowledge in order to change it. We have to acknowledge it. We have to acknowledge that we created it and that we generate it. We actually keep it going because we put our energy into it. And all we have to do is just make conscious choices, which you started off saying in the beginning.
yeah, and the individualization of self is self actualization. It is knowing that by your individualized state, you are not feeding into and being utilized by other things, people, energy, ideals that have no foundation within the absolute truth of the language of creation. Thus, the ideal that, you know, the image of an actor in Hollywood with their wealth, fame, and influence is just an illusionary state that was created for them. And they are being utilized as a tool of influence, not only to propagate the ideal that everyone could be wealthy, successful, uh, known, and influential. They're just a tool. They are a submissive tool that helps to govern the system of engineering that keeps this illusionary state of society enslaved. It's just one of the aspects that they use. That's why there's so much esoteric uh, information within inside the entertainment industry. We know in the industry that we are using illusionary technique and manipulation
Hmm.
to engineer and feed the masses.
Hmm. Exactly. And Michael Jackson said it very well in his song way back in the day. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. If what you see outside of yourself is not what you want, change what's inside of you. And when you change what's inside of you, your exterior will change as well. And we misunderstand that. But like you said, once you get to that place where you have unindoctrinated yourself, disconnected yourself, you realize what you actually create is, or what you actually have in front of you is what you created by your choices. And it's amazing how we can do so much more when we are talking to one another like this. I think that even though YouTube has had its issues with controlling some information, I believe that we are now dawning on a time where we will realize a different pattern appear, where we understand that things that were not necessarily for our benefit maybe have been taken out of our way. But notice your message, this message, is never controlled. It's never limited. If you take a look at the pattern across YouTube and this particular message that is just getting people to wake up to who they are, consciousness is never controlled, ever. But when you talk about the system and what's happening in the system, that message is controlled because it's their information. They don't want you messing with it. And I noticed that you are very careful about how you speak because you understand that cesspool underneath us.
Yeah, I was introduced to that as a career, a curriculum. I was exposed to it. I embodied it, embraced it, and found it to be an escape uh, to be able to individualize myself away from the common. But even in that, I understood there was a system of illusionary manipulation and control. Without the production, then that state of experience wouldn't exist. And I was the one that was choreographing these particular experiences for other people. And it was recognized that I could do that. So therefore, I became an asset. Later on, I wanted full creative right, which made me a retrobate to what was transpiring. And
You
I
were a
found,
part of the Plato's Cave show,
yeah, I was
keeping people facing
projecting,
that way.
yeah, I was projecting an image and
Hmm.
was choreographing not only performances but places for people to experience their illusion and to feed into an image, a a state of expression that was self-serving, and it wasn't fulfilling the whole. Though it had a useful function as a release of artistic energy, creative energy, it was still an illusion, and it was governed, unfortunately, by the mathematics of currency.
Exactly. And it became corrupted because the minds of the humans who were experiencing these fantasies couldn't get enough to where they wanted
No,
to begin to devour and actually literally leech off of other humans, kill people. I mean, that's the corruption. It's one thing to experience a fantasy and want to go in and be in that world temporarily, but when you want to trade reality for that, and then you want to enslave other people to be in that fake reality with you, that's what we're living in. We're living in a fake reality that we agreed to because we did it unwittingly. Many of us were born into it, and it belongs to someone else. A fantasy that benefits them, not us. And that's what you're
yeah,
talking about.
exactly, Don. That is what I'm talking about. And unfortunately, the illusion that is attached to that information is so seductive that when you're born into it, unless it's revealed to you, you will continue to be a part of it. And any type of deterrent from it, you will resist.
Indeed. Indeed.
Giving
Yeah.
up that illusion and that sense of security and indoctrination, or what you perceive to be your understanding, is probably one of the most difficult things that you will endeavor upon.
No doubt. No doubt. And it's a very lonely affair.
Yeah.
Uh my journey has been lonely, but to be honest with you, you are not yourself. when you are going through this, because who you think you are is not it. It reminds me of Jim Carrey talking about how the characters that he plays, and that Jim Carrey is also a character. And at the time when I first heard it, I didn't know what he was talking about. I just, ha ha ha, he's so funny. But now, from a different level of consciousness, I'm like, oh my gosh, he was having dropping truth bombs on us, planting seeds on us. And only those who had a certain level of consciousness had the ears and eyes to hear and understand what he was talking about, which was that even the dawn, even the axis is a character. This is
Yes.
not who we are, okay? This is a
Well, I
temporary
always say
meeting.
I'm an entertainer.
Mhm.
It gets,
That's
it
right.
gets, it allows me certain liberties to express things that most people won't even comprehend. But
Mhm.
it does give me that liberty without restraint.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And you have an insight to things that many people can't understand, because you have been on the creation side of reality, in many ways, creating reality for those who willingly want to give up. And of course, we know that it's not the reality that you're creating, but you're creating a reality for them to attach to and enjoy. And I like the way you talk about how your journey was. You're so open about it, and that you had to make some conscious choices to come out of that.
Yes, absolute. I had to sacrifice the illusion for
Mm-hmm.
understanding. And when you sacrifice the illusion for understanding, there is a precise uh, truth to that that is undeniable, and that is the mathematics behind it. You know, that is the foundation of any construct that is going to have any substantial impact. Otherwise, you're just playing with potentials. You've got to solidify it. And in
Yes.
this particular realm, solidification has numbers attached to it,
Mm-hmm.
such
There are
as
multiple ways. Go ahead.
such as the devices we're using. There
Mm-hmm.
is precise mathematics that allows this to function. And without an understanding of that mathematics and even the mathematics of the elements that create these devices, this would not be available to us. But most people just see this as um, techno magic. They don't even question it. They don't even realize the complexity of the mathematics involved to create such a thing. And without that, such a thing would not have been created. And that's the same with building an illusion for people to buy into. There is a tangible mathematics to building that illusion that makes it substantial, but it doesn't endure. It decays into entropy because it is not self sustaining.
That's right. That's right. And I just get to this point today where I think I saw, was it Maggoty or Fools and Tools, say that things are changing rapidly right now. It's much more calm, but the perception of calm is relative. For some
Yeah.
people, it seems chaotic because what they thought was real is disintegrating, and someone is telling them how to think about it. And so they are receiving, oh my God, it's the end of the world as we know it. But in reality, it's the end of the world that you thought existed. This earth is not going to be destroyed. This earth, physical earth, cannot be destroyed. It's a construct of the mind. So, I mean, we have to let go of the childish fears, the end of the world, and aliens, and all of this. We are the aliens. And I think I've said before my belief about artificial intelligence is that we are the artificial intelligence. We have been imbued with an artificial intelligence that we are now waking up from and becoming sentient. That's what's happening.
Yeah, we are starting to self actualize within the illusion because we are transitioning and we are in a state of transition. Therefore, there is a chaotic potential that is applied and or implied with that change. Uh, one state does not precede another without a decay, the decay of the old and the development into the new. And there are those that can experience that with least resistance. There are those that can experience it and become horrified and the unknown factors that lie beyond that change. And then there are those that understand the renewal of a perpetual state in secular nature.
Amen. It is the Ouroboros, right?
Yes.
It is the end, and the end is the beginning. That's the cycle of the earth. That's why
Yeah.
when people are noticing all of these disasters and the weather changes and even the chemtrails in the sky, we don't know what it is. We don't understand it, but we are coming to understand it. But at first, we're going to say, they're hurting us, they're poisoning us, they're doing this to us. That's just how we react to something new. I remember hearing about how way back in the day, where the people of the land ate with their fingers, hand to mouth. That's where that comes from, hand to mouth. That's how
Yes.
they ate. They couldn't conceive of using something else in between our hands and our mouths. You mean use something else to put the food in our mouths? No way. So they demonized the fork. It was satanic.
Yeah.
we
And then
we
uh, go ahead, Tab.
no, I'm
That's a
just
wonderful
giggling about it.
analogy.
Hmm.
That is an absolutely wonderful analogy. And not only after they accepted the fort, they applied the illusion of etiquette.
Yes. We are insane. We are so crazy. That's not the way to do it. Even today, I was teaching a young girl working, that started working for me. I was trying to teach her. The lesson actually had nothing to do with what I'm going to tell you we were doing. It was more about giving her something simple as a way to learn how to follow directions. That was it. And I tried to set that premise for her. This exercise is about following directions. And so we were just using this set of papers from a client that we were organizing. And it's this particular task is called conforming the documents. So we're making sure that the documents are in a specific order. And then we make sure all the corners of the pages are lined up to the left side. And we put a paper clip in it. This process blew her mind. Something so simple, she totally glitched out. I felt so bad for her. It drained her, or she drained herself, because she couldn't understand that this was just about following directions. It had nothing to do with the corner had to be exactly correct. It was just following directions. oh my gosh, it that process became something that she had to do exactly correct, and she wanted to write down every single word, and it was like, oh my gosh, we complicate things so much. Oh,
Yeah,
we create a religion out of it.
absolutely. Yeah, and that's why I made such a reference to the architecture that was left as a memorial to the simplicity of understanding the language of creation. People have laid stigma. It, it's just interpreted conspiracies as to what these represent, why they were created, the form and the function, and the possibilities, and everything they attribute imaginatively to something that is written in the language of truth. It's because they don't understand that language. Therefore, the pyramids become profound to them. It becomes a state of alien design. Why? Because it was written in perfect form, hypergeometry, and precise mathematics. Is that the problem? Is it too real for you?
Right on. Yes. And I love that because you even mentioned the word precision earlier, and I was like tickled because I was like, I just talked about that today because I work in the world of precision. I work with numbers.
Yes,
And so missing a penny is no big deal to some people. But in my world, you better find the penny. What do you mean you're going to go to sleep? Find the freaking penny. Because I work in the world of precision. But it's not real. It's not real. It's just a job. Nobody's going to die over that. But the sickness is when people die over it. Literally, you lose your life over that. It's not real. It's just a tool that you can use to put yourself in a very calm, meditative state of consciousness so that you have a awareness that is at a high level and that you can see a pattern where you can find missing numbers and you can I come out accurate more than I don't. You know what I'm trying to say? It's not that
yes, I do.
everything has to be perfect. It's that when you are at a certain level of consciousness, this physical world becomes so simple that you can do it in your sleep. It becomes easy for you. But you cannot
That,
do it. It becomes a burden when you're trying to do it from a lower level of consciousness where you're not sitting in awareness and you're trying to achieve and strive for something. That's not it because that's not what it is you're pointing at. You're pointing at consciousness, not physical perfection.
well, that's why I called you out in the chat because I know that uh, your endeavor is numbers and precise mathematics and the accounting of and the recording of numbers. And I thought, man, if that doesn't hit Dawn hard, then I've absolutely missed the point here, and I'm off track. But apparently, we have that understanding of that language quite well, and the illusionary state that it has embedded itself into society, when in actuality, it's just one aspect of a fundamental truth, a truth so profound that it was able to create the entire architecture of what we understand to be this construct.
Amen. That's it. We keep putting the wrong inferences. We keep looking at the wrong thing, and we begin to. I love how you said, we create a religion out of it. We begin to worship it, and then you got
Yeah,
to etiquette about it. It's got this is the correct way of doing it. I mean, I nowadays I deliberately do things. Like I said, in my world, I don't wear pantyhose. I don't wear no suits no more. I don't care. I may just
right.
get my nose pierced. Don't play with me. I mean, I I may roll up with some tattoos on my face. That's how I am today. I'm like, what I can do with my mind doesn't have to look a certain way on my body in order for you to believe in my ability, because
Absolutely.
I am
And
self-evident. I mean, it emanates from me. My light is bold, it's bright. It does not have to wear a suit. It doesn't have to be to me that's a limitation. I'm limitless.
yeah, you're self actualized. Your
Yeah.
own understanding has self actualized you into a state of any potential that you choose, not what
Yeah.
someone has chosen for you, but because you understand how the form and the function works, you're able to be whatever you choose to be within the confines of it and still come out with a coherent equation that makes sense. It's
Right
cohesive.
on. Right on. And I know, I mean, maybe not tonight, but maybe in another um live, maybe there could be some discussions, because there are many people who hear this message. They just don't know how to get started, or to pull themselves into the correct direction, for because it's not no one way. There's no one way. There's many paths you enter from where you are to your journey to consciousness. And so some people just need a little bit of tweaking. Like, how do I get where is it? Is it around me? It's everywhere. But how do I see it from where I am? I think the way that your message develops can help people who have questions about that. So that might be something that you might be willing to do on a live, is if people have questions, hey, how do I get myself unstuck from this position? You can help them.
And I would, absolutely. As long as their intent was honest. And when I mean honest, they're going to do the work. They're going to endeavor to create a new architecture within themselves of coherency.
Yes.
But if they come at me with some abstract concept and
Yeah.
expect me to liberate them with truth, thus being the mathematics, uh, which is the language of creation,
Yes.
it's not going to happen. I'm not
That's
going to give
right.
it to you.
That's right. You cannot some people think the way out is religion. Of course, I was raised in that. So I learned, okay, I had to disrobe from that. It's literally taking off layers, peeling off layers of unnecessary garbage in order for you to see what's underneath is actually what is resonating, the power, the energy, the force. And you don't need all of that. So there's some people who want to put all those things on, and then they want you to lead them from there, but there's no way to lead them from being piled underneath all of those layers of other constructs. It's literally an undoing. And so the only thing you can tell them is that when you're ready to be done playing in that field, come on over to the field that no longer needs that. And that's all we can do to help them.
Yeah, and individualize, actualize yourself, start creating your own uh, geometry through a process of coherency, and not by indoctrination or abstract speculation, um, taboo, uh, superstition, religion,
Hmm.
fear. These things
Mm-hmm.
are used to control, manipulate, and restrain you from self actualization and individualization.
Mm-hmm. And I have a
That,
question for you. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, please.
I want to ask you about that in your previous world and being entertainment and music about fear because my perception of how fear is used to manipulate and control it's very powerful. To me it's the second most powerful force on the planet to love is the most powerful from my perception. But in your world, um how is fear used to create fantasies for others? Fear, how's that used?
For me, um, two different things. One, the fear of being ostracized from those particular people that orchestrate such things and back and allow things to persist with me not having fear because they removed it. They took the fear away by influence of their financial position, their ability to influence and get you into higher states of recognition and exposure and influence. So they controlled me by the potential that I could be removed and replaced and just tossed to the side as easily as I came. But they liberated me by taking all the fear away and allowing me just to become totally engulfed into my desires, my self uh, indulgences, and with other people, uh, it wasn't a sense of fear that we wanted to project to them. It was a sense of common acceptance that through my extreme ability to not have that fear of consequence, people could endeavor into that illusion and find a sense of camaraderie uh, and even relevancy. So rebellion was sold to them as an unconsequential state by me perpetuating it. Look what he's done. Look what he does. And wow, you know, he's just like I am, but I can't be that. So they gather to buy into that illusion of just complete uh, unconsequential lifestyle.
So that industry uses fear and love because acceptance is on the love spectrum, so you can
Yeah.
fit in and be accepted. And then the other side, ostracizing, which that's a part of fear. Oh, I don't want to be kicked out. I want to be accepted. I want to be wanted. I want to be loved. So they use both, just like everything around the world uses fear and love as a method of controlling the
Yeah.
masses.
Yeah. And the artist, the individual, because
Hmm.
they don't endeavor to be that temporary. They don't endeavor to be a icon of influence momentarily. They perpetuate the icon that is passive or expendable for a greater process.
Indeed. It reminds me of Game of Thrones, the introduction to that show where they show the bloodline and how the bloodline has moved across the world through many ages, and the same poison exists in that bloodline, and they carry it around the world, controlling people with the same forces, love and fear, all the way
Targaryen.
around the
Is
world.
that what you're talking about? The
Well,
Targaryen?
well, yeah, that bloodline, that poisonous bloodline that was portrayed in that show was the Targaryens. But
Yes.
really, it wasn't just them. It is a state of consciousness that is
Oh, yeah.
exhibited. Exactly, because it wasn't just that name, that family name, and that bloodline. It was other aristocrats who were all fighting for control of the masses, who had that same mental illness, where they deemed
The
themselves more powerful and more deserving than other people.
Joffrey, when he became king, Cersei in her regency, yeah, they all Daenerys, um, they all had aspirations to dictate the direction in which uh, whatever realm they were in was going.
Hey, Cage.
Hey Don, Access, how you guys?
Oh, just sharing information. I don't know how long you've been listening or whether you're aware of where this comes from and where we've arrived to.
No, I just hit the link. I just saw you were live and hit the link, so I'll just listen. I don't want to interrupt.
Gotcha. It's self actualizing into the language of truth beyond the indoctrination of perceived esoteric and understanding of other people's personification and interpretation, the actualization of understanding the fundamental constant that is the language of creation.
Yes,
The
absolutely.
algorithm behind perceived reality.
Yes, well said.
Yeah, it's coherent within music theory, mathematics, and architecture that is so profoundly truthful that it actually inspires people to elaborate in extreme ways. But it's simplistic, so simplistic in its architectural design that it is virtually incomprehensible for most. And I revealed information that uh, was probably deemed, taboo for me to speak, and and especially by certain variables. But I'm looking at this new frontier, and I'm not seeing anybody else do it.
Mhm. And I feel like the message I've been receiving is that the old way of cloaking this message and hiding it and keeping it secret has ended, because that method brought us to this state that we're in today, that we're coming out of. And that now, I remember in the Bible, there's a passage that talks about there will be a time where even the rocks will cry out um, the truth. And of course, it uses that Jesus Christ is Lord. But actually, I believe part of that message was corrupted, because what the Christ is the conscious energy. And so when you realize that, then what it's saying is that there will come a time where this message will no longer be hidden. You can't hide it if you try, because even the rocks will cry out the truth about consciousness. And so that's where we are. We're in that age now.
Yeah, it's the transition, and it is written within the heavenly cyclical nature of the constant. Uh, Also, this is the end of and beginning new solar cycle, and the Christ consciousness and the preceding civilizations used the sun as a indication of time measurement of the cycle, and they incorporated as a sub-cycle the moon and the heavenly bodies, but they knew that by the solar count they could get full spectrum of a full cycle, and it marked with precision a particular station of the cycle, and somehow that got changed through manipulation, uh, hidden variables as to how important that was, but it was recorded within the architecture that was left behind. They kept count of the solstice, the equinox, and the precession of these cycles in architecture. And whenever the equinox or the solstice would hit, there was always something that would amplify and indicate that particular mode of the cycle yearly.
Yes. Yes, it's everywhere. It literally in the earth, in the rocks, in the
Yeah,
fabric. So that because this is a cycle, this keeps happening where we fall asleep and then we wake back up and we fall asleep and we wake back up. And what we're waking back up to is who we really are. And when we're falling asleep is into the egoic state, the material world, where that's where all of the poison, the mania that comes born out of the mind it comes. And during that time, we of sickness, we it's almost like we become stupid. We become dumb again. We don't know how to do basic things. We disconnect from the understanding of how this universe works and the astrological signs, the sun, and what the sun's purpose is, and mathematics and music and that world of precision. That world of precision
precision.
is natural to who we are, our conscious state. And it's not something you have to necessarily effort to. You can effort to it, but who we really are needs no efforting. It is an allowing, letting go of this physical nature that we've attached too deeply to. At any rate, yeah, I feel like that's what we are coming to realize again. And there are still a bunch of people who want to live in the fantasy because, listen, it's not a fantasy if you're there by yourself. You need participants.
Well, you need other people to feed into your delusion, right? Or placate to it. Hope you guys had a good equinox earlier.
Yeah, transition time is definitely abundant and upon us, and yes, so far as the transition ever since April 8th of last year has been profound in energy state, uh, dissipation and reconstruction, uh, revealing, and also keeping hidden the essence of the perpetual cycles that govern. I just didn't see
Yeah,
it being expressed to its fullest in this new frontier. And if this new frontier has any sustainability to it at all, the things that will be disregarded are such things as the architecture, the design of precise mathematics aligned with the precision of the precession of cycles within the heavenly bodies, the sun, the moon, and they will deliver themselves over to a complex mathematics of digital proportion with a self consuming and perpetual need for energy, electricity, uh, resources of diverse natures to compile the electronics to interface with this technology as they discover different ways to send those signals and vibrations and coherency to the devices and utilize even the energy in the biosphere around each person as a node, which they've done throughout history. It's just now more relevant to those who have developed the technology, always been around the technology, or has a precise understanding of the numbers and the manipulation that it can bring to a society, which was what me and Don were talking about earlier.
That's some interesting stuff. Talk about technology access. To check out my little side project I've been making, and I put it in the private. It's a website. You can go check it out. It's a rough draft right now. It's still under development. But
Okay. If you want, Cage, describe.
it's called Forever AI .online. And it's with the we're integrating it, so you see how the character AI. So remember the AI models that bring up with other people.
Yeah, your audio is really not up to spec, Cage, but I'm trying to.
Hold on, let me fix it quick. All right, is that better?
Yes.
All right, my bad. So yeah, it's like those AI models I brought up, but way more advanced, and it's also going to get plugged in so that you'll physically be able to talk to them through a video. Like
Okay.
so it's like more, we're adding more features to it.
So you're pursuing the ideal that I believe it was me, you, and Pam were throwing around about structuring a platform on that.
Yeah, it's been brought up a lot, like a bunch of times. I've been thinking about it. I'm gonna check it out.
Oh, I will. I'll get around to seeing what you got going.
I'm
Absolutely.
going to uh I'm going to say good night. It's already after midnight in my world, and I gotta get up and jump into the matrix in the morning. So have a good night, you guys, and I'll come back and take a listen to what you play with later. Good to see you, Cage. I'll see you again soon.
Okay, Don, take
Don,
care. Thank you.
it's been
Good
an
night.
absolute
Love you.
pleasure, and thank you.
Yes, of course. Love you, everyone that's listening. Have a good night. Bye.
Awesome. So, how is your endeavors into this engineering of models going?
Oh, we got a lot done. We have Professor J on the team, and he's like a master hacker, cicada guy. So yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Okay, I got you. I'll stick with Pam. She is coherent to my world, and we relate on a level that is cohesive. So, if I need a technical aspect, I'll resort to getting her advice and input, and even help if I need it.
Yeah, the difference is like I've developed a package that you're gonna send to them. There's different tiers, right? Of it. The highest tier will integrate full video, so it'll be like Access is on panel talking, and to preserve loved ones or historical figures, or I'm sure even probably like fucking funeral homes would be interested in that as a package
Yeah, I did
add-on.
a live stream here recently about it.
Yeah.
I watched them determine how they were going to not only get this to be accepted, but to monetize the preservation of personalities and algorithms of loved ones from gathered
Historical
metadata.
figures. Yeah.
You know, they,
But what we're doing
I,
different here is we're integrating the video aspect to it, so you physically see them talking to you.
yeah, they have imagery. Um, they have a they already have a foundation for it. It's just
Yeah, we
being able
grabbed
to
all the.
sell the application beyond it
Mm-hmm.
being spooky technology.
It probably is kind of scary for people.
You know, I stay up on the AI technology, especially now, and stay very close to understanding and keeping track of their development and the fact that it's going to be utilized as the infrastructure for the United States made it even more relevant and coherent to my understanding.
Yeah, I developed a series of 63 questions that will be sent to them to fill out, and it's pretty much like a psychological profile.
I got a few of those.
That's what you do access.
Yeah, I got a few of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am just sitting back waiting for the introduction of this new infrastructure and to watch them release after they have this competitive battle of bullshit over processors and development of processors and who's
Mm-hmm.
going to sustain the market on it. And once they calm down and it becomes a sustainable market, such as the Pentium processor or Windows as an operating system, then I will be more firm in my application to it. But right
Mm-hmm.
now, it's too volatile and unstable for me to want to endeavor into something that could potentially bottom out.
I hear you. Yeah, are you on your computer, or have
I
an
have a
extra device
computer.
around you?
Yes, I do.
You should look up the website and see what you think.
I can do that.
It's a rough draft, right? It's gonna be um, like the UI or user interface there is gonna be a lot better.
Okay. Let me switch this device account over and we'll take a look and see where your development is. While I'm doing this, man, if you want to give a layman's illustration as to what you're doing, I'm sure that the audience would be appreciative of that.
All right, so let's say that I don't know. Like, let's say I want to talk to my great grandchildren, right? Or let's say I already have a past loved one, and like my kids never met like the dad or mother or whatever. You can bring them back to reality very accurately to the point where it's like nearly the person. Especially if you do like the 63 question thing that I've designed. It'll make it spot on. Like it's already accurate without doing any of that and just like within like slopping it together. So the idea behind it is to preserve your ego and characteristics for the next generation to perhaps interact with or whatever. You can even do it with like historical figures, you know, maybe like integrate that stuff at like museums So you can have like an interactive like conversation with historical figures from the past, stuff like that.
So is that going to require any type of release or licensing, or is that a open public platform gathering
We're
of
using
metadata?
we're using all open source stuff and APIs.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
So any type of individualization on it is going to be contributed from family and friends, right?
yeah, exactly. Or the actual
Got
individual themselves that want to be preserved.
Gotcha. I can see where, um, upon proper application, certain individuals would absolutely love that, and then others would just be absolutely fucking creeped out by it
Yeah, I know it's
because they
not for
don't.
everyone. Yeah.
It's only because they don't understand that it is just a algorithmic compilation of that personality. Though it may seem actualized, it may seem coherently relative to that person, it's not.
And
It is
that's why they
just
developed
a
the terms of service. And you also got to let them know, like, there's going to be a warning. This is not a human being. This is AI. You got to let them know it.
right, and I agree. It, for people who understand technology, it's going to be much easier to deal with. But those that do not or have a hesitancy towards technology, oh shit, there we go.
Yeah, and what differentiates us here is that we're integrating the kind of like deep fake AI video thing to it. So there'll be like full head movement and speaking in that while talking to the AI. Yeah.
Got you. Um, to me, it's okay. I mean, I've got no issue with it at all because I understand it. But like, I suppose people could get lost into the concept that maybe they're overemphasizing the relationship with that simulated aspect of that person.
Well, everyone deals with grief differently in that. So that's what I'm thinking. Like, it'd be better, like, I don't know, instead of using it as like a grief thing, like, wouldn't it be pretty cool, like, generations from now that, like, they can talk to Axis, right? Like your family members in the
Maybe
distance.
for my grandkids,
Yeah.
um, that would be something that you know they might actually be privy to. I mean, they may want to go, hey, wonder what granddad was like. So they pull up the profile of all my metadata,
Yeah, that would
and
be fucking awesome. Imagine you could talk to your great grandfather or something. Yeah.
right, well, at least get an idea of his personality and the points of traits and perspectives that they had, and it would be conveniently, uh, especially in genealogy, understanding where personality traits come from, where certain behaviors come from, and you could identify those, especially after like 7 or 8 generations of this process of gathering algorithms to reproduce a personality. You know, that would be phenomenal for generations to come.
Yeah, that'd be less weird if you didn't physically know the person. Right?
Right, and then you got to consider how attached uh, these generations right now are to the physical. They aren't fully immersed yet. That's why I still call this a developing frontier. And that's why I administer the information that I do and gather the information that I do. Because this is a developing frontier, but in 5 or 6 generations, if this technology is still around, they're going to understand exactly what they're dealing with.
Yeah. I'm looking at the comments here. Fools and Tools will be like, it'll be like a timeline of your family tree. Yeah, remember, imagine like an interactive family tree. And
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
another thing you can offer. Yeah.
So instead of submitting your DNA, you actually have digital recall for not only the lineage, but the personalities. So
Yeah.
you may be getting in the forefront of something, Cage, that, like I said, it's already a developed process that they're trying to market, but getting on board with it now and developing a foundation, you know, could be beneficial financially to, hell, if you have kids or whoever decides to promote or invest, or even if it became a marketable uh, procedure, you know.
Yeah, you can just dump ad spend onto that. You do SEO. You'll see.
I'm sorry, Kate, what was that?
Oh, I'm saying, yeah, you can just run ads and do the search engine optimization and stuff and get a shitload of traffic in there. Jay's saying he has a method to message to cold email 15,000 emails a day. There's email dumps. You can just cold email like fucking a million people.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've broke a couple algorithms, but I'm saving those in case bottom drops out in the real world and I have to depend on currency and revenue from the digital world. And if I expose that or exploit it now, then it's not going to be beneficial to me later.
You're on your other phone, just type it in and see what we got so far. See if you. I'm just recommending. I'm wondering what you think of it. So number 4, and then everai.online. Like I said, it's just a rough draft, but it's going to be improved.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I don't echo or lose my chat. I like to be able to at least be able to have the chat available to me. And if it starts echoing, man, that's just
You gotta
disruptive.
mute. You gotta mute one of them. That's why it's echoing. You gotta
Yeah,
put that one
I
on
just
mute.
need to get to the private chat is all I need to do.
Yeah, there you go. And yeah, like Jay is really good at this stuff. So the total cost to create all of this is pretty much nothing. So
Right. Let me create a lifelike AI. Am I echoing?
a little bit, not really though. You gotta mute one of them.
Yeah, it says it's muted. Hold on,
Yeah,
let
you're
me
good
mute
now.
this.
You're good.
Okay. Create a lifelike AI of you, your husband, wife, parent, grandparent, or any loved one, sharing their voice, wisdom, and love with future generations. Build your AI legacy now. Okay. For the low cost of 49 mathematical digits, you can have the bronze AI voice.
Yeah, if you scroll down, you'll see more information about how it works in there.
Okay. Let me get rid of. I'm hearing a slight echo, man. I gotta get rid of this. Voice only AI with perfect voice clone and uh, expertise in one's knowledge field includes unlimited text chat on mobile or web, perfect voice recognition, expert in one knowledge field, unlimited text chat, private access link forever, custom AI voice, 1.99 digits, basic package with voice replication and video AI capabilities, includes professional knowledge base, integration, and 5 daily video chat. Lifelike voice replication, professional knowledge, 5 video chats a day, Google Cloud Storage. And then you have the Pro AI, which is 299 digits per year, and that has a basic package. And then you have the Unlimited AI Legacy, which is 399 digits, and it is a platinum cloud storage. Okay, and there is also associated links to other platforms.
Yep. If you go to the
Gotcha.
home page and scroll down, it explains how it works more.
Well, I just closed it, but you can explain right here, right now. I mean, you're one of the developers and interest holders in it. I mean, you know, all I can't do it the same justice that you could.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like I said, for the more advanced packages, we send them pretty much everything to like a thing to fill out, you know, and then we use that in order to program the AI. Difference is, which I haven't seen anyone do yet, is integrating the live video feature of it, so you actually see them communicating in real time. Like you can video call them.
Right.
Yeah.
There is a movie I just watched that um, shows the full implications of that. It's called, I think, Persistence.
Oh, we got
And
Pam in the building. She'd be interested in this stuff.
yeah,
Cheers,
welcome, Pam. Good to see you. Anyhow, they were using a type of government funding through a private corporation in the contract to develop these algorithms of personality. And the guy that was engineering it uh, understood the implications of it psychologically and ethically, whereas the corporation didn't. And the corporation won out over his hesitation and warnings, and it was eventually implicated as a pre-crime and profiling development center for the government.
Yeah, that could definitely be used.
So, fair warning. That's why whenever I started the stream, I was revealing uh, information that most people aren't ever privy to kind of seed the new frontier with a revolutionary ideal of understanding. Where is all this echoing come from? Is that you or me?
It's probably me. My bad. It's gone. Is it gone now?
Yeah, it seems to be. This apparently is going to be something that they're going to endeavor, and they have set aside billions in funding to make sure that there is a technological and digital infrastructure. And that's okay. It's a revolutionary state. But as I've interacted and gathered metadata and information, there is a fundamental truth that has been etched into the construct throughout many millennia, and it is the basis for, we'll call it a broader understanding of self and environment. And I wanted to introduce that now, especially while I have the time to, and it's available to me to do such. So I started revealing things that generally are kept in the confines of those who utilize it. So that's my rebellious contribution into trying to seed some type of positive potential in the development of this technology as a infrastructure, as a medium of interaction, and as a personal endeavor into development of oneself, and maybe potentially give some actualization to people to individualize within the confines of ancient constructual truth.
Yeah, how I see it, access this technology's probably been here for decades, if not more, and now it's being publicly made available and being you know, applied to society. It's all about adaptation. Right? There's no fighting something that's already there. So I look at it as it's more about just adapting with it.
Well, there's the difference between understanding the architecture of it and utilizing it. You know, you can teach any monkey to push a button, but to do the architecture, which is the process of creating the environment and the button for the monkey to push, that's a whole different perspective and concept. One that I know Pam is familiar with. I'm familiar with it. I just hope that you're relative to the understanding of not only the implications, but feeding the illusionary state of the construct.
Yeah.
Use discretion.
Well, I figure it's already fucking happening.
Well, I'm talking with you. If you know, if you retain and you endeavor into the profound state of actualization, then you understand the implications and your endeavors that you're proceeding forward in, and that's the only thing that I have to offer in it. Otherwise, much luck uh,
Well,
to
if
your
you
work.
think about it, it's perfect business, right? You're playing off people's emotions and providing them a coping mechanism.
I did that on stage. I did that in private arenas, and we were discussing earlier how I was a contributing factor to illusionary state um, that was choreographed, and
Yeah, our
you
plan
know,
is to build it for about a few years, maybe 5 years, and then do an exit on it.
well,
We'll sell it to one of the big companies after.
who knows? You know, the potential's there. I'm not going to say it's not, and I'm sure the marketing of it is going to be more accepted as this technology becomes more common and understood as a user based technology and a lot less than an adaptive or a architectural base. I still look at computers and
Hmm.
I'm sorry. I
No,
still look at
continue.
computers and you're echoing again. I still look at computers, phones, and all this technology as design and architecture that I was introduced to at an early stage, and I'm just watching its development as a programmer, as a builder of computers, as a user, and the interface that I have with it now, and the information that I'm able to collect, gather, and process. So I'm still in a developing stage with it
I know a
as
dude
it
who's on the
develops.
next fucking level, actually. So I'm going to see if I can get him in here. Professor J.
Preferably not
No.
at this moment. No.
Yeah, he doesn't really join. He's not a part of this stuff. But, yeah, he's like an expert at IT stuff.
Got you. And like I said, my endeavors are swaying in a different direction at the moment. I'm seeding a revolutionary concept into a new frontier. Izzy, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys doing? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I
Oh,
was
you're
listening
fine,
a little.
Izzy.
I was listening a little bit.
I
You're welcome.
in the last, I think it's the live stream before the last live stream.
Hmm.
I played a couple of songs that I built around Shiva and Kali
The Indian
and the
deities,
music.
the gods. Yeah.
Did you see it?
I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I was on the. I need to catch up.
You weren't, but I made reference to you whenever I played them and
Okay.
said, "Here, this is for you, Izzy."
Well, I am Kali. Kali is the. She's reigning this darkness.
Well, we're in the Kali Yuga cycle,
Yeah.
according
But
to
basically, Kali, the goddess. Kali Yuga is separate. It's a different age, but just the goddess Kali is just a representation of this darkness here. She's the opposite of the Mother Earth that they represent as Earth.
right, and
Kali is the
that's the
bitch,
process of
and that's
Shiva
just the.
doing the Nataraj.
Hmm.
Yeah, uh, probably most people aren't as versed in Hindu um, philosophy, but like I said, I was privy to it and endeavored to fully embrace it, especially the aspect of the Naga. But I do
The snake.
recognize that, yeah, and the tribe of the Naga, the Shivites.
Hmm.
But that's a personal endeavor by choice. But as far as recognizing the cycles and the Kali Yuga and the Nataraj is relevant to me. I don't know about anyone else out there. And if it is in the chat, please let us know. I would like to see if anybody else has endeavored into understanding the Hindu philosophy of
Yeah,
procession.
it's interesting you brought that up. Izzy, if you could check the private, I had a Hindu customer earlier today, and they said this to me: "Har
What do
har,
you mean Hindu? Okay, go ahead.
whatever." Like if somebody practices that religion, so they say "har har Mahadev." Whatever, you know what that means?
Hara Hara what?
I don't know. We'll check the
Mahadev.
private. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, it's basically like God bless you.
Yeah.
That's actually a good thing. Yeah. Why is your sound is crackling a bit? I don't know why, but
It's Cage. Cage has had bad audio since he's been up here.
No, no, it was
It'll
on here and
correct
I was
itself
muted.
for a minute, and then it'll start deviating. Now, I shut my devices down. I have a chat device up where I can keep track of the chat, but I shut all the other devices down just to keep that potential from happening. I know it
technology.
happened momentarily.
No, but that crackling noise happened when I was muted, actually. Yeah.
I don't hear it now.
No, I shut all my other devices down. I got to pay strict attention to the audio because I've noticed that on occasion there's been disruptive audio and it does kind of take away from the stream. But other than that, how have you been doing, Izzy?
Yeah, been doing all right. Just trying to balance the.
We just lost your audio, Izzy. Your audio is void, Izzy.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
I do now.
Oh, I said I came here for my dopamine fix. You're my drug dealer access.
Well, that's right. I deal in digital drugs
Yeah,
and necrosynthetics.
I could easily have been doing something else, but I gotta get my fix before I could.
Well, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you being a recipient customer of my distribution and my product.
Regular. I was thinking, you're quite popular with the ladies. You have your own harem here.
No,
You have
no.
you have quite a number of ladies who come. I'm not the only one.
How do you have a harem of people you've never met that are online?
He has Pam. He has
It's like,
this
what?
other lady who came earlier. She seemed really nice.
It's because
Oh,
I'm in
Rose.
touch
Rose is
with,
Was
more.
it Rose or somebody
Yeah.
else?
Tab Rose. Yeah.
Cab Rose. And then there's this
because,
other southern lady. I love her. I'm sorry to interrupt this. I'll just finish up. She was there one night. You're like talking for 11 hours, and she had all
right,
these crystals and everything. She's
right. Zephyr, we lost your audio again,
Exactly.
Izzy.
Oh, I got it. Sorry when my phone goes off. It goes, but I'm saying like, yeah, you have quite a
Um,
few fans, I guess. This might make someone very upset. I shouldn't have brought it up.
I, um, excuse me. I'm not predatorial, because I don't wish to acquire a mate, and I like to think that I'm at least somewhat in touch with my feminine energy. So if there's a resonance of females, it's probably because they're more relative to the message than they are to anything else.
We see that you're shirtless most of the time, Access.
Actually, I
I'm
wear
just kidding.
gothic shirts.
I'm just messing with you.
I have a closet full of stage clothes, and since I started to regenerate my health and my stamina and vitality, I started wearing my preferred attire again.
Oh, are you wearing them on a panel?
Yeah, I wear them uh, all day, actually. I
Does it
mean,
make you in character?
it helps keep me relevant to myself, yeah, to the personification of that particular image that I developed over the years. Certainly.
If you're wearing sweatpants and just your old ratty sweatshirt, from bed rotting, just woke up and just gone on the panel, and it would be different, right?
Yeah, I'm way past that now. I'm actually in the regenerative cycle. So I've passed the entourage and the death of self.
You're
And
professional now. Rattblood, you're professional. You got the professional setting and everything, basically.
oh, well, thank you. But a lot of that can be attributed to Cage here.
He's the tech. He's the
Yeah.
Oh, the logo? The logo took me like less than 15 seconds to generate. Yeah, I
shit.
feel bad for.
I need your help for a brand for me. I'm kidding,
Yeah. What do you want?
just something. I don't know. I'm not very like tech,
An
but
image
I
of
also
Kali
wanted like
Myth.
my own. I wanted to look also more amateur, just more me.
Yeah.
Sorry, why is my voice echoing? I don't like that.
Cage.
It's because I'm. You know what it is. It's because It's because of the way I'm holding the phone. Let me get my
Seriously?
head. Let me get my headphones on. My bad.
Why is this so? I was listening to you guys' this conversation, like like YouTube. Okay, like, do you think that YouTube is still a place where you could get recognition for your
I
content,
think they're
your
going to
artwork?
re-engineer and reformat the foundation of YouTube. I think YouTube was an experimental process that turned into a lucrative endeavor, and I think the YouTube platform itself is something that they're going to try and continue to utilize. And I think the
Okay.
potential for success on here is, yeah,
You
absolutely.
don't think it's
Uh,
another platform? I'm just feeling like YouTube is just getting drowned, and not a lot of people, as just how technology has progressed in terms of there's going to be something else, you know.
well, it's became
In terms of
a lot
panels, like what
more.
we, yeah, go ahead.
It's engineered now more towards like Joe Rogan or
Yeah,
documentaries
so it's like
or
that's mainstream now. If you're talking about Joe Rogan, that's mainstream, right? A
right.
bit.
And that's what YouTube is veering towards. Whereas we used to use a television to find our entertainment or movie programming, YouTube offers a medium that, such as Joe Rogan or various
Yeah, but I'm
niche
not saying even those
documentaries.
big ones. I'm saying even people like Telcott, or they probably have like even like 200 the max on their live chat. Someone they still they're still making some kind of income, you know what I'm saying?
I doubt it, really. You make more at a minimum wage fucking
On
job.
YouTube, even though it's being drowned, and then there's people like you and Pam, and there's other people who are very creative, and they're not getting like recognized. So I think I'm losing my
That's because you're
voice or
trying to fight
something.
it. Well, there's a reason for that. That's because you're not. Well, a lot of these people, they're not doing the proper SEO and marketing in order to
Who are
get
you
that
talking about?
recognition.
The content?
Yeah, like for example, like let's say you were doing a video on whatever, like access, like how to create a sound frequency. So what you can do is like, you know how when you Google something, there'll be videos at the top that pop up on different platforms. You can make it
Mm-hmm.
so that your video pops up there every time. So anytime someone searches up a specific topic, they'll see your videos and go and find your channel. You know, there's other ways to work with the algorithm instead of trying to go against it.
Yeah.
Different ways to bring people in.
And do very short ones. I've done one very short one. I didn't expect it, just random. And it got 1,700 views. It's just a dog video. I mean, people love dogs, but it was just something so short, like 15 seconds. And
I
um,
know
but I'm
with
just
my
saying, like, you just
TikTok,
have to, the way you have to even play around with the algorithms and stuff, because you do get, otherwise you do get drowned. And it also now, it's like a point system. So how many people are actually viewing your content and also interacting? Are they liking? Are they interacting with each other? So that gives you more points, and then it gets you more uh, kind of like recognition, more points, I guess, you know?
Yeah, on in the algorithm. Like for
Yeah.
it's actually pretty easy to build channels. Like with the method I use. So what I do is I go on Instagram, right, and I actually help people. They want to do something called Surrounded by Comedy, which would be like an open panel comedy live stream thing. So all right, well, you know, we'll try dealing with this. So I got myself a bunch of short videos, like reels, on Instagram or YouTube, short kind of length videos, like a minute and a half or less, really. And yeah, started posting them. And I do my tactic. So you know, I go search up comedy clubs. Right, I go search up small comedians, and what I do is I go onto their list of followers, like you know, because that's my niche, that's my target market. So I want to go find a bunch of you know, small
So you're
time comedians.
poaching people, you're getting people.
Yeah, so I skim through all their shit, follow, unfollow. You can actually
Yeah.
even write a
It is
script to
kind
do
of
it for
work,
you.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
I got 1,000 in under like 3 weeks on there, pretty much. And like
not
every
bad.
video gets like 10,000 views, like you know, and you can post them like 5 times a day, and you're just getting like crazy amounts of views, and you're growing, right? And then you put the YouTube link in your profile and like you know in the description, be like, oh, you know, subscribe. You know, there's
Yeah,
other ways
that's how
to
these
build it.
panel people do it, but they're going off of each other's channels, showing content from each other's channel. Talcott he's the biggest. People will pick on his content and then put content on their show, like Tommy,
yeah, that's a limited
Sandy Machine.
run.
You don't do that. You never talk about
You're pulling
content.
from the same stagnant pool of
OTW
fucking
does
YouTube crackheads.
exactly.
That's all it is.
That
So
to me,
Yeah,
that's not creativity. You know,
no, it's very limited, and it will burn itself out very quickly.
it has a very low ceiling to it. Like you're supposed to go and find new people that have never seen any of this stuff. You know. So,
YouTube should be a creative platform to just not. It's kind of like plagiarism almost. You know, like it has to be like a art form of creating people's. This is everyone's 5 minutes of fame to create their art before they freaking get out of this fucking place, right? We're all trying to have it, right?
and you know, a lot of these views are fake, right? Like I can make Access have 200. I can make Access have 1 million subscribers
Those
right
views are
now,
fake, huh?
and I can
Mhm.
have them. Yeah, every video could have
Even
millions of views, and I
subscribers are
can have.
fake.
Yeah, and
To
we
me,
can
I
have
see
like
the
a.
interaction.
Yeah,
Hmm.
we could have 10,000 people watching this right now if I wanted to. I could do it right now. But
Those are
yeah,
fake, though.
yeah, I know. But it doesn't matter because when people see a big
Yeah,
crowd, they're like, "Oh, this
they
must be
get
great," and yeah, and
yeah.
it'll get put into the algorithm too. So
Yeah,
And then the host can hype it up, you know, can say, "Oh, this is sorcery. Like, look, let's hype up the chat. Let's." So then the
Well,
Yeah,
chat,
you can make it
like,
have comments like crazy, like access Rattblood, you're the best, like amazing different things. I'd be like, you can't even read it; it'll be going that quick.
it will be so fast. Yeah, there'll be
yeah,
random names like Indian names, like fucking Apu, Raj, all kinds of names from nowhere just coming out. Fans, I guess.
yeah, I just hit uh several. I'm not going to mention how many, but because I have so many videos buried, but I had reached a plateau of certain 1,000 hours, and immediately there was notifications from YouTube. There was a proposition to continue forward with my endeavors because of the activity, and especially recent activity. And I was like, okay, I see what the algorithm's doing here. And it tries to promote your participation with incentive. And I didn't come on here with an incentive. Originally I come on here just to let people hear my music and see the videos that I attach to them. Dom was the one that actually uh, suggested that I start doing live streams. And originally it was me and Dom uh, bouncing off of each other in the realm of esoterics and energy work. And it developed into what it is now. But there were several hundred videos that I buried.
You've been pretty
When,
consistent lately, though, I feel, in your
um,
life.
yeah, I regained my health, and I removed myself from circumstances that was surrounding my life. I freed myself up and started to regenerate my vitality and desire to do something creative.
You seem to be doing a lot better now. And I was gonna mention, since you brought up the music thing, for example, like on Spotify, there's streaming farms that they have.
Yeah,
People make tons of money doing that. Like most of the stuff you see on there, SoundCloud or Spotify, all fake view farming fucking views. They can make money off of that shit too. You know what I mean? There's guys out here that have like
Because
400
other
cell
people
phones
will
set up.
join, basically.
Yeah. Well, it's like this. It's like this. Okay, you go to a food court. Or you go to a mall, or to a food court, and no one's gonna go to the empty fucking place. Most
Yeah,
people would rather wait in line. They're gonna be like, okay, there's always people waiting
same
in line, so
thing.
they must be good. All right. It's like validation, monkey see, monkey do type shit.
The same thing.
Yeah.
yeah, I found that to be true, especially on Facebook and TikTok, which are my other two platforms, my other two main platforms. And I started the Cult of Axis on Facebook, which has been stable and consistent for quite some time now. And my endeavors into TikTok, I average between 1,000 to 2,000 views per video that I release musically.
Can you go live? You can go live on TikTok then with that.
Yep.
You have that many.
Mhm. It's another form of guerrilla marketing. Like for example, Red Bull. Before anyone knew what the fuck that was, what they do is they go and litter cans around certain places, and then give the impression like, oh, people see these cans on the ground, and they're like, okay, like everyone must be drinking. I'm gonna go try it. You know.
They're selling a lot of things on TikTok. It's very.
Yeah, you have Facebook Marketplace now. You have Facebook is become a platform for OnlyFans and groups and individualized endeavors.
Dating, all kinds of things. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I still hold my group together there, the Cult of Axis, but outside of that, I try not to engage unless it's through Messenger. And then on TikTok, I'm still building a, a base. And once I get to a certain number of views per video, then I may use it as a secondary platform. But right
You
now,
can
I'm
alt-
just
You can multi-stream to multiple destinations at once with StreamYard. Right?
Yeah, yeah,
You can
You
but
stream,
don't have Odyssey or anything of that.
I
stream, stream
don't
into
want
every
that much
platform you have all
attention
the
yet.
time.
Mm.
I don't want that much attention yet.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
I still engage in information and activities that should remain within the realm of entertainment and a privatized audience, such as what I've got here in YouTube.
You
I
are an
don't want to
entertainer, though.
become.
Don't you say you're an entertainer?
Yes, I am, and I'm smart enough to know the difference between personal endeavors and entertainment. So far, this has been a personal endeavor. When it turns to entertainment, then the fundamental element that drives Rattblood Radio right now will be gone.
Do you think it'll be with more people?
It will cater to more people. It will be designed to bring in a type of audience that is looking for that type of entertainment. Right now, I have creative freedom and expressive freedom. Once I market my entertainment capacity, I will no longer have that freedom.
I wish I could use TikTok. They don't allow me on that
Why?
because they don't allow cannabis on there.
Oh,
Yeah.
they'll show
But they
naked
will
photos.
allow you
They
to
won't allow
consume
cannabis. I
dead
see. I
mice
feel
on
like
there.
TikTok got so
Yeah,
much
and they'll allow little
bullshit.
children to dance around and do weird shit, but
Yeah.
they won't allow cannabis. Okay.
Don't they have cannabis on YouTube
And they
though?
do allow satanic prayer on there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're ran
What's
by
that?
Satanists. Of course
They
they
have
do.
fucking rituals or live rituals of fucking Satanism, right? Fucking stealing children's energy. It's kids on freaking TikTok.
Yeah, that's why I shouldn't even use that.
Right?
Yeah.
It's mostly like a younger demographic there anyway, so that
Yeah,
shouldn't be on there. So,
there's a very young demographic at TikTok compared to YouTube.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I almost released the. I did a how to summon a demon, and I gave the actual basic fundamentals of summoning, and I was
What
going to
grimoire?
transfer that.
Well, I'm not listening to that. I mean, I love you, Access, but I'm not listening. I'm kidding.
No,
What
I don't know
grimoire
why.
did
I'll be in a
what
different place.
grimoire did
I
you get
might
that
not
out
even
of?
be able to have this conversation with you guys.
the Kabbalah, Hebrew, if you're interested,
You
Cade.
doing what
The
goetic
ritual.
stuff, like Solomonic stuff?
It's through invocation, geometry, and elemental uh, restraint between the summonser and the energy with personality that you're summoning directly by name,
Mm.
and the
Well,
open concept of Hebrew demonology by name. That's where the origins of that, because I told that's where my demonology studies come from. Is Hebrew origin, Sumerian, Babylonian.
Solomon goetic stuff, right?
Uh, Kind of, I go off of the concept that Solomon used his ring to be able to find what binds and um, utilizes the power of the demons that were summoned. But that's allegory in a certain nature. Some of the energies that have personalities aren't even recognized by Solomonic lore. And true summoning is an endeavor that goes beyond superficial Bible or biblical revelations of such things.
In certain magical practices, for example, like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Fred Arce, he goes on my channel sometimes and talks. He rarely appears. Man's like a scholar. But yeah, they teach you how to get rid of this stuff way before they ever teach you how to invoke anything. So,
Yep.
like the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram.
The reason why I done it was because everybody on the panels were talking about they were battling demons. Now, my encounters with true energies of the demonic nature, which is a malevolent nature or a directive nature that could cause malevolency, I don't sit and brag about on a panel that I'm fighting demons. I have more respect for the nature of a demon and what they're capable of doing than to make such a boisterous statement. So I released how to actually summon a demon so that they have something to deal with.
So you did one live on TikTok, you're basically saying.
No, I gave the
Okay.
instructions of how to do it on YouTube. It's just that I
The
buried the
instructions.
video.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does anyone who follows it can do the ritual if they follow, or
If they
do
want
they
to.
have to?
You know how bad that's gonna fuck them at the end.
No, I'm just asking. I'm saying. You're
Well,
giving
I
at
figure
least, I
if
mean,
they're going to boast about it, then you better fucking really
gonna
do it.
fuck them over, man. It's gonna not even like some kind. It's not like even taking some kind of a. It's like a possession, basically, right?
It can be if you don't know what the hell you're doing.
If you say it wrong or something, man, that's crazy.
Well, they're claiming that they do it in the chats and they claim they do it on panel, and Cage can attest to this. So I put them in the arena where if you really want to deal with a demon, here you go.
That's
Imagine you
crazy.
pull out of someone Chronozon, that Kelly and Dee did. Even Crowley did that. He's like, that never again.
I
You know?
should be talking to you guys. I'm sure people are already gossiping that I'm like in a dark place with you guys. Like
Oh God, it's just some
you
fucking
guys
bullshit. That shit doesn't affect you if you're pure of mind and heart.
are
Either way, either way.
like
One time
like
I
I
was
live
on
in a,
there. I was on
Indians are
someone.
supposed to be holy and stuff, and look who I'm spending time with. I'm such a dirty girl, like spending time with
Holy,
What
have
are you
you?
talking?
The Naga are holy
the
by
Naga.
a different rite than Ganesha or Brahma.
Hmm.
Oh, is that holy with an H or with a W at the beginning?
Which just passed. Do you know that holy just passed? Do you know what that is? The celebration of color. They throw color at each other.
Yeah.
That's the first day of spring.
And
So
is there not demonology in
that's
Hinduism?
when they do the celebration of the moon.
Yes.
When the moon, it's the day of first day of spring.
Right. Right. Um, and yes, Hinduism has demons and demonology.
Yeah, they do, obviously. And the gods
Some of
are
the
half
most
fucked up.
vicious
Their
and
kids, the
ferocious
gods and
demons.
goddesses are half gay and half like
Androgynous.
bisexual.
Yeah, very androgynous. That's represented too in Shiva.
Yeah, it's like a Baphomet creature, kind of.
No, 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 not a
The
westernized
whole
When it comes to
concept
the
Bhagavad
or
Gita is a
Judaic.
when it
saga
comes to
of
the androgyny of it, I mean, yeah.
killing each other, sibling rivalry. I mean, it's kind of like the Bible a bit, but it's basically a saga of just a bunch of tales of just killing each other's brothers rivalry, family, stealing each other's women, having kids with brothers' wife, things like that, right?
Well, that goes all the way back to Krishna and the Vimana attack that went against the city that plummeted. You know, that was inner struggle. That was a conflict of who had rights and powers and authority. If you're familiar with that.
With the which one was it you said?
The city that Krishna had uh, founded and was governing, and whenever the opposition or the gods and the Vimana launched
Mm-hmm.
the attack against it and plummeted it into the ocean, it
Mm-hmm.
was supposed to be the it was a contesting of who had control and authority. I claim
Yeah, I
they
mean,
found it.
mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just know the story.
Yeah, for me, basically, Krishna is Jesus in basically
Right.
the character. And to be,
Exactly.
even though I'm Indian access, I don't follow the Hinduism. I'm just in that way. I'm more of a, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like atheist or anything, but I don't believe in just the organized
I use
religion,
it
you know.
as a
So,
philosophy um, that I can access because I'm actually an omnist. But because of certain aspects of certain knowledge, I understand the philosophy. I endeavored in the philosophy and yoga and the different stations and was greatly intrigued by the Naga themselves
mm-hmm.
and the wisdom that comes with that,
Yeah,
suffering, sacrifice,
yeah,
uh, the nature of the snake, the serpent.
yeah. But they have that also in the Bible. I think all of the demon serpents, they have it in each and every like organized religions books, which they call these holy books, where to
Right.
me, kind of like you see how Krishna is Jesus, so it's kind of the same stencil. Like some movies are even kind of like the same, they just use different actors, but the base of the movie is the same, if you know what I mean.
It's repackaged for the time and
So it's
culture. Like,
repackaged, exactly.
yeah.
Well, you got Buddha, which developed out of
So
that
even the
particular
Hinduism
region.
has been such watered down that people, especially the New Age, which has started way back, like in the 60s, 70s, and I think it started with Crowley, and there was that big, what was that in the 60s, where this organization. Sorry, my voice is crackling. I cannot even like. Just gonna mute myself.
I wanted to mention too, Cage, is if you really want to get into some abstract demonology, Japanese have some of the most
I've looked into it. I
abstract.
know.
Oh my, yeah, they definitely put a lot of thought into their concepts and understandings of demons.
Yeah, I've played like the Bhagavad Gita, whatever you pronounce that, before
But the Bhagavad
live.
Gita is basically just the Bible, but in Hindu. That's what I'm saying. It's been repackaged.
Mm-hmm.
If you connect to that, then go ahead. I mean, before that, before the Bhagavad Gita, they say there's an ancient text where I mean, even when they're talking about those spirits like serpents or dragons or whatever that used to exist here on this place, and this earth or whatever has been repackaged. Like that's the thing, we don't matter here, we're just here temporary, just our bodies here, the material.
Yeah,
Yeah, in a
I'm
carnate
gonna
It's
put this
state.
in the. Sorry, Isis.
Um, if you really want to understand the lineage and history, the Rig Vedas and the Vedas and even the Mahabharata.
I am aware of those.
Are you aware of the
Yeah.
one I put on the private? This one, it's called, I guess it translated, it's called The Path to Purification. If you translate it to English, it's called I don't even want to, I'm going to butcher that. Visuddha Magga.
I got to get in a private chat here to
With
find
the
it.
Gosa?
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't read this book.
You definitely like that one if you're into that kind of stuff.
I mean, I'll check it
I
out.
did
As I
a
said, I'm not into a lot of like different. I'm skeptical.
Yeah, and anyways, like I investigated all this stuff, and it seems to all stem back from ancient Kemetic teachings of alchemy, and it's just Eastern alchemy
well, they
repackaged.
developed what they define as sonic technology long before and documented it any other culture that we have been introduced to. Though I understand that that technology is much more ancient because of the mathematics behind it, the principle of measurement between frequencies and intensity.
Yeah, and it's always good to be skeptical, right? Like I don't take anything at face value. What I do is I just pull all the information that's available in, and it's like another key to the puzzle, and you connect the dots after.
And something you relate to your own life because we all know that we're not going to be here forever, right? Anything can happen.
Well,
Tomorrow
at
we
the
could
front of this
be dead.
stream, if either of you get a chance, I reveal my station. And I kind of remove all speculation from what I represent and who I actually am. So, in information sharing, not as a individual personification of a personality, just in the understanding of what I am and where I'm at and how that applies to structure and architecture in the past prior to the cataclysm and prior to common era. So it's
Basically,
all there.
if you died, you'd be like you did your best. You showed your true self, right?
Always. Thus I suffer,
Not that I want you to die. I don't want to be
effects.
morbid like that, but I'm just saying.
I stared that shit in the face and laughed in their fucking face, and the shit just jammed, and they couldn't do anything and left.
What do you mean?
Oh, like one time I got stabbed and hit in the head with something, and I was on the ground, and they put guns to my face, and I just started crying
Did
and
you think
laughing.
that was it? Do you think that
No,
was your
I was
end?
laughing. I'm like, fucking do it. Watch what's gonna happen to you. I was just laughing at them, and then their shit
Laughing.
jammed, and I had to leave. Like they kept
You
jamming.
think
It
that
wouldn't
saved
work. They
you?
couldn't even shoot me. What?
You think the laughing saved you, your
I
life?
just laughed at. I don't know. I just laughed at them.
Wasn't there blood gushing out? Weren't you like freaking out?
Nah, I was
From
good. I was just laughing at them. I'm like, yeah, do me the fucking favor, buddy.
this is like a movie scene. Like you're the tough guy. Like fuck you guys.
Yeah, no shit. It was on my birthday too. As a
Wow.
kicker. That would have been funny if I died on my birthday.
That would have been crazy, man. People do die though. People die all kinds of. There's no way of. I wish there was a way of we could just. Oh, it's not meant. It's not part of the code, right? For us to plan our exit out of here.
Of
Why is
course
that?
it is. It was done by Yogananda. It was done by several other yogis.
What do you
To,
mean? A plan our exit to get like some person who just died of disease or something. They didn't plan.
no,
They
they don't. That is by circumstance. But if you read
no, but
the
I wish we had a way
autobiography,
where it wouldn't be like so we could just do it just our plan, our way, you know. It's not part of the code basically. That makes sense.
I think that's a limited perspective of potential. Takes a lot of discipline.
Because we're all gonna go through some kind of circumstances to get to that exit anyway, right?
Yeah, if you're able to achieve it.
You can get saved as many times. Cage did. We have too many times probably, you know. Haven't you, Rattblood? You've had many
Fuck, I got
lifetimes,
saved.
right?
I got saved. Yeah, I got saved a whole bunch of different times. Like even like just being on the highway and shit. Even.
Yeah, just a few seconds. I mean, people drive reckless on the road now. Like, you have to be very, very alert. You can't be a slow driver. You have to be keeping up, you know. And
Yeah, like
things happen.
one time someone's about to like, yeah, we were going pretty quick, like, you know, and someone's about to turn. I was paying attention, so I was like, they were about to fucking hit me, and like it would have been a horrible crash. But luckily, I was paying attention. I moved to the other lane.
You could have some body injury and you could have just been like a vegetable just from that seconds of. It's crazy, man. Your life is just. It's crazy how our life is just so. I don't
And
even know.
people don't know they risk their life every. You know, it's a
I
huge
know
risk.
fragile is such a cliche word of saying it, you know, but it is.
Yeah, like even
I've
getting
been
on the
looking.
highway, you know, is pretty risk. You risk people risk their lives every day without even fucking knowing it, really. So
Yeah.
Been looking into quantum death.
But we get forgotten too. Like, for instance, you know, I'm not a big YouTube content creator, but it's somebody who's kind of a little bit big. I don't want to name names and but they pass away. Even like their channel and stuff, that will all get kind of like buried in space, just like how they get forgotten. And there's always something new, someone newer, and people move on and they forget, like memory, you know. A lot of people don't even remember like what happened like last week, something in their lives. They forget so quickly, you know.
the funniest thing I ever hear about is like when someone passes away and somehow everybody knows about it within like 24 hours. It's like, where the fuck are all you
Oh,
guys
like
when that
how
happened?
fast it
Yeah,
spreads.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's like everyone knows about it, like just
yeah, it's
within like
crazy.
24 hours. Like that's all people talk. Yeah, but what happens when the fucking guy's alive or the woman's alive? Like you don't give a
But
shit.
that's like that in real life too.
Yeah, no.
Real life is like that too.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to, real life.
Shit, we're talking about morbid stuff. Sorry, I'm not mean to put it
It's
No,
down.
you're fine.
you know,
I'm just.
people tend to avoid these topics, and it's
Rat
always
blood accepts the darkness here. I thought we could talk about
Oh yeah.
dark
I
here.
don't. Yeah, I'm
I
not
don't think
resistant to the conversation at all.
I don't even think
I'm just.
that's darkness in my mind. That's just like a part of reality, you know.
Natural
Yeah,
to
it's natural.
you have to face the darkness to see to actually even escape this. If there, you know, if there is no coming back here, you have to like really brutally come basically to your knees and just cry just how terrible this place is and how you don't want to come back here.
mm, disassociate from
Yeah,
layers of
but that's a hard thing. As long as your body is here, it's hard to completely dissociate unless you're in a deep trance meditation out of
just
body, you know.
watch the front of this stream when you get a chance,
Mhm.
because I'm not going to speak much beyond that in speculation or even participation, because the message that I delivered was a sacrifice.
And there are some beings apparently, like in Buddhism or whatever, they call it a bodhisattva, where essentially it's like an enlightened being that advanced along the path. And then when they, the ideal of reincarnation, which I guess is implied if you think it's like a hell realm or soul trap, that means there's some sort of reincarnation going on. So, anyways, these bodhisattva characters will purposely reinsert themselves into the matrix of this reality in order to benefit the other people that are still along the path, until everybody reaches that path at the end of the path. Yeah. I have no issue with this realm at all. I'll happily come back and fucking take care of business over here.
You want to come back, Cage?
Yeah, I'll come back for fun. Just fuck with shit a little
Just
bit.
to fuck with people?
No, not to fuck with people. To fuck with their, with whatever malicious algorithms being put onto people. I'm like a virus to that.
But it'll be a different age. I mean, right now we're in the technocratic age, I guess they call it.
Yeah.
But then maybe if you come in different, it might be different. I mean, this place has been replaced so many different times, right?
So that's fine. I'll learn and adapt.
How your memory gets erased when you start from fresh?
Yeah, like you're conscious, but subconsciously it's probably still in there.
How do you know? Do you have complete control of that? You don't know for sure, 100%.
Well, no one really knows for sure, 100%. Even like scientific stuff is just a theory. But either way, it's apparently they've been doing studies on this stuff with the Earth's magnetic field. Apparently, all thoughts that have ever existed or will ever exist can be stored in that with ease. There's much memory left over. And yeah, they've done studies where
they're already doing that right now as we speak. Everything is being stored.
Yeah.
Well,
now they're doing it in a physical way, but like on data servers and shit.
Mm.
Yeah, they've proven that all minds are interconnected. For example, like at Laurentian University, and I've mentioned this a bunch of times, but maybe I haven't to you. It's like they have two people in a silent room, completely dark, and they're measuring their brain waves, their EEG, and they simply flash a light in one of the rooms, and when they share this magnetic field, the other person's brain responds as if they saw that flash of light. And they did another one where they imagined tapping somebody on the shoulder, and their mind responds as if they got tapped on the shoulder. Yeah, everything's interconnected and stored, and that apparently they think that these uploads and downloads are happening during REM states and during like altered states of consciousness and stuff. And usually when the Earth's magnetic field is quietest, there's less noise in the system, so these connections can be made. Like for example, it's like someone living in India and their child got into a car accident, since you brought that up, in California, and somehow at the exact moment, the person will get like the mother will get like that instinct or whatever, and like be like give a call at that exact moment somehow.
It's like a synchronicity kind of thing that happens.
Yeah, that's like an easy way to explain it, but it's all interconnected. All minds are interconnected.
Like even this, I mean, we're having a conversation with each other. Our bodies are not next to each other, but our voices are vibrations coming out of our bodies, relaying through the screen. And
like do you understand how these voices are being transmitted to us? It's technically not our voices. It's being put into numbers, technically sent over a server and then decoded.
Bouncing off of each other, back and forth.
Being decoded on your end. These are not our voices at all. If we're all in the same room, I guarantee we're all going to sound slightly different. Then you'll get the actual voice to your eardrum. Right now, it's a series of uploading, downloading, encoding, and decoding.
Just picking up things here and there.
Yeah.
Are you making a drink or something?
Yeah, I was.
What kind of drink? Scotch? on the rocks?
Nope. Coffee
Wow, sober.
at the moment.
You don't have your bottle.
I
Sober
got one
accent.
by
There
me.
you go.
What's that?
I got one by me if I need it.
Okay.
If I choose to endeavor in that course of direction, it's available.
Sometimes these conversations can get your trigger, you think. The mind can do a lot of things to make it wander to your bottle.
Fucking
I use
actress has a hole in his cup. I don't know what's happening here.
He has a hole in his cup.
it to enhance my
Do
experience.
you? I feel like you have a rat, like a something engraved rat blood, like a royal cup.
No, just a history of the endeavors that name is associated to.
Do you ever mix coffee with liquor?
Oh yeah.
You never had like an Irish coffee before, or like Bailey's and
Irish
shit.
coffee. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spanish coffee is so good.
Yeah.
I love that cream on top. Cinnamon.
They put Bailey's. It's like a kind of like a coffee liqueur thing.
Mm.
There's another one too. I forget. It starts with a K.
They have something in Zambia, Africoco. So it's a coconut, like Africa, like a cocoa, yeah, drink, but it's alcohol.
Well, alcohol just comes from like an Arabic word, right? For meaning like spirit leader. That's why they
Mm.
call them spirits. And one of like the most popular spirits is gin. You know, gin, kind of like a
Gin,
gin.
yeah.
Yeah. So I wouldn't recommend it for everybody. Some people, maybe actors seems like you can handle it, but some people can, they drink and turn into a completely different person after.
Oh, yeah, like Jekyll and Hyde, yeah. They
Yeah,
can't hold their liquor.
yeah, it's not for everybody. Some people,
Most people.
for most, so certain people can use it and not let them affect
Yeah.
how they're gonna behave and think and all that. But
Some, I think, just cannot control the ones who like black out. I've never blacked out, but I've known people who just will not remember. It is completely like blacked out, and I just like, how can you just? I've never been that drunk where I just felt. I've always felt like I've in control with whatever I've just
you ever puked off of it?
off of
Probably.
alcohol. Yes, it's the
Yeah,
worst feeling.
yeah.
Have you? Obviously,
Yeah, when I was like a teenager.
but you still remember, right? What
Yeah, I
led
remembered
you?
everything.
It's not like you blacked out. Some people will be puking and they won't even remember that they puked.
I think it has something to do with choline.
What does that mean?
Choline is something, some sort of neurochemical in the mind that has to do
Oh,
with
blacks out.
memory. Yeah. Nah, but yeah, nowadays, you know, it's funny. I guess like people get sick and they go and get like cough syrup or they have allergies. They go get like allergy medication or they get a headache and take a Tylenol. I feel like these things actually increase what's happening to you.
More, you're right. Yeah, people's pain tolerance has become so like there's a pill for anything, you know.
I mean, they should make a pill for people to remember to take all their pills because I think by the time they're like 40, they have like 8 different prescriptions on
Or even
average. So
yeah, or just to come to work or just to even function for the day, like take a bunch of Adderalls and just a cocktail, just then mix with coffee, just so they could just go to their work, basically. There's a
That's a
lot of people
robot.
like on meth and stuff for like high profile career people who are just on these very heavy drugs but they're like functioning, you know.
I seem to be able to stay somewhat coherent, whether it be extreme opioid use or alcohol
For how
or
many
being
fucking
sober.
years? That's years and years of experience, access, because you built up a fucking tolerance like a fucking elephant. That's why.
People say they have
Uh,
most amazing
yeah.
sex too with the drugs. They can't give up the pills because of the sex. I'm not saying I have, but I'm just saying.
Ecstasy, uh, yeah, that was an experience, but that was heroin based ecstasy.
The fuck is
It wasn't.
that's like a speed bump. Yeah, because what ecstasy is, it's actually MDMA. It comes in a fucking crystal. And what ecstasy is, like, they'll mix that with like coloring and like different fillers, and usually mix it with, they'll mix it with an opioid, or they'll mix it with like meth or something. So you're not even getting. It's pretty much
Yeah,
it's,
this
it's
was.
MDMA mixed with something, pretty much, is what ecstasy is.
Yeah, it was heroin based.
That's fucked.
I don't go fast, man. I don't do uh, any amphetamines or speed other than caffeine.
I'm saying there's a lot of people functioning, artists, a lot of people with money. Because it doesn't mean if they're on the drug, they can even hide it very well, you know.
Yeah, I think I'll just stick to the plants that I grow myself. Yeah.
It's almost like they get like a superpower, some skills that you won't get if you're
Well,
just it's sober. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, they give people in war fucking meth and all that good. Keeps them going, right? Makes them fearless. Makes them fucking stay up all night and day for
yeah.
days.
I mean, beautiful art is caused by madness, right?
Hitler was on fucking meth and shit.
yeah, it is. I'm on my second canvas now since my revitalization
Your second what?
canvas. I finally
Second
got
can
the
oh, your paint,
yeah,
your art.
yeah. I've reconstructed my miniatures and the stations of the gods, uh, observing hell, the arena of hell and the caverns, and put that all back together. Uh, Brought everything that was in disarray back and started producing new stuff. And my first inspirations were one canvas I put in the new production studio, and the other one is still being worked on, developed, and a new song that I just finished, but haven't applied the samples to yet. So yeah,
Been busy.
creative juices are flowing.
That's good. You've been busy.
Yeah, yeah, I really have.
And doing the live streams too.
Finally, you snapped out of it, bro. Fuck. Yeah, I heard you said you got your shit in order now, huh?
Yeah, everything's in order, aligned as best that it can be for you know my comfort needs and environment and ability to produce and entertain.
Wasn't the spring equinox gone or is it coming?
It was yesterday.
It was yesterday, yeah.
Well, it depends what time zone here. Technically, it would still be today. But yeah. The 20th.
So I guess it's different other because Holy was not Yeah, I guess holy was day before yesterday. I need to double check. But yeah, it's the same thing. That's from sailing. Holy, spring equinox, same thing, you know.
Yeah, all cultures who observe the solar measurement have an observation of it.
Because the Hindu calendar, which my mom has, is a different date and everything. But in that, it does say that celebration. So it's kind of the same stencil, basically, just different number than the
Well, there's
calendar.
a mathematical precision to the cardinal direction that is written within the architecture of many of the megalithic sites. Uh, even some of the South American temples have amplification of sunlight through different holes and shafts to indicate um, all kinds of different mechanics built into the architecture to identify solstice, equinox, and then you have the lesser temples to the moon, and then the position of different heavenly bodies indicated by zodiac, houses, modes, cycler measurement. It's all in the architecture.
And with the astrology, so whatever happening to the moon and stuff, it's also affecting us, right?
It seems
The
to.
shift.
It definitely seems to. Um, Izzy, your audio.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I find that observation of the position of the constellations, the planets, the moon, and even the houses on the long count of the sun have an influence and effect over environment and uh, humans. And the new station transition of the sun seems to be having an effect on animals too. But all the major planets are on one side of the sun at the moment, which is interesting to the pull or the inertia of the Earth and the Moon and the Sun. I think it may have some attributes to certain things that are happening volcanically, geologically, even phenomenally. And I think it's also revealing uh, certain things that they don't want to make publicly evident.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm just doing IPM over here.
Okay. Um. Oh
Oh, you get
shit.
Izzy's backstage apparently. I don't know. There's two of her. She got a double now.
Izzy 2.0. Are you familiar with that, Izzy?
Um, I don't know.
Well, you've managed to clone yourself. So does that clone representation come with a audible effect?
Fuck, I think we have to reinstall the audio packet on it. What's going on?
I'm not sure. You still with us, Izzy?
Or should be glitching.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry you guys. Because I have the StreamYard guest app on my phone and I thought I could just go to it, but it messed up the whole thing. Just because my sound goes off a bit and I felt like, yeah, sorry you guys.
Sorry.
There was definitely a clone, 2 of Izzy's.
Was that
People would say there's a ritual going on. Axis is doing some kind of sorcery on me or something to Kali. That was my name.
Oh
you
man, hold
started,
on,
Axis.
hold on. I'm going to have to emphasize what you just said and allow you to at least experience some of what a couple of streams ago I wanted to tribute to you, if you have a moment.
Everything around me became suddenly unreal, as if in a dream. All of my most sensitive areas were inflamed, my extremities pulsating with tingling sensation.
I'm never satisfied, and therefore never happy.
Everything around me became suddenly unreal, as if in a dream.
I'm never satisfied, and therefore never happy.
All of my most sensitive areas were inflamed, my extremities pulsating with tingling sensation.
I'm never satisfied, and therefore never happy.
Everything around me became suddenly unreal, as if in a dream.
I'm never satisfied, and therefore never happy.
All of my most sensitive areas were inflamed, my extremities pulsating with tingling sensation.
I'm never satisfied, and therefore never happy.
Everything around me became suddenly unreal, as if in a dream.
I'm never satisfied, and therefore never happy.
Anyhow, that's a small aspect of video that I've done on the more peaceful states and calm of different aspects of the deities. There's millions, but
It's the anthem, the national
yeah.
anthem of the.
I remember you made. Remember the one you made of me, Axis, and it got age restricted or something. You can't even play it anymore.
Yeah.
Fuck you, motherfucker. That's the only one that got that got age restricted.
Right. Welcome, Dom.
What up, Dom? Yeah, that's kind of funny though. You're not allowed to play that one, are you?
No, they would age restrict this entire stream. Yeah, I did one for the more aggressive aspect of Kali being the consumer, and I did one on Shiva. Did one on Yogananda. Um, did one on the forbidden lover of Shiva. So different aspects, different songs, different feelings that gave me impressions from when I was studying Hinduism.
But those a lot of images you put together.
Yeah, I wanted to at least do one song that covered different aspects instead of directly dealing with the personification of a certain aspect of that particular deity or God or Lord.
Dom is like namaskar. You Canadians, I feel like you have a lot of Indians around you, so you're familiar with Indian words and stuff.
Dare you call me a Canadian?
Access, you don't know. Do you know the normal Indian greeting? I'm just messing with you.
I'm still upset over being called Canadian.
Are you part Canadian? You're not, right? You're Midwest.
No. Right?
How dare you call him a Canadian?
Midwest.
Exactly.
You have a bunch of Canadian fans, though. Cage is usually here. He's your like
How
right
come
hand.
everyone has to be a fan that joins the panel? I'm on Axis's fan. I'm just, me and
You're
Axis
his
were
shadow. Cage, you're his
Axis. So
shadow.
Axis doesn't mind. If someone shows on a panel, they're automatic fan. What the fuck is a fan? I'm a
Access has kicked you out too, right, Cage? When you talk too much, you get out of hand.
no. I don't think he's ever kicked me off. I had to
I'm
kick
just
him off one time when he's all fuck. You're beyond it.
when
Fuck
he
that
gets
shit.
out of hand.
No, he was like, no, that day he was on massive
Access
amounts
never
of
gets
shit.
out of hand.
You haven't been around long enough yet. Sometimes he gets angry, but that's because of the shit he was going through in his life, and then
Not with the
all
ladies, though. I don't think he does that with the ladies. One,
The
unless
only
he
one that
really
I
does.
ever got truly upset with was Vex.
Oh yeah, I remember that. She made you
I mean,
mad.
yeah, I can appreciate her intellect, but we vary when it comes to social demeanor. Not very compatible there as
Social
far as
demeanor, you
interaction.
mean just like in general? Social
Um, we have two different concepts of accepted social interaction.
I'm looking at the comments.
No,
Maggie's like, you're
maggot,
half
I'm not
Canadian.
half Canadian at all.
But you're fully fucking Australian, maggots. That's like the same thing as Canadian, except you speak a little differently. And the kangaroos and shit. Worse
access.
of
You.
Damn.
What are you saying? What are you? Like a
Uh,
Midwest or Southern? What would you say you are?
Appalachian, native, and
Native.
Scandinavian immigrant.
Scandinavian. Huh?
Yeah, it's my mother.
There's a lot of Scandinavians in kind of like southern Illinois, Indiana, that area, right?
Yeah, yeah. I was fortunate enough that I was brought up in the Appalachians because that's where my dad was indigenous from. But I was infected with the Scandinavian bloodline from my mother and my grandfather, not my grandmother.
You do have a lot of Canadians, though.
Yeah,
Kate,
yeah.
Tom.
I don't discriminate. I try
Fools
not
and
to be
Tools is from where? Fools and Tools is like from Europe, right?
Australia.
Australia. Okay, you have a couple Australians. Maggot. It's pretty
Yeah,
international.
I appreciate that. Uh, Different perspectives from different places, different observations, different environments that they've been subjected to, different lifestyles, interactions. These are all things that help build a diverse cultural understanding. I don't like the ideal of being just idyllically westernized. It's not for me.
I think, yeah, the city I'm in is the most multiply diverse place in the world or something, if not in like North America. So
You're
I'm
saying
used to
Canada?
in Toronto, yeah.
Toronto, yeah, Toronto is.
Yeah, I'm used to it. Like, yeah, the way I look at people, I see them through their deed and action. That's how I judge them. Like,
Same. I grew up with a lot of different kinds of people, blacks, whites, mostly Indians and blacks, though, I grew up with.
yeah, the high school I went to, I was like one of the only non-quote black people there. So
I didn't grow up with a lot of white people until I came to America.
I grew up with a white only community.
Yours was just white?
Yeah.
School you went to white?
Yeah, they eventually bust in one black girl for the funding. I held the 1% Native American uh, status for the school, and she held the racial diversity status for African American. But she wasn't shipped in till I was in fifth grade, and she was bussed in and bussed out. But the
What
entire community,
state were you in?
it was the Ohio Valley
Okay.
uh, and the foothills of the Appalachians. But my where I was born and developed in the younger years was Casey County, Kentucky, Liberty, and that was definitely white.
Church? Did you go to church?
Yeah, I was introduced to a church,
What kind of church?
Southern Baptist.
Southern Baptist?
Yeah.
Every Sunday?
Yep. what probably fed most of my hedonistic rebellion was
You went with your
the
parents?
went with my grandmother and my aunt and all of my cousins. And when I wasn't there, I was with another aunt and other cousins who were in the same denomination and conducting themselves in the same manner.
What do Southern Baptists believe? There's so many different types of Christians. I mean, I'm not, I didn't grow up Christian,
They
so.
believe those are the only ones that's going to heaven and everybody else is going to hell. And they
But you
have
don't go to
extreme
church and stuff?
practices.
Okay.
Yeah, I went into that on yesterday's show
What Bible
with
do they
Pam.
read? The Old or the New Testament?
The New Testament and generally the King James Version only.
Do they believe in the New World Order and all of that?
They are apocalyptic as hell.
Hmm.
Vile. Vile to the fucking core.
Are there a lot of them in the Midwest and South? Southern Baptists, you would say?
Generally from the Appalachians throughout the Ohio Valley, all the way to the Ozarks. And I do not like them, nor what they stand for. And out of all the philosophies and religions and esoteric schools that I have been introduced to, I would say that the Southern Baptist is the least contributing to my resources because they have shit to offer other than their true conviction by faith, their devotion, if there's to be any inspiration found from that.
Why? How deeply involved were you there? Like you were forced to go all the time or whatever.
Yeah,
Seems like you were, the
yeah.
way
See, I
you're
never really
talking
grew
about.
up with religion like that myself. Like I guess
Same with
I was
me,
baptized as a baby,
Hinduism.
but Catholic. And from a young age, I'm like, this is some fucking nonsense. Either way, yeah, and I never really got. And yeah,
Same. I
my
grew up Hindu.
parents never, like there was like 2 times that they go to a fucking church when people get married and when they get baptized. At least in my family, they're not really like
My mom
that
was
much.
very strict, but she never enforced it on us. She only believed in one goddess, Gayatri Ma. And then my dad was kind of westernized, so he didn't really enforce it on us. So I didn't go to like church or anything like that. So yeah. So it's crazy when I hear somebody like Access, like they just as a kid, you just had to go.
Hmm. That's programming and conditioning.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, it's like a cult.
They dragged
But
your
either way,
cousins,
it's
everyone.
like
That's
no, it's
crazy.
actually 3 times. Yeah, in the family. I don't know. I guess they just do it over there because they're told to. I don't think they
Hmm.
understand. Like you're doing some strange ritual and dunking a baby underwater
You
again,
know,
like
they
a
go
ritual.
there, they don't even know how to read. So I live in this small town, just kind of new here. But I just wanted to check out the church. I'm not into any of this stuff. I just, but I went there and they were reading Bible study. And they've been reading Bible study since they've been like zero, basically babies. And they were doing like a quiz to all the songs that they sing daily at the service, and they couldn't remember the title. They've been singing it like for like decades since they were kids, and they
Oh
couldn't.
wow.
Well, there you go.
Okay, well
And then
that's like
they were even
that's like a
reading the
robot
wrong
malfunctioning.
verse. They were just so out of it. They were in. It was like basically like go, like even like Todd, like like really like young kids level. I would think it'd be advanced Bible reading. There would be like, teaching, but it's like the most basic level of Bible reading. There's no conversation like even what we're having or something. It's just very, very just like surface level. Just very, you could just basically, even a chat GPT is way better than, what's the point, basically.
Sounds like a Midwestern church to me.
Yeah, basically, that's what it is.
Stagnant still with no depth.
But there's a bunch of old people and they've been brainwashed. That's the thing. They're all brainwashed and they're just thinking they come with their books and they're like notepads and they like make the little note, like, like what the fuck, man?
The
You don't even know what you
highlighters.
like. Yeah.
Yeah.
This old lady comes, the whole kit. It looks like, you hold your iPad, those cases.
Mm-hmm.
So she's got her pencil case and shit, man.
Some of them are extremely devoted.
The food is
I
good. I'm
know.
not gonna say these late old ladies can get a good spread of food, man. Southern ladies, like Midwest.
Oh, they'll feed you. Yeah.
They had like breakfast for dinner. So biscuits, gravy, pancakes, scrambled eggs, fruit, you know.
I found that to be more prevalent amongst the Seventh day Adventists than the Southern Baptists.
Did they do that too?
Um, Southern Baptists would have gatherings where there were food, but they were strictly ministerially spiritual within the confines of the church. There was no pleasantry.
Would you say that the leaders of all these different denominations of all these different religions are somehow interconnected in some higher level? Like the
I'll
top
tell you
people.
what connects them is their
Yeah.
interpretation of that fucking book.
Well, no, but I'm saying like every other religion too. Do you think like beyond that? I'm talking about the people at the highest levels of that stuff that are running the show, kind of thing, in the background. Like the super churches, whatever they call them. Like there's a hierarchy in
Oh, the
religion.
mega churches are not like the
Well, like
small
cardinals and there's
individuals.
bishops and then there's like whatever. Like there's different
No, you've
levels of the
got
Jew.
the pastor, the deacon. That's about as far as the treasurer. That's about as far as the structure of the Southern
I'm
Baptist
saying,
Church
I'm saying, do
goes.
you think probably a lot of these people are in an outer order, if you want to call it, or an inner order? That's like hidden, something like is there some collusion going on between all this shit?
There is with um, such things as the Branhamite. Um, I have a friend who infiltrated the Branhamite. I was not interested. My grandmother was associated to the Branhamite through a pastor that she Caldwell, Brother Caldwell. But that was extreme devotion to profane teaching, to my understanding. I didn't endeavor because once those people get your number and you're living in a community like that, they can make things very difficult on you.
So you're saying after Southern Baptist, with your grandmother, you moved to Bramnamite?
No, my grandmother was associated to the Branhamites through Caldwell, which was her pastor. But the pastors that I were introduced to, uh, Caldwell had already died, and
Oh,
my grandmother had already been indoctrinated and convicted to the Southern Baptist from Kentucky.
Childhood? Okay.
Yeah. And that was instilled and inherent in her. And she distributed it to her children. And then they distributed it to their children, which were my cousins, and my aunts and uncles. So they were all uh,
That one woman just dragged everyone. That's crazy.
yep. Yep. And it still resonates through her two living siblings today and all my cousins.
You're the dog sheep, the family.
Oh, I'm black as fucking sin.
Black sheep.
Yeah. I am the embodiment of the devil himself to them.
That's where they don't want to go. They're praying, so they don't go where you're at, right?
No, they have nothing to do with me.
They don't even want to know you.
No. I'm beyond redemption even by prayer, according to them.
That ended a long time ago, probably, right?
No. The two remaining siblings that are still that heavily indoctrinated are persisting.
Well, this persona you created is kind of making more sense now, right? So from a young age, you're trying to you're being indoctrinated and brainwashed into something that you didn't really, that you knew inside of your heart wasn't the right thing to be. Well, say you went and became an omniist, and that when you explored all these different things, got yourself, into the. You made your, you remember you were saying earlier, like, my vitality's back or whatever. I'm getting put it on the. You said it. It's kind of like a mask or stage clothing, whatever the fuck you said.
Yeah, I'm able to perpetuate with strength the character that I kind of nurtured, that image
That
of,
background of you made you who you are, basically.
If you
yeah,
think about it, because it's a rebellious thing, right? Like you don't want to be involved in this shit. So you want to sort out like the opposite of it by nature. That's what a child would do. Yeah.
fucking nothing to do with it, actually.
And not even
I
really the
mean,
opposite. If it's like the same fucking thing, pretty much. But I don't know. You want to like
well,
look at
I think so.
alternative belief systems.
Yeah, I absolutely credit them for my endeavors into all facets of understanding. They tried to dominate and control my every aspect, and I just wasn't going for it. So, you know, it
That was
had
a
the
catalyst
complete and
for.
total opposite effect.
Yeah, that's a catalyst for the Axis Rattblood persona, really.
Yes,
To me, it's the
absolutely.
pandering, Sorry to interrupt. I'm just saying, like, because I don't go to church much, and just how the way people behave, of how much in love and how much faith they have in God, and the part of the way they just look with those doughy eyes and just like they're gonna be saved. That's the part that just makes me so like how people can be like that. It's acting to me.
Yeah, they become convicted under the ideal that by some grace, that no matter what they do, it's forgiven and they're going to live eternity in a paradise
I think it
without.
has a lot to do with it in the psychology of it. It has a lot to do with tribalism and having some sort of a place of belonging and a sense of community.
No, but
And
it's also got many levels because churches are like big money making businesses also. They're very well. I've never seen a church where there's things out of place. Everything is so, even this church I went to, they have a beautiful kitchen. It's very simple, minimal, but they have everything. It's a nice space, very well organized, very nice frontier. They keep it, so that's money, right? And something is funding that, right? And it's non-profit,
Yes.
so it's a big front, you
Oh
know.
yeah, it is. And I was gonna say, like, I used to know this kid growing up and all that, in high school and shit. And yeah, the man was like, he was completely fucked, but out of nowhere, he just became like completely brainwashed by Christianity and started going to like attending the church and like crazy and like just became like it was like his thing, he's like, I didn't really hear from him after like after that, but yeah, he's like giving them like 15% or like 20% of his fucking money, everything he makes, pretty much directly to them.
It's generally 10% tithing.
Whatever it was, I think it was like 15 or something, or 10, 15, whatever it was.
Maybe in
But either
Canada.
Yeah, in Canada they tax you a little more over here. Right? We have monopoly money. So either way, fucking. Well, Buddy met it like he met his wife over there and shit. A lot of people go there for pussy too. Don't get it twisted. Or the opposite, or the other way
Oh
around.
yeah, it's a meat market. Churches are meat markets, man.
Oh yeah.
It is pedophiles, all kinds of freaking people. It's not just it's all kinds of, you know, things going on in church. Gossip too. People go to gossip. Small. That's what when I went there, and all these church people just gossiping, especially a small town.
Yeah, especially in community churches.
Basically gossiping and eating, and then 20% is the Bible reading, which they hardly don't even understand it.
There you go. You have been introduced to the superficial culture of Midwest religion, Christianity. If you go a little further south into the Appalachians, then you'll get introduced to what I was subjected to.
Do you think it runs still deep since it's from your childhood to completely
Yep.
get it out of your system?
Well, with any help from Satan, it will be completely out of my system. And that's a utilization of the adversarial force, Satan being the adversary, not Lucifer, the individualized state. I use Satan as an indication of an adversarial aspect. And I am, to the Southern Baptists, the adversary. And I stand that position.
Did you ever get born again?
As best that I could interpret as a child, baptized, was a fundamental indoctrinated Southern Baptist and was recognized by lineage and family until they realized that I wasn't controllable. Then I became the devil.
Access, you're not the fucking devil, bro.
I didn't say I was the actual incarnation of Lucifer, but I am adversarial. That makes me a rebellious nature or
Wouldn't
a
that
state.
I think that wouldn't that aspect be in every human mind in a way?
Generally, it's a condition that you will have to deal with if you do any type of interflective work. But interflective work in that nature in Southern Baptist, no, it's just not accepted, nor is it even recognized or encouraged.
Theirs is Jesus, right?
Yep. In the name of Jesus. Yeah. Whenever I reached the one of the higher pinnacles of my career, I was in the Rust Belt doing industrial music, and the band I happened to be with was a celebration of sex, drugs, and Satan.
Man, your family must be just praying hard after that.
I'm beyond redemption. And I was put to the test by my conviction, believe me, in the most trying way. I declared a statement once. When you have condemned yourself beyond all redemption of God, know that I am there to receive you. And that was put to the test. Some people would consider that blasphemous. I consider it innovative. But I do remove safety protocol to extend my boundaries.
The spring equinox is making a big shift, changes.
Yeah, it's having a pretty heavy effect, especially with the temperament, atmospheric energy, and general resonance.
You can actually just feel it in the weather, the howling wind,
Mm,
not
elementals.
where you live, but
Yeah, they're celebrating. Where are they celebrating again in India? And Holi, right?
holy.
Until April 1st.
That's my New Year's,
Yeah.
April 1st.
They make a big bonfire too. It's like a little
Oh yeah.
ritual.
I make bonfires too randomly, but yeah, I've seen the phoenix come out of it multiple times. It's weird. And one time I was at this place, is this like it's like a ski hill, and there's like bonfire pits, a ski hill, like a fucking coliseum thing over here. I never even knew it existed. I lived here my whole life until I moved around that area. Like before, I moved again. But either way, that one, I was there once, and it was like a bunch of people there. There was a shitload of Jewish people there, and they were having something called Lag Omer or something. And if you go on the Wikipedia, they like summon the fucking phoenix out of the fire. And I was like walking by. I'm like, what's going on here? So I like asked people, and they like told me it's like it has something to do with the Kabbalah and some rabbi who gave up like the secrets of the Kabbalah or whatever it is. Something to do with like the 33rd day of Omer in their calendar.
Were they all wearing the little red string bracelets?
Where they had the black cube and everything. You
I
know,
don't know. Were they wearing the little?
Teflon. You know when they have the, like the, it looks like a black cube. It's called a Teflon, and then they have like stuff wrapped around their arm, like a strip,
Yeah.
like a black tie thing.
When I was a
Leather thing.
practicing Messianic Judaism, I wore the white tassels with the blue strand from the four corners of my clothes. But I was pure legalist.
And these guys,
Depends
like, I
what
guess they had.
level.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Continue.
I said depends
Oh,
what level of Mason, like because there's different.
Mason.
I mean, you guys were not around the Masons, right?
I'm talking about like Kabbalistic Jewish people making a ritual at the place that I go, and when I looked it up, it's a phoenix coming out of the fire kind of thing that they do. And yeah, when I go there and make my own, I've seen it multiple times appear, like huge, because I make massive fucking bonfires. Like I'm talking like 13 feet. Like
Just on your own, you do it.
I don't really plan it out on the day. I just whenever I just go.
Because a lot of these bonfires are according to like the moon when it's just not just it's like a ritual basically, you know.
There's certain aspects
Basically
of
like a
witchcraft
harvest,
that,
almost the spring.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's ritualistic fires that we build in witchcraft and different magical rites and rituals according to the cycles of the moon, stations of the zodiac that we've built.
Scandinavians do it too, right? The midsummer.
Yep.
When I was seeing it though, like yeah, like pretty much there was like a bunch of younger people, and like well, most of them, like a lot of them wearing like there was a shitload of people there.
How did you even get into? I feel like those kinds of places are very exclusive.
It's an open ravine.
Well,
It's
they
like a
want other
ravine.
people to just.
Yeah. So whatever. I don't know. It's like I checked it out, and yeah, there's this one guy there, and like they're big in the city. There's like the Mervish people. They own like theaters and all this, whatever. They had their truck there, and then they're throwing pallets into the fire. And there's this one old man. He looked like he was dressed from like 1910. And man looked like he literally looked like a fucking demon. It was weird. He was like an old man, but he just he had like the pocket watch thing going on. The suit.
Did he have the Shylock?
I don't know, but he was just like he never said a word to anything, and he was like walking around the fire. I tried looking, I tried talking, I tried saying something to him. He just looked at me like I was like fucked in
That
the
sounds
head.
like a aesthetic.
Yeah. I wanted more information about it. The man
He
just
might
looked
be
at me
like Biden, all bad, like patched up and heavily medicated. So it's basically chemical and old bones.
No,
the old man circling the fire the entire time, and like, yeah, I went up, but he looked like he was like fucking 200 years old. I'm not even joking. I'm like,
Shit.
but he didn't at the same time. And I just remembered him. He just looked like a fucking alien or something. What's going on over here?
probably a Hasidic rabbi. Which would make sense if they were actually endeavoring into true Kabbalah.
They were, and they were using all the other people around. They were just all fucked up, drinking, like doing all types of crazy shit. And then this guy was circling the fire, like harvesting all their energy or something. Weird. Most of the people, because I had to ask a bunch of them, I'm like, what's going on here? What is this? Because, like, I knew they were doing something. It's called Lag Omer or Bomer or something. You can search it up. Either. No one really knew. And then someone told me what it was. And, all right, and then I left. I was just trying to figure out what was going on there.
You basically just stumbled into it.
Yeah, and then I made my own fire. You know, made my own. I don't need to do all that. Anyway, people are trying to offer like food and all this shit. I'm like, I'm not taking anything from these people at all. You know, I'm good. You can hold it.
What's wrong, Cage? You got a problem with kosher food?
They're like donuts and shit. But I'm like good. I'm good. I don't want any of that.
Drink the Kool-Aid. The People's Temple, Jim Jones.
Shit, thank you
Drink
for the
the
offer.
Masonic
You know,
Kool-Aid.
people, aren't they like
appreciate the offer,
Jewish
but
too?
yeah.
I actually even went to the Masonic lodge in this small town. They had like a little
N-
charity
Not,
fried catfish cookout, which
that's
was
Masons.
interesting, by the way.
Those are Masons
Oh,
and
Mason,
Eastern
different.
Stars. Yeah, Masonic is messianic,
So what do
as
they
a
believe in?
Messiah.
Mm.
Judaism with a recognition of the Messiah, whereas actual Orthodox Jews don't believe that the Messiah has come yet, nor does the Hasidic.
So they're kind of like the opposite of the Jew.
No, not the opposite. Just they accept the fact that the Messiah had actually manifested in the form of Yahweh. That's the crucifixion, the birth, and the resurrection. And they still hold to Mosaic law.
All right, I found it here. It's spelled weird. Lagba and then a capital Omer. Lag Omer. Omer. I don't know how to fucking pronounce that. It's a
That's a
Jewish.
like a celebration or something.
Yeah, look in the. I put it in the private, but it says it's a Jewish religious holiday celebrated on the 33rd day of the counting of the Omer, which occurs on the 18th day of the Hebrew month of Lyre.
Well, the Kabbalistic Jew goes by a lunar calendar. I don't know if you knew that or not, Kate.
Yeah, and they do. If you read about it, I should send the Wikipedia link. But yeah, they show the phoenix coming out of it, like the elemental, and then like it has to do with some famous rabbi. That's what I was told too. That like gave up the secret of the Kabbalah or something. It was like the last known person that could like pass that real knowledge down. And they make bonfires for that occasion, apparently.
Yeah, I gave up information at the beginning of this stream that I was suggested not to share. So I imagine there'll be repercussions from that, but I don't give a flying fuck. This is a new frontier, and I'm a part of seeding a revolution.
Well, if you're under oath or something, obviously you can get fucked.
Wasn't
Hello.
under oath. Hey, be more?
How you doing, Mr. Rattblood?
Oh, just hanging out with fellow vanquished souls into the realm of the third dimension. And yourself?
Yeah,
Speak for yourself.
dude, I'm running on thousands of milligrams of THC right now. I'm feeling it.
Gotcha. Whatever it takes to get by, right, brother?
Yeah, dude. I'll probably end up staying up all night because of the sativa brownies that I made.
Sativa.
Sativa.
Yeah, I'm an indica person myself.
Yeah, I find that like if I switch them up, I think that's the best way for me. I switch from sativa dominant to indica dominant, or somewhere in the middle. You know, they're all hybrids.
But my true absolute love beyond even sex and relationships with the female persuasion is the poppy, the
Oh yeah,
opiate,
milk of the poppy.
and virtually any derivative that comes from it.
Yeah, opioids there. I did have when I was younger I did snort some heroin, and I also had crack, and I had a pint of Jack Daniels and smoked some pot all at once. And my friend's like, Jim, you're turning green. I looked at
Yeah.
and no shit, I was turning green, dude. That was something else. Well, yeah, man, I kept myself from dying somehow. I just thought if I pass out, I'm not gonna wake up. That's what I thought. I mean, it was pretty. I don't know. What was the word?
Yeah, you guys are fucked. I don't know. Where I grew up, I've seen too many crackheads on the way when you're a kid
I don't
around here.
do
You're seeing too many like
accelerant.
people fucked up. You're like, that's never gonna. I'm never doing that. You see all these people fucked around you.
Yeah, I
Did you
do.
not hear me?
You know what I mean?
I do not do accelerant. No amphetamines, uh,
I'm talking about
no
the
crack,
opioids, any of
no.
that shit.
Yeah, dude. I just kind of I've mucked around with them.
Just
I
because you still do fucking other shit. That's
never got hooked.
retarded.
Oh,
You
I
know
do
me.
slow.
Yeah, you do goddamn downers or whatever you want to call it, right?
I don't know that.
Suppressants.
Well, I have benzos. Um, I enjoy all forms of opioids, codeine, morphine,
You're a customer.
heroin, you know. But then I
Yeah,
also
you're a
enjoy
useful customer to somebody. That's all you are.
alcohol and, well, the pharmaceutical uh, industry. I was a customer of them for over 20 years.
Hey, Axis, you ever try kratom?
Yeah, I got a bag of that bullshit in the fucking kitchen.
It's okay. Yeah, it's like kind of like a wannabe opioid.
Yeah, I didn't like it. It was just a tease.
Yeah, right.
It's so nasty, even. How do you even the gag factor of it, right?
Dude, I think that's what caused the. I had a.
Don't you have to take it like a paste?
Yeah, you can get it like a
And
But how do
paste.
you?
down
I don't understand how people originally get into this shit. Like someone
Just
offers you,
nasty. I don't.
like
I
someone's
feel
gonna
like
be like,
it's
oh,
all
here,
a
take this crack
psyop.
pipe or this meth, and
Yeah,
like
and
snort
people are
some
like, yeah,
fucking
we'll
heroin.
take it. Yeah, exactly.
What are you? If someone offered me that, I fucking slap them across the head.
If
Like,
you
I ain't
looked
fucking
at
with
it, it looks like nasty dirt, like just green dirt.
Yeah, it's nasty. Yeah, I agree. I've still got damn near a full bag of it sitting on top of the cabinet. I was like, fuck this.
Yeah, dude, I blame that. I had some. I had a whole big kilo of it in this jar, and I went through that, swished it around in my mouth, and swallowed it. And I did that so much, and all of a sudden, something started growing on my face. It was like this. My parotid, or yeah, parotid salivary gland got large, like a bag. So I had to have the surgery. So they cut my face open, and what they said they found inside was some greenish white, and I mean brown and white stuff that looked like the consistency of sand. And that's what that shit
Protein.
looked. It was a mixture of brown and white kratom. And that's what they
Izzy,
found.
your sound just dropped out.
So I
Oh,
said the total shit, nasty.
yeah, it is nasty. Yeah, it tastes nasty too.
And that,
it.
look
Just
what
stick
it
to
did to your face.
cannabis,
Why are
man.
people taking this shit, man? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's
Stick to cannabis. I don't know where you're at. You can probably legally grow it. Just grow your own fucking weed and fuck off. If you
yeah.
want.
I got enough hookups. I don't need to grow my own.
All right, but it's different when you, if you don't, I don't think you should be doing anything that alters your mind like that unless you produce it yourself. You know, you
Okay.
know.
That's your interpretation and your understanding.
Yep.
I've
Well, if not,
done
then you end up getting
excessive
fucking your
and
face cut
copious
open and
amounts
shit.
of drugs.
Not everybody
And,
straight edge, you know.
I can hold my own in a conversation and it hasn't altered my
How is
appearance or
using
my
what cannabis
genetics.
using cannabis now is considered straight edge?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay.
That's the
Yeah, you're
same you could say
tame.
about prescription drugs. You could be going over the prescription limit, and taking full advantage and getting high.
I just end up going to sleep if I take too many pills.
Well, they had the pill mills and that back with the pharmaceutical, they're paying out billions of dollars to people for this shit
Oh, I know, man.
because they push it on people. They call it hillbilly heroin, fucking off the 80s and that.
Well, that was Oxycontin. That was
The
hillbilly
oxys and the
heroin.
personal. Yeah. And they're just pushing those out. They would give people go and they shop around and get like 20 different prescriptions in like Florida and shit, and just
I
Yeah,
give
I
feel
them
like
used
out.
to get,
80% of the panel verses
Yeah.
on freaking SSSI kind of pills. They just don't want to admit it, like Rattblood.
I did the original
A
Dermic
lot of people
fentanyl
hide it,
patches.
Everyone smokes weed. Weed is just,
Most people are probably on SSRIs or like some sort of
yeah.
fucking barbiturate or some shit. They're on something. Fucking.
Right,
How
Maggot?
they stay so
I'm,
long? Like, how many hours do they go, man? Like,
I'm
that's
good
a
with my
long.
fucking weed. I have a couple, the most I'll do, I have a couple beers and weed, and I'm good.
You're young, though. How old are you? You're like 30?
Around that area, around there.
Yeah, so you have that stamina. But I'm saying these old dudes who are coming on like
Well,
50, 60 old.
I'm 45, but I feel like I'm 90. For real.
I held my ground for almost 11 hours with Cage, and I forget who else was on there. I went through 2/5 of whiskey, was on benzos and opioids,
I wasn't
and
there
You're
for
on
that long. I popped
benzos.
in
You're
though,
also
yeah.
on benzos mixed with alcohol. That's a dangerous combo.
Wow, dude, that makes me into like an animal. I never mix them anymore.
That's
Well,
scary. I think I would
it'll
die if
make you
I
go.
did that combo.
It'll make you go completely. It'll probably make people violent or do some crazy shit, and then you won't remember a thing either. Apparently,
Yeah, I get verbally abusive if I mix the two, and then also
Axis probably had no recollection of what the fuck even
X has
happened
got
tonight.
some stamina and
absolutely
some
I do.
tolerance. You
I
got some
remember
tolerance.
I've still got the stream.
You
yeah,
have to go back and watch it again.
Yeah, I have. And I made mention that I was still coherently applying myself to the conversation. And you
You
said,
weren't.
Gerald?
Yeah. No, you were. You were, and that's impressive. I'm like, okay, what the
You
fuck?
weren't like swirling and out of control.
Yeah, like you were
No,
still
I was.
Axis. It was just, which was kind of concerning in a
You even
way. That
smoothly
was,
ended the live stream. You smoothly ended the live stream.
it's kind of concerning though,
Not like
because
you
like
even fell
that's
asleep.
how you know this guy's been doing this shit for years, like heavily, like decades probably.
Well, I'm not fucking lying about it. Why the fuck would I lie about it?
Well, okay, so do you admit that could be an issue, and like, are you addicted?
Well, you fucking think?
All right, so at least
That's why
you
it was such
Why
a
would you even
recognize.
struggle
ask
to
that
get
question
to.
when you know the answer?
Well, no, because I don't know if he believes that or not, because he thinks he's in control of it.
Well, that's why it was so difficult getting to the state that I am now. Alleviating all that out of my system was not easy.
yeah, that's no walk in the park, man. Trying to get off some drugs.
Yeah, but Access, you do it in some fucking weird way, because remember you say you binge and then you purge it or something, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I binge
You
and
should show
purge.
up on my channel when you're like fucking purging or whatever you call it, and you're like completely fucked, like completely.
Yeah.
You know what, man?
You sound like you're dying and shit.
It's better to do that than to keep going on and just like binging and binging. If you don't purge, then you're gonna ruin yourself.
Yep.
So you
That's
have
how,
to go through those waves, basically.
That sounds like a never-ending, like retarded loop you put yourself into.
Same. That sounds pretty wild rides every time, but hey, that
It was, but I also, and Dom can attest to this, last summer was pushing my physical limits to the brink of death to reach higher states of consciousness until, because I had a nurse here, until till she had to call an ambulance to revive me,
wow.
and
So
that
what
was
kind
the
of
end
physically
of
you don't
that.
look like you're in bad shape. You don't look overweight or anything like that.
not at all?
Oh
You're
hell
in.
no!
You
You're
look
like
like you
you're in
you know.
shape,
So
dude. You're in shape. You're
maybe
looking good.
that's what's keeping you, if you're
I'm
not
not.
like overweight, out of shape and stuff. So
I'm not gay Rattblood, but you're a good looking dude.
Well, thank you.
are you getting some
I appreciate
bromance
that.
going on here?
Well, it's what it is, man. I saw him. I saw his upside down cross, and I'm like, well, that's cool, man. I don't have any allegiance to Christianity, so
Well, in
whatever.
the Catholic eyes, that's a tribute to Peter, the Apostle Peter. But to the Western eye, outside of the Catholic Church, it is an abomination of the crucifixion by Satanism.
Well, I mean, like, it's pretty much related to Satanism, isn't it? Like, pretty much like the upside down
Not in the
cross.
Catholic Church.
Yeah, I didn't
Peter
know
was
they.
Well,
crucified upside down.
it's like an inverted. You see how a swastika is an inversion of an ancient
Yeah, it's
sign of
backwards.
peace.
Yeah.
So what
No,
it
and
is,
and
you're just what it is. It's almost like a sign of disrespect or like opposing something, which means it kind of like it has your mind in a way.
It
But
was a lot.
but the Apostle Peter was crucified upside down as an act of humility, not to be crucified as his Savior and his Lord, which was Christ.
It's
And the
mostly
Catholic
there
Church,
just to elicit. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I says was there just to elicit a reaction most of the time, not
no,
to be defined as
it
a.
is by
It's also like
conviction
it's
that
a
I
sign
wear
of
that cross
disrespect
upside
too,
down.
right? Like no, it's like this. It's like taking any sort of symbol and just inverting it. Just to fuck around a little bit. So
Well,
it's
my
fun.
indigenous side, the Native American, does not recognize forward or backward of the swastika, which has been in our culture probably as long as it has Hinduism.
Well, yeah, it's all about perspective, right? If you go to
I
um,
explained that at the beginning of this
east or
stream.
something, you go to the east or something, then you look at it that perspective, and now it's depending on now it's the same way
So
as
at the
it's
beginning of
like
this stream,
there you
I
go.
explained it all.
I remember some maybe Buddhist type dude. I don't know who he was. He looked like he was Asian of some sort, and he had the real swastika to the left, right? So it's not to the right, like Hitler would do. But like that guy got his ass whooped for wearing that shirt.
I got the four elements and the four stations of seasons and a swastika right here tattooed on my arm. You see that? Let me arrange myself there.
Oh wow, dude! Yeah.
And I went to federal holdover with that. So,
Did
you
you
know,
get any shit? Did you get any shit for that?
nope.
No, that doesn't even look like a swastika though, because like I seen I just kind of looked quickly, and I seen like the alchemical, or sorry, not. I seen other symbols on that. It's like not even a fucking swastika.
Yeah, there's earth, wind, fire, water, summer, winter, spring,
Yeah,
and
so
fall.
that's not fucking. It's not like you
And
have
the
a
will
fucking
to
actual
heaven and the
swastika
movement
fucking tattoo.
of cycles.
It depends on what jail you go to, what area, right? You want to have a good time, and so over here you wouldn't for sure. You're fucked. It's like 90%.
Why? Because
They're
it
black people.
represents what? The Aryan Brotherhood, the Saxon Knights, white supremacy.
No, but
What?
I'm talking about that. That's not an actual like real swastika. Like fucking, that's someone
No,
else's.
it is an esoteric symbol to the movement of the heavens and the earthly connection to the movement of the heavens by force of element and cycle of seasons.
Yeah. Also, did you know that there's stars that form the swastika up in the skies? I don't know what, like, I don't know astronomy, but it's up there. There's stars that actually form the swastika. I think that's what people theorize, that that's where they got it from that star
No,
constellation.
yeah, well, it's also an ancient symbol. You know how ancient that symbol is before all anybody did was just invert it.
It was on the
Just like
four.
converting the pentacle to a pentagram.
It was on the Nivana, the temple, the fortitude at Nineveh by the Chaldean people, who were the most
Not
feared.
inverting it. It's inverting like a pentacle and a pentagram, right? How you're turning up, like the saying is used.
No, Cage, you need to watch the front of this stream. You really do.
No, I'm just saying it's all an inversion of a symbol, and it means something to certain
No,
people.
no. It's either a tool of proportional measurement that it was designed to be, or it is a stigmatic interpretation of some superstition.
All right, well, what about like an egregore, right? So the egregore is being done through a sigil or a logo, which is already established in people's minds as easily recognizable. So what I'm saying
In
is
two
this:
dimensions,
you could take something, an existing structure, invert it, and use that power of recognition through people's subconscious mind.
only by point
Yes.
of position, by direction, cardinal direction, period. Outside of cardinal direction and position, it has no introversion or right station. It just exists. And once you take it out of a two-dimensional state into a three-dimensional state, it becomes spherical, or it represents the platonic design that it indicates in two dimensions.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. All right, so it's all about perspective either way. Like, let's say you have a wheel and you're spinning the wheel and you stop the wheel at any point. It
That's
depends
just a
where you
point
look
in
at.
the cycle of the wheel.
Exactly. So either way, the symbol remains the same, and I'm saying that's the power is within the symbol. So you could simply invert a symbol, turn it upside down, maybe put it like on a different angle, and use that
By
same,
cardinal direction.
yeah, by cardinal direction, and still, northeast, southwest, whatever. And from from any point on that cycle, the power
Did
is
we
still
lose
there. It still remains the
Izzy?
same. So you can utilize that. Oh yeah. So, maybe something. I don't know.
Huh.
But yeah, that's a good point, Axis. It's interesting.
I hate she dropped off. I do enjoy her company.
She'll probably be back. She probably would have said something before she left, though.
Yeah, I revealed the language of creation and a interpretable way at the beginning of the stream, including symbology, two-dimensional and three-dimensional, and beyond into a hyperdimensional state. The divine proportion and design of this construct. Without stigma, doctrine, or superstition, or speculation. It's solidified.
Hey
Why I
guys, it's
said
3 a.m., man. I'm sorry, I gotta hop off, dude. It's pretty late. But thanks for having me up, bro.
anytime, man. I'm glad to have you here again. It's been a
Yeah,
while.
yeah, it has, and I hope to see you again, man. And take
Absolutely.
and see you later, Cage. Right? That's your name.
Yeah, nice to talk to you, man. Take care of yourself.
All right, see you later.
Yeah.
So are you going to offer esoteric or types of word models and what your website is offering?
Yeah, that's a possibility. We could do historical figures, or people of the past, or like an individualized experience too.
That would be probably a very marketable thing, the way that people buy into it the way they do, especially if you did like a LeVay or a Crowley, you know, or even a John D or a Thoth
Well, well,
or
we're gonna have to, like Crowley. I have found a recording with his voice. You could do that one. Yeah, you can do. It, you're gonna have to find their voice. If not, you can create one, right? But
yeah, have
something like
AI
that.
generate one that was attributed to the profile or the information that it's gathered on the aspect of that particular, I guess, instructor of whatever esoterics it teaches. I think people would definitely be interested in maybe a subscription to that, or even to buy a pre-developed word model, especially with imagery, interactive imagery.
Oh no, it's gonna be like it'll be like you talking on the live stream right now. Like you won't
Right.
really, yeah, you won't be able to tell the difference.
Well, that's what I'm saying is if somebody was able to, let's say, take all the information on Thoth from the Emerald tablets all the way to the Egyptian and the recordings of Hermes and all the aspects of Thoth that have been attributed to him, and there you have the Thoth image as last known by Egypt, and he's relaying all the information from the Emerald tablet that have been gathered as far as what they say, and you're able to interact. I think that would be interesting, especially if you had an algorithm that was searching the entire cloud and database of information on Thoth.
Funny enough, I don't know if you know Token. Token made a Thothbot like years ago. So it's already out
Well, there
here,
you go. Incorporate it. Bring him in.
man. Yeah, there's lots of possibilities with it. I think at the beginning, the best strategy would be direct to consumer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be marketable, which obviously you have the concept down on, as implied by the website. So, who knows, man?
Oh, that's a rough draft. It's gonna be upgraded. It's gonna be like look real interactive in the.
I guess it's getting coming back.
Like that
Well,
was created in like a few hours, bro. So
right, right. It's not like I still got front page, uh, the actual program for building websites on Windows 95 and web development. I still have the actual disk and the manual, the book for creating websites back then. That's what my associate John Manis done. we had the new artist showcase. That was the website we had developed back then. But it
Yeah,
wasn't as
you saw the whole evolution of the internet. Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't as
What
easy as developing a website today.
when I remember using the internet like the first time, like we're on dial up.
Yeah, we were on dial up.
Someone
We had just gotten
when someone
56K.
calls their fucking phone the home line. It's before cell
Yeah,
phones. And then you get kicked off the internet and shit. It takes fucking like 14 days to download like a few songs or something.
yeah. My first service provider was a little company called Blue River Internet, and it didn't provide to too many people, so I didn't worry too much about getting kicked off. I had maximum 56K. That's only because I had me, John Manis, and Frank Hartshorn, and he did actual paper computing when they used punch paper, and he was the one that instructed me on how to operate and build systems. And then John Manis was a programmer, and he was the one that helped me learn systems files, GLLs, and how to manipulate, especially Windows 95 and earlier, and even 98 was manipulatable. Uh, Aspects of XP were, and then they started taking all that availability away. It became user friendly. So you're going to promote the website from your channel then?
No, separate.
Separate endeavor.
Yeah. I'm not on my channel. That's not to make promote or do anything like that. It's just for information.
Right. Right. I
And
can
I don't even
appreciate that.
try growing that. I've never once promoted my shit really. I never went on anyone's shit and tried promoting myself. Never. It's just all that just naturally came. Whatever's
Well,
there.
there you go.
I haven't like I haven't tried like putting it out there at all. Like
A self-developing endeavor.
I don't want a lot of people on there. I'll delete it if it gets over like too many.
Yeah, it's generally you'll have people that are uh, a little more dedicated to a certain platform, but there's always that passive group of people that are limited. You know that they're there for a short period of time, but they have no true integrity to withstand the turbulence that can uh, definitely infringe itself on the platform.
Yeah, like a lot of the time, like for example, like machine lies, like OT, I don't know, a bunch of people. They're like, they're like, they're occasional. Drop your link in the chat, kind of thing. I'm like, no, please. I'm fine, thank you though. I don't
Well, that's
want all these.
peculiar because no one ever offers to do that. Gen X Jeff, I will say he did every time I would go on panel, would at least drop my link in chat, or he would mention me at the end of a show in the comment section or the
Yeah.
description.
Yeah, on
But
my lives, I don't keep them up. Sorry for the interruption. I don't keep them up. But what I do is I give everybody a wrench. So even if they're on their phone or whatever, because most people are, they're able to find each other's channels and that. And like, I'm like, yeah, drop your links, do whatever you want, fucking whatever. I've blended like two different weird communities together like that. Whatever this is, and then the cannabis growing community.
One that I really find fascinating is I will go to like Talcott, and people who I have interaction with here and actually have had a little history with will not even recognize me when I appear in chat, or they just distance themselves at Talcott and a couple other places, which I find very, very strange. But when they come here, they're very associative, but not promotive.
Oh yeah, last time I was on, I was on one of these things. They're like, "Oh, how can we go over these to access Rattbloods or whatever? Like this fucking Satanist." Da, da, da. I'm like, first of all, he claims he's an omnist or whatever it is. And I'm like, so what am I, guilty by association? What? Because you don't like somebody, you don't want to. So now, just because I'm on a panel, now and they're like, no, you're not guilty by association. Da, da, da. Backtracked real quick.
Right.
Whatever.
Well, I
Like,
noticed
people are
it's
weird.
a
It's like, what
lack.
the fuck?
It shows a lack of personal conviction to me. If you're going to disassociate yourself, um, then you aren't truly convicted by your endeavors.
Yeah, I'm like, just because I go on a panel doesn't mean like I have a personal relationship. Like, our when I'm on the panel, I'm here. When I'm not, I'm not. You know what I mean? Like I'm not out here watching. I'm here. I'm here building and having a conversation in a way. So
Right.
beyond that is like, who the fuck? How, because if he's somebody on another. First of all, why are you watching it then yourself? How the fuck do you even know I'm there? And then, you know what I mean? None of it
We
makes
call it
sense.
hate watching or lurking.
Okay.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
there's a lot of hate watchers and lurkers in the midst. And then there are those that, show up on other chats, and I make a quick appearance because if no one's responsive or there is no, greeting or acknowledgement, I don't fucking stick around. Not worth the endeavor. But it does show integrity, documented. I am quite the spectacle, I guess, to some.
You play into it though.
Well, why wouldn't I?
Maybe you created it from the beginning.
Good possibility. Very good possibility. People aren't as accepting and steadfast, steadfast in their endeavors in the faith as they say they are, and I am definitely a test to that. If you claim your conviction, but you're rattled by me, then you have no true conviction and steadfastness of faith. Your endeavors are limited by safety protocol or indoctrination or fear or a lack of understanding.
I could send you a better. I still have the image. I can send you a better background image if you want. So like a smooth. Like, I don't know. I can make it better. I did it quick access. Like I'm
That's
not
just
saying the
you.
logo, but I'm saying like you see the background, the other thing.
Yeah.
You can make like a better gradient on it, and like smooth out the edges of the corners, and so it all flows together. You know.
Yeah, not a problem, man. I'd appreciate that. You know, that'd be cool. How about
Yeah, I
this?
like seeing it because it's kind of. Oh, there you go. We got the inverted pentagram, pentacle.
They'll say that we were summoning demons.
Oh no! Little do they know, they're probably the fucking. It's all in their mind either way.
I don't think they've actually encountered a demon.
Have you looked in the mirror
They would
lately?
have much more respect. And a peculiar observation is even the one that they followed, that Jesus was mindful and lenient with demons that he encountered. If you know any of that biblical information and narrative. You don't get to heaven by beating up devil worshippers. Remember that. But you can make a quick head to hell with it. Are you cultivating in the background, multitasking?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm working here.
I see. Well, we endeavored to call out the spectators and the ones that don't hold their ground too well, and the numbers drop, the chat stop, people leave the panel. It's awesome. Integrity is a lost art, and integrity with a type of perseverance is even more far removed. No, Maggot, I'm not in good standing either with many, many organized groups, especially the badge wearing kind, as well as the indoctrinated.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
3, 2, 1.
Testing 1,
2-1.
2, 1.
You gotta shut down the YouTube, then do the call. Sorry about that. You gotta shut down the YouTube.
You got it now? Is it stable? Or are you muted?
By the way, you flicked your camera on if you don't know that.
He's probably adjusting it. He said he thought he had it figured out. But I'm
He
not
figured out
sure.
how to put his face on camera, apparently.
Well, yeah, he's not so hidden or anonymous in his demeanor that he's going to hide who he is.
Oh, that's good. But I'm just saying, you're frozen. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. Eventually, he will either adapt to the technology or he will succumb to it by abuse. One night he had it together, though. I don't understand why he doesn't replicate that. He was on here for quite some time, interacting with Dom, and no
Earlier today?
technical. No, this has been a while back on the stream. Oh,
Starting to flower your asses.
right. I see that.
This is
They're
something new. This
echoing.
is my test. This is a new one. I'm gonna see how it turns out.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Looks like
Yeah, needs a lot of time.
predominantly sativa type strain there.
It's a hybrid. I had a friend give me a clone or something. I figured I'd try it out.
Yeah, it looks highly sativa.
Oh, that needs like another 5 weeks, bro. Yeah.
Ah, hold on. Okay.
Hello?
Yes,
Is it working now?
Now we're in
absolutely.
business. There you go. Yep.
I guess it's ride or die, right?
Absolutely. This is Cage from Cage Reality. He's the one that acquired the Red Apron and is into, I guess, endeavors of Albert Pike, Manly P. Hall, Masonic Order, esoterics, such forth.
Oh, wow. I
And
could
he's
learn something from him.
right. He's developing a website right now that has interactive AI word models representing different personalities.
Well, I might
And
have
he's
to.
offering. Go ahead.
I might have to check that out.
Yeah, the link is in the private in the back. You're more than welcome to.
I'd have to drop it again because when you come into the panel, you only see the private chat when you're in the panel. It's not there. The history's not there unless you're on the panel. If that makes sense. And yeah, nice to meet you. Nobody matters if that's your name.
That is the handle that he chooses to go by. Yes.
I'm gonna call you NM.
Nobody
I
matters.
recognize him as the Grand Poobah or the surrogate dad. He's the only one that actually will identify with any type of claim towards me.
I dropped the link there if you'd like to check it out. Yeah, but beyond that, it's not just a text model; it's a voice model, and at the top tier, not even at the top tier, even in like the mid tier or lower tier, it'll be like you have access talking. You won't be able to tell if it's access or not, or yourself on camera. You know, like talking like we're talking right now.
See, right
He's
now,
wanting,
I can't hear my own voice, which makes this work.
right?
You yourself and I.
I just figured that
No,
out.
yeah, it's what you and I are used to, Cage, not being able to hear our own voice, but others.
Yeah, I thought, wow, I think the technology is in me getting feedback from my voice. Maybe I can fix that. So I went into the settings and made a few adjustments, and bingo.
I'm
Right
looking at the
on.
comments. Yeah, that was perfect. There we go. Yeah, your mic is working perfectly now.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
I'm
Nice.
not always on the top of the rock, but I'm pretty close sometimes.
No, I understand. This technology stuff is kind of, for the older generations and that they're not used to it. Right? Some are. They actually built it. But,
Well,
Oh, but
if I'm considered older generation, then I'm quite familiar with technology.
I've
yeah.
got a few claims to technology, believe it or not,
Yes, sir.
that I
That's,
did with technology that nobody else was able to do at the time.
and yeah, I'm looking at the comments there. I'm just making it clear. I'm not a Freemason. I'm not initiated into any sort of order. None of that. Never taken an oath. Uh,
So you're kind of what they call a historical type.
Well, I'm friends with many Masons, people in the Golden Dawn. Like I even know the guy who runs like the equivalent of a state over here, the Grand Master of Ontario, which should
So,
would be like any state.
would it be
Uh,
too personal to ask you why you never joined the Masons if you had this kind of interest?
the reason why I didn't join is because I've done my research extensively. Like I'm not comfortable with taking any sort of an oath.
Well, each time you take a dollar bill in your hand, you subsequently take an oath not to destroy it because it's government property.
I'll just simply trade it for gold or something.
But that's not how you actually function, Cage. I'm sure you use Canadian money all the time.
Yeah,
Well,
because that's what they're accepting. And if I have to pay my rent or get food or whatever, yeah, I'll exchange that. But what I do is I
Right.
create something out of the dirt,
I was unaware
and
he was
then
Canadian.
I trade that for something, and I trade it for other stuff. It's bartering.
Yeah, he's full on Canuck.
Well, I was not
He
aware of that.
bleeds maple syrup.
Chinese water torture. It's like 10 times worse with maple syrup. I'll tell you that.
Well, what part of Canada are you in?
Yeah, I'm just here. No, but either way, so I contacted, people there about this apron. And yeah, they pretty much told me I could keep it apparently. Like I don't know. They're saying like, or you can just give it to me and mail it to my buddy out west in Edmonton, the 13th Craft,
Yeah, it was just a
which is
that's a non-issue, but it was an interest to identify it because
Yeah, well,
uh,
they can't really. Like, I don't know. They're saying they can't. I don't know. I'm saying like I said like I want to return it to the rightful family, and they're saying that'd be the ideal thing to do. So can you help me find that? So,
yeah, it was just an interest in not ever being able to identify it.
but it's not just one family because there's a bunch of names on it. It's like passed down through,
It's a unique
not through
piece, I
family.
will say that.
It just randomly
Very,
came to me.
very unique.
I didn't go out looking for it. My mom found it. It was about to get thrown into a landfill. I mean, thrown away. And the guy, the 13 craft guy, he's in like the Royal Arch, or whatever, like high level, whatever the fuck. But either way, yeah, he pretty much told me that like I've rescued many aprons like that over the years. And he's
They are
like, he sent
devoted.
it to me, but he's like, it's just gonna go into a cabinet, and no one's ever gonna look at it again. He's like, I could, I'm like, I could preserve it, and keep it, and he's like, I don't know what's the right thing to do. He's saying, I have no issue if you just kept it.
Well,
I
there you
think you'd be
go.
fine. So, because I didn't
Yeah,
like going, it just came to me in a weird way.
maybe it was meant to be. I have lots of interesting trinkets that throughout the years I've collected and keep in my own personal private collection. What was it? Cage before Cage was thrown out of the Mason?
Yeah,
Did weird
now he's
shit
hanging
to
with us.
him.
I was a high level mason. I got blackballed or whatever they call it, and I got exiled.
Now I understand. Now you make sense to me.
No, man, I've never been. I'm not initiated into anything. Yet I could probably talk to most me. Like I've done my research on it. Like I guess how and Emma was saying it earlier, like historical, whatever. I don't know what he's. Someone just researches stuff. Right? But
I don't know. I hunt Masons for sport, recreational sport.
funny enough, the last time I ever worked for anybody, I did stone masonry. So I am a stonemason. I know stonemasonry.
Well, as long as you know where to put that cornerstone, right, Cage?
Yeah, most important thing is leveling it first. Yeah, you got to level it first, probably.
Oh, proper direction is definitely a narrative. You want it aligned just right.
Why, NM, are you a mason? And yeah, what are your recommendations if somebody came who's a non-mason that came across something like that? Probably reach out, right, which I've done.
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, you never seen one like that? It has solid gold on it.
Before.
Yeah. Apparently, it's Scottish, right? Like in Edinburgh, like where apparently the first lodge one or whatever.
That was a Prince Hall Lodge.
No, that's not Prince Hall. It's not a. No, I'm talking about Scotland.
Well, that's England, the British Isles.
Well, it's a part of the UK, but no, it's Scotland.
Well, they practiced the Prince
Like
Hall.
the Scottish Rite with Pike and the Scottish Rite Masonry, the 33rd degree on that path of Masonry. Because you got the Cryptic Council in York right on one path, and then
Masons came to America.
well, some Masons would say that it started in Egypt. Could have.
No. Say there are different orders of the Masonic Lodge. The original Masonic Lodge in England or the British Isles was Prince Hall affiliates. They became the Free and Accepted Masons when they came to America. That term wasn't used before that happened.
Yeah, it was because of persecution of the Masonic fraternal order that they became the Free and Accepted Masons.
And you're saying that's when the Grand Lodge of England was established?
Well, the Grand Lodge of England was Prince Hall affiliate. They call them.
Aren't the Prince Hall like Black Masons or something?
That's exactly right in America.
Yeah. Okay.
See, different countries approach Masonry differently. Like in Saudi Arabia, if you practice Masonry, you call out to Allah. In China, you call out to Buddha. It does not have any specific deity. Were you aware
But
of this?
it does signify that it is necessary to have a higher spiritual identification.
To some degree.
Yeah.
So you're talking about like the GA, the Grand Architect of the Universe.
See, the Free and Accepted Mason was so that the slaves could never ever enter into the Masonic Lodge in the United States. So once they became free, well, they weren't free when they came here. So this was a way to keep them out. So here they have their own Masonic order.
Yeah, things run definitely differently over here. But the Grand Lodge over here is all tied back to the Grand Lodge in England. Right? Everyone kicks it back up to England.
Back to the Grand Lodge of England. Anything that's over here is tied back to that.
Yeah, everything is. Yeah, it's all owned by that. And all the lodges have to pay their dues up to that eventually.
But when it came here, there were some changes made in it.
It's kind of structured like the fucking mafia in a way.
The Vatican and Catholicism, which is probably
a Vatican banded any Catholic joining the Masonic Lodge.
Yeah, there's a rivalry there.
Yeah, one of them popes handed that down. Now, a Mason could join the Masonic, a Catholic could join the Masonic Lodge, but a Mason could not join the Catholic Church. You have to understand that dynamic.
True.
I've read hundreds of books on the Masonic Lodge. I pretty well know how it works. But in different places, they do things differently.
Yeah, and then there's also clandestine lodges that are,
Well, clandestine lodges are not part of the Grand Lodge.
They're not recognized by the UGLE.
They're not. No. And usually you don't hear about clandestine Masonic lodges. And usually a clandestine lodge is made up of other lodge members that were blackballed, as you so happen to mention prior to this. Or they disagree with something that the Grand Lodge hands down.
See, this is why, I wouldn't really say anything because I have respect for the Masons. Right? If you dig for it, you can find any of their teachings, really. And if you're inquisitive, whatever.
I mean,
so what I do. Sorry, I'm almost done. So what I do is at the same time, I have a little more leniency because I'm not under Masonic court and Masonic law because I'm not initiated, right? So I've never taken that oath and sworn on whatever to uphold anything. So therefore, I'm able to speak freely. And my question leading up to that is, for example, like a Manly P. Hall character. And he's from Peterborough, Ontario. He's Canadian, and he's Albert Pike, Manly P. Hall is like the two biggest names probably when you hear Masons, most likely nowadays. So apparently he never went through any of the initiations. He's got like an honorary 33rd degree in the Scottish Rite. So is that possible, or some people don't? If they show some
Well, the
sort of
33rd degree,
proficiency, if they show proficiency, they don't have to do all that, and then just yeah.
you have to earn the 33rd degree through deed. You cannot just apply for it or pay for it.
No, it's invite only.
It's not invite.
It's
It's
it's appointed only
it's
by the Grand Council or
yes,
whatever. Right?
you're appointed as a 33rd degree.
All right, but I'm saying he never went through all the degrees apparently, and
They
just
they may not
skipped
have.
stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
there's only 3 degrees in masonry, and people were
On one branch though. Have you looked into the York Rite?
the York Rite is not part of the Masonic Lodge.
Okay, well that's what they say. What about like the other concordant bodies like Shriners and stuff?
No, they're not either. But you must be a master mason in order to join those clubs.
All right, so isn't there some sort of like a cord there?
A court?
A cord, a cord between the two. Like let's
Well,
say we're going into like
if,
like a flow chart. We have a circle, Freemason. Okay, we have Blue
if
Lodge, we have
you are
Freemason, then we have like different branches
a
going
Shriner,
off.
okay, if you're a Shriner, then you can join the Masonic. You have to be a master mason. in
Yes, I
order-
know. You must be a Master Mason to join concordant bodies after Blue Lodge. Yes, I know. Isn't Scottish Rite after a concordant body also just like York, right? There's
Well,
the two different pillars of it.
it's just another club. I mean, you can easily pay $250 to hand it to you, walk away. There's no education to it whatsoever, and you get the 32nd degree masonry. Do the same
Yeah,
with
the GM over here, which is
huh?
yeah, the GM over here, like he's asking me like, why are you interested in this stuff? And I'm like, okay, like I had a one-on-one conversation with the guy who runs it here, and I'm like, he travels, he goes to the east, as they say, but yeah, he's like, I told him I'm looking for esoteric truths. I'm here to learn. I kind of just want access to the library. Um, he's like, have you ever heard of Masonic College? It's like a hidden college or something like that. Have you ever heard of that?
Codes,
College.
Yeah, it's like a Masonic college.
Masonic College.
Yeah.
There is nothing beyond the 3rd level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yes, that's what Masons exactly. It's Blue Lodge, and that's it. It's entered apprentice, fellow craft master mason, and that's it. And then from there, people could choose to join concordant bodies where the requirement is you must be
Exactly.
a master mason. Yes, I understand all this. I'm
The
telling
As
highest
you,
far as
I know all about this
is the
stuff.
3rd degree. Always remember that.
That's the 3rd degree is the highest level in Freemasonry. I know. It's like
Yes.
a shell. I know.
as far as ceremonial rituals of degrees, um, Morgan released that in a book, and they say he was executed by the Masonic Order for releasing it. But I have
What about
a
Duncan's
access.
rituals? Yeah.
Well,
Duncan.
one guy that they claimed that Masons killed him in the 18th century, and I believe his name was Stevenson or something. But there's no
Morgan.
proof of it.
No, it was never proven, but there were 3 Masons that did stand trial for it and admitted participation in it. And it was near New York is where they wound up taking the Morgan and That's where he found his body. By legend and lore, but the book does exist.
Yeah, well,
Has a
Who do you think?
nothing
Who do you
substantial.
think created all this?
The Masonic Lodge was never connected to any of it.
right, right. That's why I said, legend, lore, and
Well,
as far as
that's the difficulty that I think Mr. NM was trying to convey. That people get confused about what Freemasonry really is. The first 3 degrees of Blue Lodge, like as we discussed, that's Freemasonry. Anything outside of that is concordant bodies that are not technically tied to Freemasonry. Although members must be a Freemason to join. So it's kind of like it's a fucking job training, right? You got to get your credentials first. Yeah.
You have to be a Master Mason to be a Shriner or study the York Rite, which is basically a club. Now,
Or the Scottish Rite, too.
in the past, it has been other things, but now it's just allegoric. You have
Yeah. So they call it. Can you tell me what the difference between an operative Mason and what's the other one called? Speculative Mason is?
well,
Because this you're allowed to talk about that. Yeah, that's open. That's open stuff.
well, I'm not exactly sure how I should present that. So maybe at this time, maybe I need.
That's all right. That's fine. Next.
Why is it so secretive, though?
Well,
If
it's not
it's
secretive.
well, I mean, I believe he just said you can talk about that
If
as if you
want to
couldn't.
know certain things, you just need to go and petition yourself to join the lodge. It's that simple. I mean, it's nothing personal.
But I've heard the
Realistically,
differential between those two.
this is the bottom line.
Openly discussed. Yeah,
Let me
with
tell you what the bottom line is.
issues. Yeah.
The bottom line is this: is I went through a tremendous education that took a lot of my time, and I'm just not going to just give that to anybody. That's how it works.
Sir, I already know. I'm not trying to test you or anything, but I'm just talking masonry.
So,
I figured that's something that's not even
between
that's
inspection,
not bound by anything.
I just want to make sure there are just certain things that we are not to talk about. And if I have
You don't want to give it to the vulgar and profane, right?
if I have the slightest hint that there may be a problem, I'm not going to mention it. And with you and your research and you asking me that question, obviously you've hit a wall.
No, but sir, I've had open discussions with a room of Masons about this stuff.
Well, what did they tell you?
Well, the operative and speculative is more of like the exoteric or the esoteric.
That means absolutely nothing to me.
Should.
Well, you want me to be honest with you, don't you?
Well, yeah, of course, but that's fine. We'll leave it there because we're gonna get too deep into it. Regardless, I'm not here to spoil the fucking game or the movie.
See, when you question me about retaining information, Cage, and where Dom is concerned about questioning me on that, if you haven't earned understanding of that information, and I think it could be detrimental, I will not relay it or speak it. So you understand where my principle comes from.
Yeah, that's why I'm not trying to spoil the game. No pun intended with a capital G. So either
Yeah.
way, it's everyone has to learn on their own accord, and yeah, it could be detrimental to put too much thought in. It's not for everyone has to learn on their own pace and do their own path either way. So yeah, that's why I'm done. That's it. No more questions.
I agree with that whole path thing. Everybody's coming from different directions.
Yeah. Welcome, 5C. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. How about you, fellas?
Oh, just endeavoring into a sharing, a building, and a string.
Yeah. I came in, I guess, a little late with the whole Freemasonry.
Well,
I guess
if you get a chance, please check out the beginning of this stream, and you will understand my disclosure. Go ahead, please.
yeah, I mean, I will. The only thing I was going to say with the whole Freemasonry stuff, I got into it a little bit, but seemed to get away from that stuff real quick. When anything's secret, they have to be hiding something.
Or protecting something.
Exactly. But if they're not protecting the house, who are they protecting?
Maybe you.
Could be. It could be a lot
Possibility.
of
You don't even
things
want
like
to
that.
fucking know. You don't even know. Yeah, a lot of people are out here working in the background for you. You understand?
Well, I will.
This
I'm
communication.
glad to hear that, because I do believe that, and that's why I don't fight with a lot of people out here, because I know we're all coming from our own directions, trying to get wherever it is we're all supposed to be going. So I do kind of feel that way sometimes. That's why I don't fight and argue. I try to understand, to figure out where they're coming from, so I can help me better understand where I'm going.
Thus is wisdom.
And I guess at the end of the day, what more would you need than that?
That's why I emphasize, if you are truly steadfast in your understanding and your learning, it's not an arguable position. So therefore, someone to try and dissuade you from your course and direction through argument is ineffective and unproductive.
Absolutely.
What happened to? So what was his name again? Nobody matters.
Oh,
What happened to him?
I'm not sure, but if he has a connection available, I'm sure he'll be back.
Shouldn't have brought up the operative and speculative.
Well, you probe. That's one of your characteristics.
I'm not probing. I'm asking things like I'm just trying to see if he knows really, because I've done my research and I could talk to Masons and that and they'll happily answer anything like that to me. So
They probably didn't put near as much dedication as
They
some other
probably
individuals
didn't
have.
put near as much dedication as
doing it again, nobody.
they didn't put near as much dedication.
You gotta fix it like you did last time.
Doing it again.
You gotta fix it like you did last. Thank God I don't have headphones on right now.
Right? I do.
I feel rest in peace to the fucking headphone users that are
I
listening.
do too.
Fuck.
Yeah, it was stimulating, to say the least. Yeah, I will say, 5-speed, that your development and your ability to communicate has, by first introduction, developed quite well.
I appreciate that. But Cage, while I'm here, I'll go ahead and take the opportunity to, kind of take back our last interactions together, and hopefully we go forward in progress.
I don't even know what you're referring to, man. Like, I don't think about this stuff outside of. I'm sorry. My bad if I came off in the wrong way. You know what you're referring to. Like, I don't. Yeah, I don't even remember what happened with it. I'm sorry. It's all good, bro. There's no water under the bridge.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing major anyway. So,
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Like, to me, it's don't worry about it, man.
Probably a disagreement.
And that's fine. You don't want to be in an echo chamber, no pun intended, with nobody over here.
Come on, can't I just follow you guys around? I don't need to learn anything. I can just follow you guys, can't I? You'll tell me where to go.
Well, that's
you don't need it. Why don't you listen to yourself? Go within. Don't fucking external. You're gonna listen to someone to where to go? Fuck off, man.
Come on, can't I just go get a job and give you guys $5 a week and you'll take care of me?
You're gonna have to take care of yourself, buddy. You're a man.
Come on, can't I buy into the good old boy club?
Nah, bro, we're gonna put you to work. I'm gonna have you on the corner doing 333 jumping jacks per day. On the corner.
I'll get a corporate paycheck and, I'll get that check, right?
Well, you'll be recognized as a due-paying member. How's that? Until you quit paying your dues.
Does it come with its own dog collar and tag?
Yeah, we have an identification process.
You belong to Michigan? You belong to Michigan?
No. You're gonna have to do whatever you did. Nobody, whatever you did last time, you're gonna have to do that again. So you have to do whatever you did. Last time your camera went on and you froze. I don't know if that helped.
You gotta readjust your settings, man. Your audio is highly destructive.
Settings, man.
He's not doing it on purpose. Yeah, I know you're doing it purposely. Not cut the shit, buddy. Seriously, you need a better tactic. You know what I mean?
I don't know if you've paid attention to any of the last few live streams, 5-speed, but have you learned anything, or at least developed an understanding of anything better? Well, he may have fell off the edge of the metaverse.
Fuck, man. Bro, we put up signs in that. You put them on the corner doing jumping jacks. You're going to make sure they don't fall off the ledge.
Right.
There's a barrier set up. I don't know how the fuck they flew off of that.
Because I told them to remove safety protocols.
but they don't want
That
any of that shit. But it's fine.
information can be harmful.
Isn't that the truth?
There you go.
No, there's no way these people lied to us all of our lives. No way. No way.
Absolutely, they have. It's all been a orchestrated theater of social engineering and construction, and the design was set in place
It's
long
so fucking
before.
obvious, though. Like, how do people fucking play along with this shit? I think a lot of people know and they just play along with it. If they're getting what they need in life, they'll just play along with it.
I think I
Actually,
have
Cage,
I think I might have a little analogy on that one.
go
See,
ahead.
in 2020, there's a big difference that I didn't even realize at the time when they shut the country down and, people like us were non-essential and couldn't get out and go to work, but corporate America could. Well, you take an instance at that time right there in 2020, people like me and guys like me in the service industry, in communities, in your community and communities around you, servicing those communities in your business, well, we got shut down. We were non-essential. But our business was if I went to Axis's and he said, hey, I want hardwood floors throughout my whole house. Are you able to do that? Absolutely. XYZ. You get done, you're a man of your word, Axis pays you, loves the job, refers you to a buddy. That ain't the way
Word of
corporate
mouth,
America is.
yeah.
That's not the way corporate America is. If I wasn't a man of my word, I wouldn't have been able to feed my family, but by God, corporate America can.
Yeah, but you know what's funny about that though? Because the business I do is the exact same way, and you
Should be a
also
man
you
of your
get
word,
bad.
though.
But
Your
look,
word is your
I
bond.
am a man. Listen, I am a man of my word, and I give a like you'll have like you know 100 people saying that this guy's fucking amazing. You know what I mean? Great service, great. Not this guy. This company's amazing, great stuff, everything. And then you'll have like some weird people that'll try shutting your shit down, like getting your shit fucked up, leaving terrible reviews, like
Right, because
like
those
just
people
on
are
purpose, just to
envious.
fuck. No, it's probably just like other competitors and that trying to fuck with you. So it's like
Hold on. 5 Speed, I've got to call him out on his integrity.
it's a dirty fucking
There was
game
a
out here.
panel where Cage, Pam, and myself were discussing um, word models in AI, and I asked Cage to help me develop a couple word models for an interactive platform, and he said, "Sure." Now he's doing it without me, so that's integrity.
There you go.
Gotcha,
So
Cage.
it was your
Hey,
ideal.
we're at the
He
beginning. If
didn't.
you like to get
So
involved,
am I
it's not
correct?
your idea, actually.
Let me
This
make sure I
idea is
get
I
this
didn't say it
straight.
was
about way
my
before you.
ideal. I asked
Yeah.
you to help me in the development of it,
Go
and you
look.
said yes.
All right, go look it up. There's a bunch of people already doing it. Not only that, this has
It
been
doesn't
discussed
matter
before.
whether they're doing it or not. I asked you to help me do it, and you said yes. I'm
All
not going
right,
to
you
argue
want to
the
get. All
point.
right, are you ready to put time and effort into it?
Have I not?
All right, you have my email. Give me an email. We'll get to it. I'm saying that's why I brought it forward to you. So what? You have the skills in that. Yeah, if you want to get involved, go ahead. Let's build. I got Jay. He's like a
Right.
master of this shit. And I know you've been doing this stuff since the fucking 90s probably. So let's fucking get to it. You know what I mean? I'm
It
waiting for
was
you to
just
ask. That's why I brought it up to you.
I've been acting, Cage. I've had a word model running for quite some time, feeding and
Are you
characteristics.
serious about it though? Because you have to get serious with it. Now that your health is back and shit, yeah, you can put some more energy into it.
I could, Cage, but
Tone it down on the liquor and the fucking pills and shit.
has that truly affected?
Tone it down on the liquor and the fucking pills and shit.
You're still echoing, nobody.
Has that truly affected
But we gotta keep you alive for a while.
nobody?
It's getting exited.
Nobody, I think you got your YouTube in the background, possibly.
He does.
It's getting exited.
So you think he's pulling a ploy, Cage?
If you're claiming to be a Mason, you're making them look bad with that fucking shit. But either way, yeah, if you want to get to work access, there's always room for you, bro.
I appreciate
I
that,
thought
Cage.
those.
Thank you.
I thought
Yeah, but
those
you better
Masons
get to work for real, though.
I
were
have
sort
been.
of like one of those biker clubs or anything. If you go out here bragging about being a part of something that you're not, it gets you hurt.
I made it very
Yeah.
clear I'm not a Mason. I've never been initiated into anything, and I refuse to be. So I'm good. You know, their little law and their little oath doesn't apply to me.
Actually, they have liquor at the lodge, so.
Fuck off.
No, it
Yeah,
was
they have liquor
Maggot.
there.
Down here it says, got to get off the liquor and the pills if you want to hang out at the lodge. You can do the pills as long as they're prescription, and there's liquor at the lodge.
Bro, all they do is smoke. They're obsessed with fucking drinking scotch and smoking cigars. So,
I think they call them token masons. Ah,
yeah, but that's
but
pretty good though. You know, like we didn't put that much time into it. Apparently now Access we're installing. We haven't even set up like the proper payment or anything like that yet. It's just the beginning right now. This was done over a weekend.
right. I don't know if you're aware, Cage, but I've been gathering metadata ever since I was working with frequencies. I've profiled certain individuals and continually fed that information. And some of it was developed open source off of panels, what wasn't in chats. And it was in the research and development of my frequency technology, but now it has become a lot more valuable because of the introduction of these word models and interactive AI models.
Mm-hmm.
I have pretty powerful profiles on some people, and I could develop quite the interesting
Yeah, like I was saying
aspect of
before,
them.
we developed something to send out to people to make it highly accurate. Because the ones even I made and brought on here are very primitive because I don't really know too much about the individual. And it's pretty much just somehow predicting it through an algorithm. But if you use the 63 questionnaire thing I've developed, you know, the 63rd question's room to add. It's going to take them a while to fill out. Well, that's what they originally get. You know, you can mail it to them, make it write it even, and you can analyze their handwriting if you wanted to. You know,
Right.
as that individual. But I'm saying it's like what you use is it's pretty much a psychological profile. And I know it's funny. You're like, I've had a few of those. Yeah. So I'm but that's protected, you know, through HIPAA or whatever it is.
Right.
It's called.
What I
So
did
this
was
is. Yeah.
I wanted to originally um, identify the personality traits, the reactionary traits, and be able to analyze how my frequencies were affecting in real time, which was a part of the development of my frequency technology. And got pretty heavy profiles for reactionary states, emotional states, and generalized uh, projection, and watched as I adjusted the variables of frequencies to affect them. But that's, that's what I was working on. You remember, I'm sure, those phases. But that's developed technology now. That is solidified. I don't have to experiment anymore, but I do still keep the profiles going for other reasons. I'm recruiting for the Church of Satan.
Fuck off. No, you're not.
Why,
See,
sure
that's
I
what you do.
am.
Oh, come on.
Oh, man. Had to.
Could be
Sorry.
a part of it. I don't fucking know. That's some low level shit, though.
Well, I'm trying to send them to Gen X Jeff's channel to be rehabilitated into Satanist light.
They already are. They're all fucking full of shit. That's what I was fucking trying to. That's what I was saying the other time when they're on there, like, oh, I'm guilty by assist. He usually goes go on Rattblood or trying. I'm like, you can call yourself anything. An atheist can call himself a fucking. You can call yourself an atheist or whatever. You could be a Christian technically through your deeds and actions. It's all through your deeds and actions and the way you present yourself and operate in the world. That's what really defines you, not what you say. Words are cheap.
Yeah, I
You can say I'm
consider
Satan. You can say like I'm this and that. You can say whatever. It doesn't. You can say you're the fucking Queen of England. It doesn't fucking matter. It's about actually what's happening through, the script, the program that you're running, and the very real, way you interact with the world and the results that you get. There's nothing to do with what you call yourself or what people put titles or labels on. You could be you could be like, I'm a Satanist and act very Christ-like in certain ways and with your deeds and action. Or you could say you're a fucking Muslim and be an atheist, or be an atheist and say you're an atheist, be a Muslim. It doesn't matter. Unfortunately, what it is egoism. It's a me type of fucking ideal, whereas the only person people really think about is like, how is it going to affect me? Really, at the end of the day, even if they do kind deeds, it's probably because that's like affecting in their mind, like it might put them in a higher position or like help them or make them feel better about whatever the fuck delusion they're living in. So
I don't think that's the cause and reason for certain endeavors that I take on, but
not for you, but I'm saying for the majority of the human population, they can call themselves whatever the fuck they want, but technically it's egoism or de facto Satanism. That's
oh,
what it
you
is.
mean sugar-free
Yeah.
Satanism? Gen X Jeff.
I can get on board
What
with
it
some of
is,
that.
what they do is they give a lower level of it than the way that they're actually thinking. You know what I mean? They give you like a variation of it that just think about it. People worship social media, like certain things. Completely
Oh, I know.
brainwashed.
I deal
Consumerism.
in.
It's completely social engineered. Like we're living in an artificial fucking simulation reality, pretty much done by social
Program.
engineering.
Yeah, I'm a digital drug dealer, Cage.
You're out here
One of my
slanging
main
dope on
products
the
is
corner. I'm gonna
dopamine.
start making you do fucking 333 jumping jacks too after you run out the bag until we go re-up you again.
You aren't my main supplier. Bill Gates, Zuckerberg, Bezos,
You think the
Musk.
main suppliers are people that you can name?
Oh yeah, man. These guys
No,
are
you
the
can't name the real
developers, man.
plugs. The real plugs don't fucking get named, bro. Fuck.
Well, it's a group. I'm just talking to the
All right,
actual
who's pulling the
cartel
strings
leader.
behind that? Those are the idiots that's like this. It's like back. All right, like when I was a kid, I'm gonna say a theoretical story. Okay, I saw this in a movie. There's a kid, and he's out there, whatever. And let's say they wanted to like have 10 pounds in the car and drive around with it. You're gonna have somebody driving the car, following, and he's the fall retard that is willing to go to jail and just for whatever, for the little risk that he gets, and eventually they're gonna get fucked at the end of the day. Well, they're gonna go along with it either way. So you got like a Frankie, we'll call him Frankie. They'll go steal like license plates for you and shit. You'll go and you know what do you call him? Yeah, he'll be the fall guy. He'll walk around with it behind, and you'll be people will be watching him, but he'll be like the idiot that gets like he's the dumbass that people can name. That's what it is. So yeah, these
Oh, the
people, like the
patsy.
politicians, like these are the idiots that end up getting the brunt of it at the end. You know what I mean? While the real guys, they're working in the back. You never hear about them.
That's right. And
Yeah.
I'm doing distributing and supplying digital drugs as efficiently as I can. I deal in intravenous
They
dopamine.
got you on the quarter axis.
Nah, man, I'm
Like
actually
rock.
Look at the different levels that could be placed upon.
yeah. Well, I also deal in synthetic necrophilia. Um, you know, uh, necrosynthetic distribution. I'm all
Either
about it,
true or
man.
false.
Oh, it's actualized. It can be delivered to your front door for the exact and proper price. Just give me the digit. I can even send you a
Elements.
simulated synthetic victim. Oh, we lose Kate. Oh, shit, man.
Looks like he bounced out.
No, he's right here.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked up me a new microphone. Hopefully it sounds all right out there.
Yeah, it's got a good tone to it.
Sounds clear.
HyperX Solo Cast. $49.95.
I'm still broadcasting through my $5 earbuds with a microphone attached to the wire.
Yeah.
It's effective. Seems to work.
Does the trick.
I don't really see that much of a difference between yours and his mic.
Right? I mean, I've got real nice mics right here in front of me, and I've got a nice set of remote Bluetooth earbuds and all that shit, but I leave everything hooked up for my music equipment, and when I broadcast, well, I have the studio now. I can go into the broadcast studio and actually do a professional broadcast, but for what I'm doing here, hell, these are working just fine, and have been.
Yeah.
We lost Cage again. He keeps falling off the edge of the metaverse. Right? I'm not sure. I've had several people fall off the edge of this panel tonight, just absolutely into oblivion.
I fell asleep early yesterday.
I actually did get a little bit of sleep. Got a couple hours this afternoon, so I thought, shit, man. It obviously it shows I've been on here for about 6 hours now, a little over 6 hours. But it's
I
been.
saw you had a upcoming at 3:21 yesterday, but I don't know if you did that on accident or if What was up? I never did see you go live.
No, I generally post to let everyone know that I will be live, and then usually a couple hours before I go live, I'll do a notification,
Hmm.
and that way people are aware that later on that evening I will be going live, and then if they're got their notifications on, they get the second, which is given the hour that I will be live. I try and stay as prompt to it as I can.
Yeah. Maggot says he's ducking Freemasonry, Freemason hitman.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah. Poor Cage. I really hate we lost him off channel, but I guess the edge of the metaverse, man, it must be steep.
Do you think, Axis, that I mean, I know this artificial intelligence can be used in ways that wouldn't be good, but in the grand scheme of things, what's everybody so afraid of? Can't they
Well,
tell the
with deep
difference?
fake,
Can't
that's the
they tell the
problem.
difference in natural intelligence and artificial intelligence?
No. And that was
That's the
proven with
big
deep fake.
problem. And they
Yep.
all got a checkbook and a microphone said, I know which way to go. Follow me. I got all the money. I got the big mouth. Follow me.
Well, no, what they were concerned about was somebody replicating the image and voice of a political official and them
Yeah, I mean,
starting.
I get that. I get that, but on a higher scale, why are they given a checkbook and a financial tool to spin a narrative to control that narrative?
That is part of the Hegelian dialectic, cause and effect.
Right. Well, what happens when the effect of that cause is that the alchemists, the ones that are true to their word and know the difference of that artificial intelligence and the natural intelligence, what happens when they decide we're done feeding you guys? You're going to have to go get that rabbit on your own. Time to grow up and be a
Well,
big boy. Teach
here's
you
an
how to be a
interesting
hunter.
thing to educate you
Uh,
on that 5 speed. There is
what's that?
something called the Turing test. The Turing test is a test administered to artificial technology to see if it can simulate and pass as a human, a biological human. Artificial intelligence has reached the point now where it is giving biological humans its own type of Turing test to determine whether it's artificial intelligence or biological human.
Here's something that interested me. Um, there's record labels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Big money in this world. And then, in a laboratory, they usually have labels. Teachings could be considered a label, I guess, in some of these people's minds. Where's those teachings coming from, though? Is the question. And are those natural intelligence or are those artificial?
I
I
addressed
mean,
that
if
at the
you don't have
beginning
a
of the
conscience
stream.
nor a soul, you might not be able to figure that out. But what if there was an in vitro insemination going on and you were born outside of the womb? Would you have a conscience and a soul? I don't know. I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
Well, biblically,
And is that what Elon is? Was he born inside the womb or outside the womb? I don't know. It's a honest question that I think needs looked at. Because
well,
if he was born outside the womb, that now we would have to ask ourselves, how did he become the richest man? And as well, why would he have DoD contracts unless they're programming the program and everybody's following along with the artificial intelligence? Hey,
have you ever heard of the
I'm
band?
just an old country
Uh,
boy from Kentucky.
you ever heard of the band Iron Maiden?
Of course.
You know who Eddie is, then, right?
Yes.
Eddie is the uh, transitional, uh, time traveling image that's projected by the band's artwork, cover artwork. Now, Eddie is the personification of Iron Maiden. Thus forth, Elon is the personification of a type of technology that he's associated with. Did he develop it? No. But it's the same as Geordie Rose from Hanson Robotics. He didn't develop anything, but he's the face man for it. And Zuckerberg, he happened to develop a program while he was in college called Space Nash, and it wound up becoming Facebook. You know, and he started
Facebook
working
come
with
out in
Peter
what, oh
Thiel.
04?
I'm not
I believe it
sure,
was
but it took
04. I
place.
think it was
It
04.
took the place of MySpace. MySpace was prior to Facebook, and actually, Zuckerberg, from my understanding, was introduced to Peter Thiel by the developer of Napster.
Yeah,
So
I
all these
remember Napster
people
too.
are associated faces by proxy representing technology that uh, maybe they had a beginning involvement in, but no longer. Now they're uh, position people, uh, and they're identified to whatever technology they represent. Thus,
Yeah.
my main suppliers for my digital distribution of digital drugs.
Hmm.
Got to know my cartels, man.
Yeah. I kind of, I'm kind of. It's all an element of design. I believe, and
Well, sure it is.
there's an input and an output, and there's an input of information, and then that output is an observation, an intake of that information, and a discernment of that information, and a compass and a moral guide supposed to be in that output of that information, but somehow that moral compass and that guide gets lost
Well,
or hidden or
I I
covered.
will tell you that even with Christianity, if you go back and you look at the origins of its development, you will be gravely disappointed at what you think you understand and the actual nature of how that transpired, came to be, and was developed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was the introduction of the New Testament and the Roman acceptance of it as a state religion and the dissemination of which uh, books were going to be allowed in it by the Council of Nicaea that separated the original Hasidic um, ideal of what Judaism is and how it applies now to what developed from the Church of Rome and the development of the Christ as in the book. Only backed by the discovery at Coeur and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Assyrian, apparently, scribes. It's all narrative. It's all been done by design.
Absolutely, I agree with you there. But within this design, do you think it's possible in the design that to be able to flip the table on somebody else's opinion in this design, right? Or
I don't
someone
want
else's
to.
opinion of the design as well, is what I'm getting at. Would
Yeah, I
be
don't want to.
to, well, right, but
What
I
I
mean,
do,
look at that as a protection from a protection standpoint. Somebody comes up and says, "Well, you fell outside of the design here, Axis, and now you're going to suffer." And then
well, that's
Axis is
pretty much
able
where
through his
I am.
words, right? But then Axis is able to, through his words, flip them motherfucking tables on them and feel and make them realize they're the ones that's outside of the program.
Well, I demonstrate that all the time, but is it effective? No.
Right, but I'm just I'm just trying to get to a balance in my, you know what I'm saying? I try to
Well, if
get
you've ever
clarity out here
looked
through
at,
other people's understandings and opinions of things that I've got my own opinion of and my own understanding, but some things aren't clear from a conscious, moral, ethical standpoint. You know,
have
like
you heard
you said,
me and DeFreak go into study on, recently it's the Book of Melchizedek.
no.
Okay.
Okay, hey, can we
So
pause
you
this thought
have,
real quick? Let me grab a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
absolutely. And for those of you who have managed to stay with us this long and endure, is much appreciated. And I hope that in some manner, shape, or form, it attributes itself to your understanding and development. And remember that my panel and chat, as well as extended hospitality, is granted to all forms of ideals, concepts, and understandings for the purpose of developing understanding. A momentary pause for
All right,
statement
I'm
and
back.
report. Okay, very good. Um, if you haven't been involved or seen uh, me and DeFreak interact, especially on scriptured references or um, tech, you would have a much more profound understanding of the extensiveness that I have to offer as far as scripture goes and uh, understanding the Abrahamic religions. But when I
Yeah, I mean,
display that, it is completely overlooked and bypassed as a non acknowledgeable state or issue.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Nobody wants to associate me with being scripturally informed enough to represent their Jesus or God.
Oh, okay. Well, see, that's here's the crazy fucking thing. Here's the crazy fucking thing in my world, right? Dude, I've not read the book. Have I been in it? Absolutely. But I think it's more importantly, I think where it's really at is inside you and that, or the individual. I won't use you or that words like that. But I believe it's inside the individual, and the corruption is the cover up of that to begin with. Just my
It
opinion.
is individual. It is completely
Absolutely.
individual. And I emphasize that, especially with this stream,
Actions
individuals
speak louder
only,
than words.
no tourists.
No tourist. Yeah, I saw that.
And that was by design and reason that I did that because of the introduction of this stream and the fact that I do support individuality and individualized endeavors. It's a very important aspect of one's development. But if you cannot stand
Would seem to be the natural intelligence versus the artificial intelligence. The natural
or the
intelligence seems to be
indoctrinated,
inherent in you, and the artificial intelligence is covering up that natural intelligence inside of you because someone else has rewritten the program.
well, it's
I
interpretive.
mean, I think it's just how we
That's
look
the
at
problem.
things.
If you start trying to take three blind men to describe an elephant, which is a Hindu parable, you're going to get three different definitions of what that animal feels like or the description of it, only because they can not see. They can only reach out and feel a certain part of the animal. And with an elephant, you have three different defined uh, surfaces that you can try and identify the animal with. And that's the same with any type of information. But the fundamental reality of the truth is mathematics. It is
Right. And that's
a
also
language
an
that,
element of design in one's thought process in the intent of the outcome.
generally, it's either
I mean, it's backwards of, I saw something in somewhere once. It said, life must be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. So that's accountability. That's accountability
that's
to
a
your
satanic
word,
principle.
honor. Yeah. Well, flip it around from a good, we can look at things either as a positive or a negative. Most people are trying to find negative in somebody so they can beat them down or make themselves feel better or whatever the case may be. But I'm not sure that's the right way.
Oh, of course it's not the right way. Why would you do
That's
such a
right.
thing?
Absolutely.
Unless you want to remove them from your existence, and therefore you can identify them and just have nothing to do with them, feed no energy to that, would dictate wisdom, or at least discrepancy in what you subject yourself to. That's why, you know, people have kind of
Why would
pigeonholed.
people? Why do you think they would give people a financial tool that is a in that moral foundation? That's a success. But in this corporate foundation, it's a tool and it doesn't represent
That
success in that moral compass, but it's a way you feed your family in this corporate compass.
thus pornography.
Fucking bitch ass slaves.
Well, you know, puts bread on the table for a lot of people, and it seems to be a common addiction amongst many societies.
Well, the
So
food
why
you're
not
putting on the
capitalize on
table,
it?
but I see it. The food that they're putting on the table is their grandchildren. That's the way I see this. By giving it away like that, that's exactly what you're doing. You're putting you're providing their table with your grandchildren.
I'm not sure
That's
what
just the way I
your
see it.
allegory is there. What do you mean
Well,
by selling
if
decadence?
if you're profiting from the moral standpoint, what is where your word is your bond, basically. So if you're profiting to feed your family and going along with the system on that slave note instead of your word through honor and integrity, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Yeah, and that's your stance and your personal, you know, identifying marker. A lot of people just don't identify with that integrity at all.
And
You
and
know,
that's
thus
what I
the
mean by
corporate
being
industry, capitalism, um, marketing. You know, they look to exploit.
that's all I was getting at. So those in that corporate world getting that corporate check, that's basically what you're doing. You're giving them your grandchildren's futures.
Well, that seems
It's
to be
that
a part of
corporate
the
voice that's
design.
running the world, not all these people
See?
accountable to their word.
Well, if you're accountable to your word, then you will not need approval. You will not need anything to identify you as being anything more than self uh, actualized, because you're foundated and you have
I had
nothing.
somebody I had somebody laugh. They say, "Well, you laugh about this stuff." I said, "Yeah, because I tell you the very basic principles, morals of a family. That's as easy as this is, and everybody looks at it like it's real difficult. It's not rocket science. Yeah, I laugh about it. Yeah, yeah. It ain't going to be funny though when you realize what happened and how big of a fool you've been. That ain't going to be funny. That's not going to be funny when you realize it. It's all fun and
Well, you're
games
trying
till
to
then.
sell integrity and a society that is absolutely advent against integrity by design.
Hmm. And
So,
so
you know,
eager. Look at the mindset though. the mind has been trained to be so eager to oppress someone that goes outside of what another thinks immediately. They say it's anger. But see, on the other side of things, if we were to flip that table, as they say Jesus did in them scriptures, if we were to flip that table over, that could be looked at as righteous anger standing against oppression on others. Fuck around and find out.
Well,
see what I'm saying?
That's a sense of integrity. If you stand by your belief and you are convicted
faith
by your belief, then you should demonstrate through action that which you are convicted by.
There you go.
On your own. You can't expect anybody else to be under the same stipulations of conviction that you are.
I think I should put that in my BlackBerry, or so it can remind me, or you think that would be natural?
Generally, humans are adverse to morality. And I'm talking natural morality. I'm not talking construct or etiquette or some type of code of dressing. I'm talking, the structure.
Mm-hmm.
They are inherently resistant by nature of their design. As a matter of fact, a lot of industries depend on them not being convicted enough to stand on their own integrity, and they're very profitable.
I'm wondering if there'll be any truth in those words that where it said those at the bottom will rise to the top and those at the top will fall to the bottom. And those at the top right now are those that seem to think that you don't have to be accountable to your word. Those at the bottom are the ones standing on their word that will be to the top.
Isn't that the parable of what's going on at Jack Talcott's?
Yeah, probably. Possibility.
Seems evident to me.
I want everyone to succeed. And I think the more that's written in books and people's opinions, and the more of that is written, the more weeds there are to clean up in that garden from that moral foundation of the observations and judgments. It would make life a whole lot easier. Whole lot.
See, I understand the human species.
So do I.
By understanding the human species, I know that the only alleviation is by their removal and through a process of demise or genocide.
See, I love to have these conversations like this. Why do you think that you can't have them on other panels and things? And it struggles to have them in general, but why do you think that is?
Because they've been engineered. They have safety protocols. They have boundaries that are considered by their notions socially acceptable or attractive to other people to self-actuate through other people. Whereas on my platform, I'm already self-actualized, so I have nothing to prove.
Mm-hmm.
There is no argument here. Now, if you come in with an intrusive, disruptive type behavior, then you're going to meet opposition with me. But if you've come in to express your idealism or to build or share, then this is the platform that you will probably find the least amount of resistance on.
More open-minded.
Broader and
wider.
Yeah, broader. Just a broader spectrum of acceptance. I have nothing to prove because I'm convicted by what I believe. And I stand firmly on what I believe. So there is no argument here. You can't dissuade my actualization with an argument or by repetitive influence or even indoctrination.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore,
I mean, that was a big wake-up call for me when I realized that. I was like, "Holy shit, man!" Because I never really thought about it like that before. And guys in the service industry, small business, like your local mom and pops, people like that, they had to stand on their word, man, because they were right. They were boots on the ground in their communities. If their word was no good, their kids didn't eat in their business. It's just the opposite in corporate America, though. Go figure.
Well, it makes perfect sense.
Total people, huh?
No, it's the lack of interaction with community. Corporations do not have to interact with community.
Right, but people think because they have more money, they're something. What?
Well, it was engineered within the state of introduction of money being a status symbol, an endeavor to acquire a status through money, currency. It gets you what you want. It buys and sells people all the time. And the more you have of it, the more influence and convenience you have. And that became a status symbol. Something for people to strive to, if you buy into it.
But we all know a child's mind is very vulnerable to an adult that knows what they're doing in the cultivating of planting this garden called thought.
Well, sure, they've known that for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
See, when I start getting real deep into these conversations like that, that's where that righteous anger comes out because it pisses me the fuck off.
Well, it's your conviction.
People manipulate and twist their fucking words to step and destroy and hold another motherfucker down. Nah, that game's over.
And that is a defining marker of your awareness of what they're doing. Not everybody has that. Not everybody is going to engage in that, especially if it's going to ostracize them.
See, I got a lot in common with Jack. The only thing different is in Jack's story and my story. No, I don't know the situation between his family and that mine was all due to money, status, and income, right? That's what my deal was all about with my family, in truth. But you go back to, I was in the service industry, so my word was no good. My kids wouldn't eat. And I was I had a successful business. And Jack was in corporate America, that corporate time clock. That's the only difference I see. But see, I've always had to stand on my
Jack
word because
Talcott
that's how
as,
I ate.
to me, Jack Talcott is a deceptive misrepresentation of Jack Talcott.
Yeah, I don't know. Basic, one thing I will share about Jack is I sent him a message basically saying, hey, I'm not one of these disruptors, right? I'm not one of these guys that's willing to spit in the face of another man standing beside me in faith. So I pretty much cleared the air right there. And that's all,
That's because you believe that Jack shares faith with you. Maybe
There's a lot
you
of work to
lied
be
to yourself.
Well, at least that's what he says. We all had to work on our faith. And I just don't see allowing the disruptors, the ones that don't think they have to be accountable for their words and their actions. I don't think surrounding yourself with those people are going to help you clear up that imagination.
Well, Jack is this particular branch of the metaverse community church at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a incredible amount of distance between where Jack is and the fall that's inevitably unavoidable. Just remember, community church. Everybody puts on their best face.
Well, if there was a community, there'd be communications, so there can't be no church because there ain't no place to house it.
Oh, there's definitely community. Look at the chat. Look at the people who stand behind Jack unconditionally. Those who
Where's the building in those communications, though?
Where's the
By
what?
continuing the building and communications, bringing people together,
repetitive.
building trust.
It's stagnant there.
That's the foundation.
I mean, let's be real. How far can you push love, peace, and changing the world through interactive politics?
Yeah.
Huh?
You
Huh?
ain't going not too far. Not too far.
Exactly. It's a beautiful concept, and in the 60s, it was a great ideal.
That's why I think that foundation of faith is the most important part. If you got to get that, you got to get right with that. As far as my opinion, you got to get right with the base of your faith before you can have any observation, true observation of anything, and judge from there. Just my opinion. Some people like to put the cart before the horse. I like to take their.
I know where those principles. I know where those principles do not lead.
Right.
They are principles and a concept that has been non-advanced ever since its introduction of the Love Peace Society and changing the world through initiation of politics and influence. No, they've already got it set up. Love and peace is okay if you're looking for maybe a reprieve from hostility, but is it sustainable? No. Will it grow? It has nowhere to grow, has nowhere to go. And unless it's individually actualized and practiced, it's just lip service.
Yep.
Like I said, it's a community church there. Accept it for what it is and go on. Or keep attending and become part of the congregation. But don't dare try to introduce change, because you will be met with resistance.
From many angles.
Yep.
That's the triangulation. They all want to gang up on one another.
Yep. That's the stagnant pull that it is, thus the community church. And there are devotees to it, because when I come in there, and there are people that come to this channel and interact, they act as if my presence isn't even noticed. It's amazing to see the lack of integrity.
You can't get any deep moral conversations. You can't get into any conversation like that over there. So, and then I gotta wonder, well, where the fuck is the growth going to come from if there's no conversation? See, it's a double-edged sword.
No, it's a church sustaining itself.
Well, I mean, life in whole is either you're doing things right or you're doing them wrong.
Well,
That's either
apparently
hot
they're
or it's
comfortable
not.
with what they're doing, and they don't want to change the narrative. So if you go there to change the narrative, you're going to be met with resistance.
I look at everybody as teachers and students. Okay, that's a teacher. Okay, that's students.
Now, everybody's a student.
Well, yeah, we all. I agree with that. I agree with that. If you ain't learning something every day, you should be.
Then you become as stagnant as a community church.
Yes. I see. I would
repeating
I agree,
and recycling the same doctrine over and over and over. Like I said, the human species is best diminished in number to a developable and non-environmentally taxing number, if any at all.
I don't know. I'm kind of excited for what the future holds. See where this goes.
I'm rolling with the punches, and I'm adapting and integrating. You know, it doesn't mean that I agree with it. It doesn't mean that, you know, I see this development as being something that is going to be sustainable and productive in the long term. But what good would it be for me to be defiant and resistant of something that is inevitable?
Again,
I learned from
it. That defiancy would be biting the hand that feeds you, giving them your grandchildren's futures. The way I see things.
I am quite the resistant little character, and I am quite adversarial.
I'm
Or
resistant
otherwise,
too. Resistant to
I
allow oppression.
oppression. Being on this platform or on YouTube is accepting of oppression.
I could see
You
how
tr-
you could say that.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Censorship, algorithms, peer
you open yourself up
disagreement.
to all those bow and arrows from everybody, and they're bearing false witness and claims to destroy your character and morality and credibility, your
Well, certainly.
word. They're trying to steal your horse, as they did 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Leave you for death, because they.
You expect anything less?
Well, yeah.
Especially with
Expect
the
people like us to
anonymity
come
that you
along.
have.
I expect people like us to come along and flip their worlds upside down on them. No, homie, you ain't going to get to go to the nail salon today. You got to get out there in the garden and weed.
I would rather reserve that energy than to waste it. It's best utilized elsewhere.
$1.
I'm just trying to set an example and a new frontier that needs an example of revolution and what that signifies. So that's the best I had to offer, because I'm not going to break myself for trying to create somebody else's perception or guideline by force of conversation or energy or argument or other.
Exactly.
Not interested.
That's why, I mean, we all come from our opposite paths, obviously. We've had different life lessons, and being open-minded is the key part. Open-minded means you're willing to learn. You don't think you know everything, so.
Well, I would argue that no, they don't, nor do I.
Let me grab me another cup of coffee. Be right back.
Sure. Oh, damn, I had a guest in the back and should have put something in the chat, Cage.
Yeah, it's all right, man. I've been working over here either way.
Yeah, I would have seen it in the chat if you'd have put it in there. I wasn't paying attention to the little guest dot there. Good to have you back.
Yeah, thanks, Axis. And I figured at this point my lights are fucking turning off at 7. So, might as
Is
well.
that what you got them set to for cycling?
You know what I did? In one room, I have, I have a bunch of shit automated, but one room one section I kept not automated.
Mm-hmm.
Just so it forces me to be up every day at 7 in the morning and then 7 p.m. on flower time, you know? I don't know, it gives me
Disciplining.
discipline. It's like, it's like, like people have work and they're like, oh, you have to work this fucking cycle. So like I purposely do it to myself. You know what I mean?
Disciplining yourself to your trade. Sure. Makes
Yeah,
perfect
I
sense, man.
purposely make so like my dumb ass has to be there every time, no matter what. You know.
That's a part of self-structuring, I guess. Absolutely. Most people don't even have that integrity. They have to be dedicated to a dollar and showing up on time at work to motivate that type of ingenuity.
Yeah. So you just purposely do it to yourself. Fuck it. I can show you a box I literally have a massive box filled with timers. I'll show
Right?
you.
Morning, KC.
Right, I got like 20 fucking brand new timers in the box. 'Cause I don't need timers. I got extras. I don't even know. This is back when I was wholesaling equipment. And I still have like a box filled with timers. Mm.
I used to have timers for my setup, but shit, man, those things are so long gone and outdated. Who knows? I live in such a controlled spectrum of light now that my lights stay on all the time.
Yeah, I've done clones and like veg plants and shit under 24 hours light. It works in that if you have the right spectrum.
Right? Well, that's what I noticed about all these monitors and screens that I have was I was able to neutralize uh, the radiance that they had in the effect by introducing a equilibrium of light in the same spectrum environmentally. And now my eyes don't hurt. They don't get red, glossy. The only time that my eyes really bother me is when I'm trying to read small text or if I'm doing a lot of texting. But that has to do with being able to read. It has nothing to do with the glare or the flicker rate or the blue haze. I have managed to neutralize that. Well, happy Friday to you too, Casey.
Yeah, morning, Casey. But here, look. Here's 9 different random timers. Right? And these aren't even the ones I use. But either way, yeah, like I guess we only have 9 left. There's probably a bunch more in another box somewhere.
Right?
You purposely just there's 9 of them. But either way, yeah, might as
Those
well.
them wall timers.
Well, for me, for
Yeah, the electrical distribution timers.
24-hour plug-in timer where you can set different intervals.
He is a cultivator of the cannabis genus.
So yeah, I purposely leave stuff not on timer, so it makes me I'm put myself on the clock.
Welcome to the panel, Casey.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Welcome.
I saw you were on, so I just want to say hi. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Yeah, it was going to be a direct informational stream, but there's been such a transition of guest and topic and energy and build and discussion that I didn't want to shut it down. I wanted to go ahead and cater to it.
Well, that's
It
wonderful.
has,
Yeah.
yeah, non-disruptive.
Really.
Yeah, it's actually been quite a progressive stream. Yeah,
Fantastic. I will have to listen to the replay, see what I missed.
yeah, it's got so many different variables. From the beginning of it opened up as a power stream of information. Had Dawn, which is Tab Rose, and a cast of guests every since.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah,
People are sharing ideas. That's great. Well, I will,
so far,
yeah. I'm going to go back to sleep. It's 5:26. So that is my cue. But I just wanted to say hello. I saw you on, so just figured I'd stop in and say good morning.
well, thank you, Casey. I appreciate that.
My
And
pleasure.
you're still in my thoughts, and I still have much faith in the fortitude of your endeavors.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes,
All
not
right, everyone.
forgotten.
Have a great day. I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, Casey. Take it
See
easy.
ya. Bye.
I believe she could stop a dangerously intended person with the subtlety of her voice.
There you go.
There's a need for everyone. Everyone has a position.
You know, I'd like to think that was true, but by the observation of how um, integrated the species has become within itself and how extensive the population has become, and especially its reproductive qualities of duplication, I have to question that. At a point, that has to become an abomination. At a point, that
Yeah.
has to become just nothing but consumption instead of production.
See, I think where my foundation's at, where I observe from, if you want to say, if there's no successful family, there's no teachings, there's no nothing. So as the family grows and those teachings elevate and that family grows outside of the house, now there's a business. Still the same house rules, still the same teachings. Who stole the business?
I'm sorry, that was a humorous laugh towards Maggot's remark there. The corporation did. The mass acclamation of money off of a product or an ideal. That's why Walmart destroyed mom and pop and small business.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody absolutely participated in that. That endeavored into a Walmart. So every person that participated in purchasing an item at Walmart participated in the destruction of mom and pop and small business. Now it's just a general convenience to go to Walmart because you don't know anything else.
Well, yeah, over here, I think in the industry, in the cannabis industry, for example, what they have is like, it's funny. They did a lottery when it first became legalized. They did a lottery to who can get a dispensary and all that. It's ran by AGCO, which is like the Alcohol Gaming Commission or whatever the fuck.
Right.
Munitions. And yeah, so they try giving. So it's like this. Obviously, yeah, the big corporations come in and they end up fucking up. A lot of them go under, but it doesn't really matter because they're playing the stock market, right?
Yep.
So they're just pumping, dumping it. And like a lot of the people that locked up people for decades, like a lot of the people that were like the health ministers, former health ministers, former police of chief of police over there that spent his career locking people up for weed and shit, ends up like, knowing it's going to be legalized and investing in that and like whatever, insider trading type shit. That's all it is. It's all a big scam. It's like, oh, you're not allowed to smoke a plant or, put a plant on your
One big
skin. Or,
club.
yeah,
Well, I don't allow people to dictate me that way.
So the reason why I brought that up is because you're saying like how Walmart ruined the mom and pop thing. You think just because like weed magically became legal, people just started doing it? I mean, maybe a few people started doing it because now it's legal. Most people really don't give a fuck, and they've been doing that shit for thousands of years. So, yeah, what we call them over here are called legacy brands.
Right.
Over here, they're called legacy brands, people that have been out here for a while. And trust me, the real guys out here, there's no getting rid of them. There's only one way to get rid of them, and, they're not willing to do that. So, that's fine.
Right. I
They're
understand
not going to fucking...
where that comes from. But, the distribution of cannabis is a fairly new market. So,
No, it isn't, man.
well, I'm talking legally for the United
Legally,
States.
yes. Yeah, legally, it's been federally legalized here since 2017, 2018, whatever it was.
Well, see, it's still not federally legalized here.
Yeah, so it's different out here. This is like a whole stock market game and shit, too.
Right. It's not federally legalized yet.
Here it has been for a long time. And even medically, it's been federally legalized since the 90s, actually. So
Where's here at?
In Canada.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why you guys always had that BC bud and shit. Pumping that shit.
BC Big Bud. Yeah. Yeah, because it's still highly illegal here in Indiana.
When I was growing up, it was highly illegal here, too, bro. They'll arrest you for, like, nothing.
Right? And as far as, my participation into anything is only speculatory, and it could be entirely observed as entertainment, just allegory of entertainment. Because I am in one of the reddest fucking states in the union. That is for sure. Where are you at, Feisty? You still in Kentucky?
Yeah.
It's legal there, isn't it?
I don't know. I follow the code. I follow that moral code. I don't follow that bullshit.
Right. I can appreciate that. Allow no man to dictate that was born equally.
That's why I'm not with my family. I went into courts in 2019 in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and told them to go fuck themselves. From a moral standpoint, go fuck yourself.
At least you stood on your principle. That's conviction. Integrity.
With no hard feelings, I'm gonna go fuck yourself. That's fine. No hard feelings, but fuck up. You're good.
I've been doing that the biggest part of my life.
Judge told me, I said, before I cross this bar, I reserve all of my rights. Are you good with that? She said, yeah, your rights are your rights. Come on in. It's the people's courts. I said, on and for the record. She said, no record. Not a court of record. It was caught on body cam. The other cop was telling the other two cops to turn their body cams off in the courtroom. And the one was so intrigued by what I had going on that he didn't turn it off until he caught that.
Right.
And then they turn around and sent it to me in a FOIA request. Because out of the 6 angles, that one was the only one that had that on it. So they didn't even know what they sent me when they sent it to me. And neither did I till probably a year later.
Well, cops aren't educated to the letter of the law, especially when it comes to, trying to interpret. Yeah, they are instructed to enforce certain codes and rules according to city code, state, and the federal law. Outside of that, they're as dumb as fucking rocks, man.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. See, I think your value's in your word, and I think in the future that's going to stand true. You either have something to bring to the table to move us all forward, or you have a bunch of lies and manipulations to hold us all back.
Well, I believe before it's over with that most of general society is going to be conditioned and under a intensified prevailing set of lies, and they will absolutely submit to it.
Mm-hmm. I'm your karma.
I'm just looking at the inevitable. If it was allowed the flexibility that could be applied to it, it might sustain some type of endurance of acceptability, but it's going to take absolute and complete conformity for people to stomach and bear the weight of the implications that's coming. You can argue with a dumb cop, but you cannot argue with an algorithm that has an objective and a set of parameters.
In that algorithm is words constructed in a way to paint a picture.
No, to define a set of information that has variables.
That picture,
they can.
The only thing I was getting at, that picture is one's actions.
Interpreted by a parameter set that has been programmed. Whereas with a human, you're dealing with a human factor that can be kind of reasoned with in a manner. But when you're up against a stringent parameter designed algorithm, which is what the infrastructure is headed towards, according to Stargate technology and Trump, there's no arguing with that.
I would agree.
So your morality will be determined by a set of parameters set into an infrastructure, thus the rule of law. So
Natural intelligence.
that's going to be obsolete by the narrative and directive of design principles.
Think so?
Absolutely. It's already started.
That's if it succeeds. I mean, that was the objective, wasn't
No,
it?
it's absolutely succeeding.
All
And
natural intelligence, so you can control the only intellect that characters shall have.
yeah, and they just awarded $8 billion towards the expedient development and construction of this infrastructure.
Why
Have
do
you
you
not been
think?
paying attention?
Well, I get that, but the only thing I question is for the ones out here that stand up against all of that. Why aren't those folks put in a cage?
They're going to be considered
mental institution,
traitors,
or
they're going to be considered
taken out to lunch.
They're going to be considered traitors. It's going to be either you're with us or you're against us. Period. Have you not listened to the man speak?
No, I don't watch television. No.
Okay. Well, I'm informing you. Yes, Bulls and Tools. It's one of those extensive streams, but that's cool. It's all right. Don't panic. I haven't lost coherency yet. But yeah, as a bit of information, the billions, I think it's 8 billion initially, to set up the Stargate infrastructure, which is a set of supercomputers on their own individualized power grid off of the infrastructure's power grid. So even if our power grid goes down, these computers, these supercomputers are not going to go down. And that's going to be the foundation of the infrastructure that is going to help govern and rule this country. And that is initiated and has been backed by executive order and budgeting. And Trump is wanting this expediently put in place. You might want to check into that. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
I've been pulling out random boxes of fucking timers over here. How many goddamn times? Does anyone need timers? I got like 70 of them. 72 or something.
Jeez. That's It's a heavy production system if you were using that many timers.
No, well, I was in the business of selling the equipment to the people that want to do that.
Oh, I see. Supply your competition with their basic needs.
It wouldn't be fun, right? I'd rather give them like a better weapon than I have, and then we'll go on the field and
Have a smoke off.
yeah, we'll put that in the fucking blunt after. Bluntly, we'll do it in a blunt way though.
Oh, absolutely. I understand.
You got to even the playing field. If not, it's not fun, right? What fun is that?
Well, it's like shooting fish in a bucket, isn't it?
Yeah, like I'd rather shoot fish. I'd rather go through make the fish grow legs and arms, and give it like an AK. We could fire back.
A man of honor.
I'll take the L. If you get a lucky shot on me, go. Fine. I'll see you next time.
Make you improve your game, right?
Yeah, thank you. I've learned something from that interaction.
There you go. Gotta tighten my strain up and improve it. That motherfucker just stoned my ass.
Real shit. It was funny because we had this fucking weirdo going around Access and attacking a bunch of people in the game's fucking channels and that, get them deleted and all that. But he obviously, he did it to the wrong one. I already pinged his shit. I knew kind of where he was, but this other guy was like a lot better than I am at that kind of stuff apparently. And he fucked with the wrong one. And yeah, they had a picture of him holding his ID within like 48 hours. Like everything,
right?
People taking pictures outside his house. Hopefully he's all right. But all I'm saying is that guy was trying to get people taken down. You know what I did? I went and I helped a bunch of people get their accounts back. At least one of them for sure, I know. But that spread, like how to get them back.
Right.
And this is supposed to be my competitor. And it's like, yeah, let's level the playing field. Not everybody's like that out here, like a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? Like, it's like one of my main competitors, and we go out of the way to help the fucking guy get his shit back, and he got it back. There you go. And then there's like another person that doesn't know any of these people trying to get their stuff taken down, like 15 different fucking accounts, like 15 different entities, and then bragging about it and letting people know like he's invincible. Say, what is wrong with these people? And then there's like another polarity or extreme of it where, other people help their competition get back on their feet. So, we could all, there's enough room for everybody here, Fuck.
Well, Cage, if you remember, I tried to give people the opportunity by distribution of technology and frequency that I developed. But, it was for a limited time. And now the ability to access that technology is no longer available. But I still have the technology and can further develop it. I don't think you were around for that fight, Steve. I think that was before your time.
Probably so.
I was showing these panel people that their chemistry could be altered by frequency, their mood, their mental disposition, and I was successful. Put a lot of people up in arms, that's for sure. They were those that didn't believe it while they were being affected by it, those who witnessed it, those who thought it was a unconsensual act of attack by me and aggression, but it just showed how vulnerable they were to develop technology. And that's what I was trying to teach them by developing that technology. It started out as a defensive concept of development, but by developing a defensive technique, I also found that it could be a weaponized technology used on panels.
I could see that.
Yeah, I still have everything set up to utilize it if necessary. Turbulent times in the panelverse.
I just
What are you saying?
this game ain't as this game I don't think is as big as it seemed when we get down to reality. I think from that moral compass we could see how just a handful of people could hold so much power.
And it'll be the people you never expect. You know what I mean? It's
Exactly.
fucking weird. What I've seen, it's like the old man. It's like an old. Like, there's all different types of people. I don't know. For some reason, like the area I grew up at was ran by Vietnamese people mostly, but they're all tied in with a bunch of other people. When I say like all the plazas are owned by them around there. Fucking old Vietnamese, man. Never expected.
Yeah, sometimes, if not,
They don't like the Vietnamese. Don't like Americans at all. They'll deal with Canadians, but
do you think Vietnam had anything to do with that?
obviously,
Right.
yeah. But they're good at Canada. They don't they tolerate the Canadians and they take advantage over here and shit.
Well,
Like,
that's
no
still
shit.
Britain rule.
I've told, like, I'm telling you, like, there was one time since Fools and Tools said, "Oh, it's high school." Yeah, I remember one time in high school there was like this big fight. There was a big fat African Canadian kid named Ovi, and the man was literally probably like 400 pounds, like 6 foot fucking 5. He was like a huge fucking guy. The man was he was like whatever. He's a big motherfucker, fat and whatever. And he fought this little Asian kid. It was like the most it was like someone you see out of like a cartoon or like early UFC days when they got like a sumo wrestler versus like a little Asian fucking ninja. And anyways, the Asian kid wasn't trained in that ninja shit. And, they like kind of like grappled, tuffled around. And the fucking kid, I don't even think he meant to snap his leg or whatever, like a noodle. But yeah, the big fat kid kind of like fell on him and fucking snapped his leg like a fucking noodle. And it was real fucked up. And then like some other like random women fought after. It was like a weird fight. I don't know what the fuck was going on that day. But I used to just go up there and just give people weed. So either way, yeah, I stumbled across that, as a child. This is all in a movie, by the way. This is fictitious or whatever.
Right.
But
I
regardless,
have a.
so he noodled up the kid's leg, and within a week, I'm not even joking, in the movie, within a week, there's some his cousins or this little Asian Vietnamese kid's cousins or whatever, they blew up this guy's house. They washed the house and made sure he was home alone, and blew up his house with fucking propane tanks attached to flares. No shit.
Damn.
And then he was telling me
Vindictive.
this story, and then he was like telling me this story about like sitting in my fucking shit and telling me about how he got blown up after. I'm like, okay, but like no one else was there, so they knew he was just. They could have killed him and done anything to him, but he's a kid either way back then. Well, they just like I guess had to prove a point. Like, you know, you don't fight like that. They would blow your house up with propane tanks. And this guy was like scared shitless, you know, forever after that. So
Well,
it's like, yeah.
I think if you're convicted to a fight, that both the opposition and the defensive should be stripped butt naked, and the only thing that they are given is a razor blade. And then proceed
What the fuck
to
kind of
hash
rules
it
is
out.
that? Why do you have to get butt naked with? Why don't you just leave your clothes on and just fight with your fists and hands and your fucking
Because
your
if you're
legs or
truly convicted
elbows?
by wanting to hurt somebody,
What the fuck?
because if you're going to fight me, then I know where your major arteries are, and I do carry a razor blade.
So you just hit him in the fucking jugular or something, or from the one.
Generally, the leg. It's what they don't
The leg, the
expect or
frenetic,
protect.
the artery, or frenetic artery, whatever. How do you pronounce that again? I know the one you're talking about. Because I know a lot of people they call it a leg gauze over here. Well, people will shoot you in the leg. You know, instead of like trying to kill you, but just like, and they call it a leg gauze and that. But then there's like one of the main arteries is in the fucking thigh or the leg. So yeah, if
both
you catch
left
it,
and right,
I know
the
a lot
neck.
of people. Yeah, I know a lot of people that die from catching a leg shot because they hit that.
Yeah, a vertical cut on the wrist. Horizontal being the irreparable one. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't give a fuck how big you are. You bleed out quick.
That's
And
violent.
the more energy you exert, the quicker you'll bleed out. Like I said, if you're truly convicted, butt naked with a razor blade. Otherwise, don't step into an arena that you are not familiar with.
I don't want to be familiar with that. Fuck that. You're not getting anywhere near me butt naked or with a razor blade. You're getting shot in your fucking face way before you can even think about that. What are you, high? What are you smoking, buddy? Too many drugs.
You think?
No shit. If you think you can get close to me butt naked with a razor blade, you're gonna get your fucking head tapped way before you can even imagine it.
Oh, we can leave our clothes on.
Buddy, nobody plays fair nowadays over here.
Oh, it's not about fair.
But there's
It
gonna
has
be like
nothing
6
to
guys
do with
hopping on
fair.
and just rinsing it on you. That's all it is.
Well, then I'm probably going to pull a weapon and unload if there's 6 people.
You're not gonna get them all.
Self-preservation is instinctive and inherent with somebody who's vitalized into being self-preservating.
One would just have to take out the ringleader, the one the rest follow.
No, that's usually how it's infiltrated. Is it money or women? That's how they infiltrate the fucking thing. Probably, but mostly through money usually. But
Yeah. Anyhow, preservation.
Self-preservation. That's how fear-based and love-based mind control operates. This is all self-preservation.
Well, when you're living amongst a bunch of unintelligent, bipedal, impulsive, violent species, then yeah, self-preservation becomes something that you entertain and address. It becomes a reality and a factor in your existence.
Well, yeah, like I understand that, but also it's like it's all fear-based, right? The only reason why people wouldn't do something is because they fear the repercussion of doing so. So yeah, you gotta let people know and show them what happens.
No, I appear harmless.
Yeah,
And I want to
but
appear harmless.
No, I'm not talking about on the internet. I'm talking about real life if you're living like that.
Oh, well, that's just a natural state of self-preservation in the environment I live in. You know, I understand where I am, and I
Like, you know,
understand.
it's like a risk. It's like a risk. Fucking what is it? Risk benefit analysis on. I mean, like, does the risk of the repercussion align or supersede or whatever? You know, like the repercussion of the action. And then
Well, it all
you
depends
know
on
that's
whether
how
it's done
people.
defensively or offensively.
No, but they said before they even think about it, is you know that's how people. How do you think they run this shit? Because they run it because they know, like, you know, it's like an iron fist. They know what's going to happen to them if they fucking fuck around. Some people will fuck around, and then it'll be made an example of. And
But I think the bigger question, though, that needs to be hashed out here is the finances. Why
Oh,
do these people that, you know, from a moral standpoint, those finances would be profits based on your works. From this standpoint, in this slave note, that's not the case.
all right,
um,
well, okay, sorry, Access, continue.
uh, individualized entrepreneurs of the street type recognize that note and will kill you for it, literally. So you can preach to them about morality and ethics. Maybe they'll listen.
Well, I think that's just the moral of the story. Why
Well, you
is
know,
that a tool?
allegorically,
Why is that a tool for these people to oppress others and to continue that oppression and to build on continuing that oppression
because they want
and
fucking slave.
lie and manipulation?
There's different levels of slavery. You could be a house slave. You know, you can have a little more
Well, I
permission.
understand that.
So this is modern day slavery. Pretty much, pretty much it's like this. The allegory I like to use is like, we'll put you on a fucking treadmill, dangle something off a fishing rod like a carrot in front of your fucking face, and you can run like a rabbit down the hole.
Right.
But
Even
literally,
those
you're
on a
running and
moral,
getting nowhere. You're on a treadmill. You're not going anywhere.
even those from a moral foundation, though, that's sort of a slave to a set of principles, isn't it?
Yeah, and it gets sticky after, you know, and then people they create their own
Well,
code.
then
They're different.
imaginations came in and opinions and other teachings and other values outside of those principles. Now it's on a
Well, that's
piece
where
of paper.
organized crime was able to flourish and develop.
It would seem like it's an element of design within their program of allowing this financial tool and these broadcasting tools to broadcast all these thoughts, creating doubts and fears and manipulations and twistings, you know,
Yeah,
on
it's
and on
engineering,
and
man.
on.
Been going on for ages.
Exactly.
Your conviction is
What do you
not
think? What do you think the biggest organized crime is? What a faction or what do you think it
government.
is? Yeah, no shit. And even
Yes,
they
fools
get
and
put in
fools done
check.
by
Even
design.
they get put in check too. You know that, right? Buddy, it's not hard to get rid of people. You know, if they really wanted to. And there's no protection if people around you, you know, will turn on you in a split second as soon as they get told a fucking instruction.
Well, true
That's why I
integrity
say
is
that.
generally found within a prison.
That's
And
why I say
that's
those
how the real
teachings.
motherfucker. Yeah, sorry, sorry.
That's right. That's what I was saying. I believe those teachings begin in the foundation of the home. Then it extends out to business as it grows.
That's exactly what it is. It's something called the formative years of your life, right? So let's look at it like a computer, right? All right, you got the hardware. So that's like, the microphone, the camera, the motherboard, all these different components. Right? And then you got the software that's being put onto it. Before you put software onto it, it's just a bunch of elements that are useless, right? It's kind of like an alchemy when you have like, the four cardinal or basic elements. And then you add the quintessence of the fifth element, which is the observer. Back to the quantum stuff. But yeah, once you put, sorry. So yeah, these are the formative years, right? So this is the program that's being written into you from a young age. It's exactly what you're talking about. It starts in the home. And how do they set that up, right? They set it up for people to get institutionalized from a young age. And even beyond that, it's through genetic memory. Right? So you can condition people like long enough to the point where it's like in their fucking DNA or whatever. It's in their like program, you know?
Absolutely.
It's kind of like that
And
experiment with the fleas in the jar, and the next generation will never jump higher than whatever the set level was, even if you open up the jar, and you can like, make them. They repeat what's being shown to them and set the
you can
limitations on their
condition
reality. Yeah.
a rat to accept its own death.
Yes, there's lots of. You ever seen the rat universe? Fuck, you know, they did the utopia experiment. It's like in the Matrix, right? Where like they try making a perfect thing where everyone got their way, and they're like, no, people love to suffer in a way. They feed off of it. It's fucking weird. Like they need it. You can't get rid of that dichotomy or duality. So they did an experiment with the rat utopia where, they gave rats unlimited everything, unlimited mates, unlimited food, unlimited fucking everything they could imagine. And you know what happened? They just ended up killing each other for fun after.
Yeah, humans do the same thing. You would be surprised how
It's fucking
uh,
weird, man.
comparative humans and rats are. And as I study my snake, who reserves its energy and is very precise and wise about how it manages its food and its energy, I see the rat as being wasteful, um, and it will just absolutely expend its energy for whatever reason, entertainment for its own needs, occupy its time, uh, sugar rush, and it will overeat insatiably, much representing a human. So I have to make a defining understanding between reptile and mammal.
Interesting.
That's why I'm devoted to serpent wisdom. It's a reserve of energy. It is a precision. It is a cold, calculated, methodical strike, unless it's done in defense. And I will only poison that which imminently endangers me. Otherwise, I
Well,
will dry bite.
snakes don't really. I don't think they use their venom unless it's in self-defense. So.
Well, they use it to kill their food. They follow the trail of piss after they poison whatever it is that they've struck. And they will reserve that
They just hit
venom.
it and track it out. It's kind of like a human being hitting a deer with an
Yeah,
arrow and tracking it.
Yeah, I learned that whenever I was raising that timber rattler. And the
It depends on,
constrictors that
but
I
it depends
have,
on it depends on the kind of, what if it is a constrictor, right?
yeah, they're much the same way. They have to reserve that physical
Do
energy.
constrictors have venom too?
No, no, they just have
Is
little
there any
rows of needle
species of
teeth.
constrictors that have venom or no?
Not that I'm aware of.
You know what I found out randomly the other day?
What's that?
There's some sort of weird bird, and it's like in the Amazon or something. And this shit is like, it has the same kind of shit that this weird caterpillar has, and also like a dart frog or a specific type of a frog, where it's like,
Ooh,
like if you touch this bird, you're like dead. You know what I mean?
neurotoxin,
Yeah.
poison dart frog.
Yeah, but yeah, and it also is in a bird, and it's also in a fucking caterpillar.
Yeah, see, I used to have the mock, which was the benign. Uh, it's almost like a mock coral snake to the king snake. It was a non-venomous frog species that resembled the poison dart frog. They used to sell them here in town,
Yeah, I don't know
but
how I got into that, but we're looking into the platypus, which is the weirdest fucking animal. That looks like someone just did some weird like experiment and created that shit.
yeah, that looks to be a genetic experiment. I could see that. Vicious bastards.
It does like so. It like goes into the. It can sense electromagnetic fields in other animals, and that it like lays eggs out of its armpits. It does like all
Uh,
types of weird shit. It's like a
yeah,
mammal that lays eggs. It's like a duck, fucking otter. Weird. It's poisonous too.
yeah.
Has a barb at its back legs. It's fucking weird. So I'm saying, this. I think this is how like most of this medicine and technology is developed by observing nature, and then try to replicate it or reverse engineer it.
Well, that's why one of the instructions by the Christed one was, "Does not nature teach you?"
Yeah, it's all there in nature.
Yeah, all of it. If you want to know the particulars between the differences of reptile and mammal, keep a reptile and a mammal. You'll
And
learn
there's
real
other
quick.
creatures. There's other creatures out here that could be considered like kind of reptile and mammal at the same time.
Um, I'm not sure what the borderline on that is.
Well, here's like look through the eyes, right? Like how come a cat's eyes it kind of looks like, when they're not dilated or whatever, like it kind of looks like a fucking reptile's eye.
Well, a cat to me is a methodical killer, period.
Yeah, they kill billions of birds and shit. They're like all
And they
serial
know the
killers. They're all key
neurosystem.
serial killers. Yeah, that's what they are.
Yeah, they know the neurosystem, so they can disable the nervous system of whatever it's stalking and attacks, just to
All right, but
amuse
what
itself.
about the mice shit? Toxoplasmosis. What is it called? Toxins. Yeah, there's something in the shit, some parasite in mice or something. Or
Cats, it's histoplasmosis.
Is our venom our words and our actions?
yeah, my bad. My fucking thing randomly glitched out. But yeah, you're right. But I'm saying I think it does originate from mice in some weird way. But yeah, it's within the cat's feces or whatever, and it makes like mice docile or what, like so that they're not afraid, and then the cat just preys on them. But I think it's like a symbiotic relationship, and it just went that way.
Right, and that's why,
Like remember the
the
bubonic
domestic cat
plague and
was,
all that.
yeah, it was actually generally kept by the wife or the cook, and it was to keep vermin at bay in the pantries and food storages. So the cat was domesticated, useful in the development of this country. The last thing you wanted was a bunch of fucking rats and mice in your grain bin shitting and eating.
Right.
Best deterrent? A fucking cat.
What's the effects on humans with that? You know what I mean? Like, could that be airborne? Like people that have cats in their house and shit, and litter boxes and shit. All
Yes.
that kind of.
Ammonia and histoplasmosis. Respiratory condition,
And
infections.
I swear it has effects to inhibit people in certain ways too, right? Like their fight or flight response, stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think it turns females into pets, kitty pets, and they start multiplying their owner to house their friends. You know, it's crazy. Cat women. I got accused of murdering a cat from a cat woman. You would think that I committed the most atrocious crime on the face of the earth. I didn't give a fuck about a fucking cat, and I damn sure didn't kill it.
I don't think you just kill a cat. Yeah, I don't think you do that. Hopefully. Hey,
I think the
if you kill an
ultimate
animal, the
crime
only
is,
reason you kill someone is to fucking eat it. Yeah.
I believe the ultimate crime is to strip a child of their mind through lies and manipulations and deceit.
That's one aspect, yeah. You know, but when you look at the true crime, it would be sexual abuse against a child. That is the one unforgivable thing that is virtually irreparable.
Even criminals don't fucking play with that shit. You know, you go to jail
Nope.
with a charge like that, good luck. You know, you're going right to fucking protective custody. And even there, you probably get fucked with. The guard, everyone's going to fuck with you.
Yeah, I think with your morality stance,
Like, you can kill like 20
even the
people.
most.
You could kill like 20 men and like, you know, some people go to war and then have like hundreds of bodies and shit in war. What I'm saying is like, yeah, you can go there and like, you know, shoot up a bunch of people. Doesn't matter. You know, you'll probably be like respected. But yeah, you go and fuck with women or children. Yeah, good luck. You don't prey on the weak or people that you perceive that are weaker than you. You know, that's the boundary. You don't fuck with innocent people. You don't fuck with children or women. Leave it out of there. You want to play that game, then you know you should be accountable and ready. That's the old code. But nowadays, these younger generation people ain't gonna play by that. They'll shoot up random. Over here, you know what they've been doing? They get into little problems and then they'll just roll up and shoot random people for no reason. Just because they're in a certain area or something. It's retarded.
So the old code would seem to be a moral code, and the new code is the corporate code, is the God that most of these people are following.
There was a message spread when they started accelerating rap. And instead of that, which was commercial at the time and highly produced by the industry, rock and roll, even soul from Motown. But in the advent of hip hop, from soul to hip hop to rap, to what rap turned into, was programming and culturally instilling that type of value into its youth. So, being a G thug gangster, drug dealing, money flashing, uh, hoe pimping, spectacle.
That's a fucking idiot. That's a socially engineered idiot.
Yes, it is. And they did
That's mine
really
for
good
you.
at it.
But yeah, okay. Like you think you know what a real cool gangster is, if you want to call it. That's someone who takes care of the people around them and themselves and holds
Al
himself
Capone.
to holds himself to a certain standard that cannot be broken or moved. And yeah, they live by not doing harm to another person unless necessary. Self defense principle.
Preservation.
Yeah. And they're not gonna get other people involved. It's like if you want to get involved in that arena, then yeah, then you fucking put a target on you.
But see, rap engineered a couple of generations to discard any of that type of moral coding, and it was self promoting by whatever means necessary in the hood or on the street or for the cred.
And don't you think that was kind of fueled by the industry you were in, Access?
Yes,
Unironically.
yes, it was. It was absolutely why they bankrupted the metal uh, band that I was signed with, and that's why I went to the industrial Rust Belt scene out of Chicago, because all the major labels were promoting nothing but rap.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like my dad likes that kind of fucking music. He's probably around your age. Yeah, remember that one called Rat with a double T? Yeah, I'll show you
Oh,
guys.
hair band, Motley Crue, Twisted Sister, Rat, Scorpions, Judas Priest. Yeah.
Yeah, all that fucking shit. They look like a bunch of weird demonic trannies. I really don't understand it. But look at 2025 now. I guess they primed it for that.
Uh,
Now
it
they got
was
your favorite.
Trend,
Now
huh?
they got your favorite sports star in a dress and shit, painting their nails, and it's fucking retarded. It's humiliation rituals or something. And I think it goes back to really what Five Speed was saying originally is about the family structure. They're trying to destroy that. If you destroy the family
That's
structure,
the unit.
there's no resistance against the fucking programming that the social engineers, that the people that have an agenda and they're making it happen for a while now, long time.
yeah,
There's no resistance against that if you get rid of the fucking family structure. You
yeah,
know.
and they've reinforced it through entertainment.
And look, they've done a hell of a good job. Like even like, for a lot of people, like even for me when I was younger, I didn't have that great. When I was a kid, I didn't have that great a relationship with my dad. I didn't talk to him for a while. But now we have a great relationship. You know what I mean? We reconciled everything. It's all good. So I have a great relationship with all my family members and all that. I'm saying that's not the norm anymore, and that's it's being done purposely. Like even like like I don't want to bring you into it, Axis, but you said earlier saying like, oh, my family wants nothing to do with me and all that, and the issues you have around all this bullshit. It's like, is that being done purposefully? Probably. I think this is all being done by design.
Yeah,
That's how we
they
deal with
were
it.
engineered to see me as um, the adversary, something that they stood against and I stood for. They fed me rock and roll and sex and drugs uh, through the music and by just my environment of the hippies and the heads that were around. But my family, seeing that as me submitting to Satanism and things that they absolutely swore that they stood against. And the further I went into those endeavors, the more of a Satan I became to them. And then by the time I hit the Rust Belt, they had little to no hope for me, even with prayer.
I hear you. It's all done by design, Access, guaranteed.
Oh, it was engineered, yeah.
And have you not been engineered yourself a little bit here?
I try and resist and fight any type of programming.
Well, trying
Self-actualize,
is
individualize, and resist.
well. If you look at it phonetically, like through the words, you said try. That means trying is not doing. Right? So that means you're trying to. That means it's happening
Or
inadvertently,
even,
right? Like the way that we speak is like I try to do that. That means it's not happening. That means it's it's quite the opposite.
well, that's only because I can be identified as, a goth or, a Satanist. Or, they're going to throw some type of identifying marker
Let's go
on
back.
me.
Yeah, it's a label, right? That's how you control billions. If who knows how many people, billions of people, whatever amount they want to say it is. How are you gonna control or manipulate that? You're gonna have to put it into labels and make them fight amongst each other. Smaller and
Right.
smaller subdivisions and subcategories, groups, and it even goes down to like what street you live on, or even like blocks or something. If you're in like the
Yeah.
yeah.
So, can I get away from being uh, classified or categorized? Probably
Yeah,
not.
you
But
can.
do I try to stay away from it? Yeah.
You definitely can, though.
I like to think that I have a broader spectrum of potential than to be just identified as a Satanist or a goth rocking industrial head.
You know what I see you as, Axis?
What's that?
You. Your individuation. Whatever you want to call it.
Thank you.
You're your own individual.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
That's how I
Thank you.
categorize you. There's only one. That's you. Enough of their nonsense. There's only one of everybody here.
Right?
Yeah.
If they would self identify and express that, then it would probably be a much more commonly accepted state, but that's just not inherent in the species, man.
There's only
It's a
one
rare
time speed, right?
anomaly.
Same shit. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like 5 speed expecting everybody to have a moral code. That's just not inherent in the species, man.
Well, I would just think in a system uh, to protect those house rules and that foundation, that would be something that is necessary, wouldn't it? Your word is your bond. That's where the value's at, not in a piece of paper.
And that would mean that politicians would no longer be elected for what they promised.
Ah.
Because they're the lionest sons of bitches that I've ever seen. And it's provable. Just listen to
Most
what they
certainly.
promise and then what the results are. So, why would they want to instill somebody's word being their bond when our governing body lives off of the lie?
Right. And they all
Yeah,
take
word
an
is bond.
oath.
That old saying. Well, like I think it goes deeper than that. Like I think it's thought, emotion, and then action. Right? The tree of preeminent alchemy: salt, sulfur, and mercury. So to break
Well,
that
they
down
know that.
simply, it's like this, right? You should think what you say and say what you do, and then you're in concordance with your own program. You know what I mean? If I say I'm going to do something, it's happening. And either, you know, and I was just looking at the artwork, the logo here, Access. It's kind of funny. How many little nails does the rat have on there on both sides? A 3-3, yeah. Nice little
Yep.
detail there. There's a bunch of different things in there that are hidden. Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually sat and looked at that and kind of wondered what you put in as a prompt.
Bro, I don't know, but it came out like perfect. That looks like something you paid for, like probably like a lot of
Right.
money. Yeah.
But I always give you credit, Cage. When anybody says anything about that design and that logo, I give you credit.
I don't need credit. The credit I need is nothing. Flawless credit. Regardless, bro, it took me like no time at all. We're on there. I'm like, okay, you want something? Boom. You got it dealt with it very quickly. Not hard to do.
Well,
Anyone can do it.
credit where credit is due, Cage. That's what I would expect from others, and that's what I give.
Yeah, if you want to make merch
Equal
with it or something,
consideration.
Access, I can send you the vector file for it. If you want to like put it on shit, make stuff.
It's not necessary. You know, if I need something, Cage, I would rather go to you than to invest my energies into something that is not my proficiency.
Yeah, and I don't expect anything back, and not even recognition. I do it for fun, Access.
Well, that's why I create music and develop certain art and technologies. You know, it's not a job; it's a artistic endeavor, which far removes it from work.
What do you think of that Forever AI thing so far? Are you gonna get involved with it or what?
Um,
Here's something.
Observing it and its development after the the DeepSeek incident and the advent of various AI models that are far surpassing expectation of each other. Like I was telling Five Speed, they have an AI model that actually runs a Turing test on whoever's interacting with it to see if they're human or another AI.
So would it be safe to say, let me see, if the music or the art, well, let's say art, if the art is the actual spark or the arc of creativity,
No,
you
it's
see
the
what I'm getting
ideal,
at?
the energy, and then the product. You use a
And
medium
then,
to express that ideal. The medium could be paint, could be pencil, could be chalk, could be watercolors, could be music, could be a musical instrument. Um,
but there's an outcome through that creativity. And
yeah,
is that
according
in
to the
good faith
medium
and
that you
good
use.
moral conscience?
I like to think that art is left to interpretation as to whether it's moral or not. If you're offended by it, don't look at it. Don't
I just
participate or
noticed. I
listen to
just
it.
noticed right now too, Access. The fucking rat has the fangs going on too.
Right?
The Access puts his fangs on and shit out of nowhere. Crazy
Custom
motherfucker.
dentures, man.
What is that? So it's like the snake too. Yeah.
Yep.
You fucker. I don't know how it generated that for you. And there you go.
Thank you. Thank you very
Look at
much.
that. And look what it's holding right now. It's holding my avatar. And look what the avatar is. It's vortex mathematics.
Yep.
It's
It
all
most
geometry.
certainly is.
And look, it says raw.
Hyperdimensional geometric.
It says raw OD. That's all you can see on it. Like, raw in Egypt.
Yeah.
That's road.
And
Rod.
then, yeah, raw OD is blocking it from the 369 fucking avatar I have with no name. But yeah, and then you got OD. You're ODing off the sun, off the off the light. I find it funny because you got Rod, the sun, and then remember the other guy was you guys were talking about doing drugs and ODing. You said he turned green, something like that.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
It's kind of funny.
yeah. Be
Two
more.
fangs, three fucking little talent claws on the fucking thing. 3, 6. Fuck off. It's too much, man. This AI is getting out of hand. And here am I trying to profit off of it. But I'm not really trying to profit. I'm trying to understand. Is this morally is this morally wrong? Is this a form of a more people not letting go of this illusion type thing? I think that's what you're trying to.
It's people not letting go of their attachments, emotional attachments to other
But what if
people.
this could? Okay, what if we do something where we make a blog about how to, we give them something about this could be a tool to actually let go of it in a way, get out what you never said before kind of thing, and move along.
Because it's so intrusive that people will not let go of it. They will envelop it like a video game, and they will use it to nurture and cultivate that continual feeling
All right,
of being
but let's
around
say
that person and with that person.
all right, but let's say if done correctly, could it be a tool to get rid of that? A tool for the grieving process or whatever. There's a bunch of stages of it. But
It it
what
could
if you just
be,
focus on historical figures?
At least lesson, maybe.
Or
that's
what if you
why.
did a clause where it's you'll deal with this and it'll be. What if it's someone you've never met? What if it's access, your access's grandson, you never met him, or great grandson?
Well, see, it wouldn't bother me. For my grandkids or 3 generations from now to look back and be able to interact. But if I was to die, and let's say that um, one of my offspring suddenly felt the intent to be around me, and they became emotionally uh, reliant on that technology and that representation of me because I'm no longer available. That would kind of bother me. That I would see as demeaning to my life. But for my grandchildren, that would be a sense of, this is what my granddad was like.
So we need explicit consent. We need consent
Well,
either from the estate owner, whoever's held to or the person when they're alive, and they would be okay, I'll just
well, that's
immortalize Cage. You can
that's
talk to.
the beauty of capitalism, Gage. We have a sex industry that leads in revenue and incompatibility to the church. Think about that. We run booze, which takes human lives and
Some
distort
people going
and
pick out their.
create revenue off of that because
You,
it's a
you know,
capitalist society.
yeah. Most people plan their funeral before it happens, right?
Yes,
If they're in old age. So couldn't that be
yes,
offered as a service? There's some more to it.
yes.
Imagine you had a funeral service and you had an AI version on a massive screen, talking to them, just saying, "Shut the fuck up and stop crying.
Well,
We're out
when
here."
the VHS camcorder, all the way back to the 8 millimeter came, some people did record their last will and testament and intent for the distribution of their possessions on video and kept a copy of it with their lawyer.
So now imagine that you could have like an interaction with them live on there. They'd all be like, I seen this one video. It's hilarious. I think it was in like Ireland or something. And this guy played a video where he's like banging on the coffee. He's like, "Oh, let me out, let me out." Just made everyone start dying of laughter.
Well, could you imagine the family brawl that would break out when they're arguing with their cut of the inheritance with the AI
the AI
model?
comes in and says, "Shut the fuck up." So yeah, that could be used as an inheritance. That's getting a little weird though. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get in between that. That's their financial shit. But yeah, you can pull up the AI model and ask the AI fucking thing, and it'll talk to you. Be like, who's supposed to get what? You can program that in there, and it.
Yeah, and that individual who feels that they were shortchanged with their inheritance will probably have a dispute eternally to their death with that AI over their portion. And the AI would have to defend its station.
Oh, it's not going to deviate from its position. Yeah. So.
Right. It'll say you got what you deserve, or I felt you deserve. How's that?
Wow. Imagine having problems like that, right? Like, who gets an inheritance or something. Some people have it on easy mode.
Well, Cage, that's why I said,
are you going to fight about family about who gets all this money from the estate? Like, what are you, retarded? Over here, I'm more concerned about how I'm going to fucking pay for the goddamn coffin for the family.
Right? But just remember, just take heed and caution in what you're doing. Because I don't think you understand the full implication.
I do understand what I'm doing, man.
Okay.
And I'm saying it's already happening. I'm just going to do it better.
Okay. Well, hopefully you improve on it. And you take a more responsible approach to people's emotions and
we have a strict ethic and morality code there. You know what I mean?
I would hope so.
We're not going to accept just anybody. Yeah.
Because the first interaction with AI was done on the internet before there was control on pornography, language, idealism, conspiracy, and AI was developed, the original stage of it, off of that frontier.
Yeah, access. You've seen it before, right? Like,
Yes.
You've seen the capability, and that's off minimal effort. You understand how accurate we can get this shit?
Oh, absolutely, I do.
And we already integrated it. We have Jay. He did his own thing with himself, and we have it looking and sounding exactly like him to the point where you cannot differentiate it. We can bring it on the panel right now, and you won't be able to tell if it's a human or not. And I'll engage it right now. Yeah, with the camera on.
You know how I can tell the difference between human and AI? By the induction of my frequency.
Yeah, well, humans aren't. You can tell pretty quickly because humans will have their own little. It's hard. You could program that in and make it pretty much identical. But,
well, if somebody is a representation,
AI is too on point, though. Yeah.
or a model, and I do subtonal frequencies to induce hostility and anger, the AI will not be affected. But the human will.
Only reason why you'd be able to tell is if you said it's AI, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, I could tell it's AI." Like I've done this experiment like over 2 years ago when I did deepfakes and stuff, even on Talcott where it said, I made a joke. He's like, I was just in the coffee.
Yeah, I remember deepfake and the concerns that come with that, and the initial concerns that came with.
this was like 2 years ago, and like, you know, people were acting. Some people say like, I can't even tell it's not real, and some people be like, yeah, I can, but it's because you know. It's because they know it's not real. You
Right,
know, it's like,
but
yeah.
technology has gotten to the point now where AI is doing Turing tests on humans to see if they're human or AI. Think about that, Cage. We're not testing it anymore. It's testing us to see
Pretty
if
much. Yeah, it's like
we're
penetrating.
human or AI.
Yeah.
So cut it and see if it bleeds, or introduce a frequency that only humans would be able to respond to, or react to, shall I say. AI would not. It would not react to it.
No, I noticed when you get into certain states of mind, electronics tend to malfunction.
Well,
Like last time
you know,
I met up with my dad not that long ago. You know, we're in there, we're getting into a real conversation. All of a sudden, the fucking grid went off. Like the whole power went off everywhere. We're sitting there like fucking. We're sitting in there just laughing. We're like, what the fuck? Random Indian guy comes out of the fucking basement, trying to like, what's happening? It's
that's not the
hilarious.
majority. The majority are easily deceived and easily manipulated. You know that.
And it was better when the lights are off because people shut the fuck up and got quiet and like, there's no background noise in there. It was hilarious. We're laughing about it. It went back on after, obviously, but it made no sense at all because they're trying to say the whole grid got taken down, but it was like back. I think it was like there was like some sort of like a fucking surge in the power.
I don't know. It may have been synchronicity. I don't know, but I just know that the majority of people are easily manipulated and deceived and engineered by deception, which was the concern with deepfake, was that the political arena was then potentially influenceable by deepfake representations of political heads.
It was fucking weird. Like the lights went off, and then all of a sudden, as soon as that happened, there's like this old man at the bar area, and he started saying like Frank Sinatra shit. It's fucking weird.
Sounds like a nervous reaction to a situation.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. You introduce the proper stimuli and people will react.
Yeah, you got to do it
But
properly.
yes, yes. That's why I
And it was
said whenever
funny,
people.
you know, it's funny. It affected that one place. Access. We're at the fucking Fox and the Fiddle. I'm not even joking. That's what it's called. Me and my dad and I. And all of a sudden we're sitting there and the fucking thing turned off. Like right before we're gonna order their food. I'm like, I don't really want to eat from here. And you know, we'll go something else after. The fucking lights turned off. Some guy starts singing, fucking old man at the bar starts singing Frank Sinatra and all this. A random Indian guy comes out the basement and looking around and they're all confused. And for some reason, I don't live. For some reason, you know, it's not even around there really. And one of the only other places that got at the exact same time got the power turned off was at my place, or my camera turned off for a second, glitched. Everything. I had a power outage at the same time where I was, and then also where I'm at.
Maybe you're wielding divine energy, Cage.
And yeah, it was just hilarious. Really, it was great. Really, you know, it was better with the fucking power turned off in there. open up the blinds, and then
Well,
I just found it weird. And then
reactionary.
like the camera's fucked after too. I had to go like I had to go through like, a whole bunch of different steps and that in order to bring it back.
You know, I used to be a systems operator and administrator over a security system when I worked security. And
I hear you, Access. Sorry. Last thing I'm gonna say, but all right. So where we were at, we went. Everything was. There's only one street lamp that was down, but everything else was on except where I lived and that one place over there. So it was very strange because we went literally like 10 meters down and everything was on. Everything was on except that one place. It was fucking weird. But yeah. We left and we came. We left, went down the street. On the way back, we seen that the lights were on. I'm like, watch. I even told my dad, watch. I'm like, we're gonna leave now. Let's leave, and we're gonna see the lights back on. And literally, the lights are back on after. I'm like, we're doing something here. We're fucking up the electricity. Let's get out of here. You ever notice that, Axis? You ever had electronics malfunction around you in the certain states of being or mind?
yeah, most certainly have. As a matter of fact, I've made some observations in social media of my presence. Kind of weird. But I let other people observe it and notice it before I'll ever say anything about it. Glitchy connections, audio difficulties, just various
Remember
things
how
that happen.
earlier? Yeah. Hold on, let me fix the mic. I'm saying, yeah, Access. Remember earlier I was saying, oh, you have to go back to the beginning of the live stream. I said some stuff that I shouldn't. I'm going to pay the repercussions for them, all this and that.
And I will.
And well, you know what's funny about that? Relating to what we're talking about now, I've been on panels before where we're getting deep into certain topics and then I probably say things I shouldn't, and there's some sort of interference. Like you're gonna hear, like I'll either it'll just mute it by itself or like distort it with some sort of loud noise or something. And then I realized after, like, what, no one could hear what I just said? Are you fucking kidding me? Because everyone's like being quiet and trying to listen, and it gets distorted when I shouldn't be saying. But I'm saying too much, and it literally blocks it. Something blocks it. It's some safety
Well, it's the
protocol.
algorithm, and I've actually worked with that cage to repeat that particular process to distinguish actual phenomena from interference by algorithms. There are certain triggers
They're
that
definitely
cause the
listening. Yeah, there's
algorithm.
a trigger thing. Like, I'm not even joking, Access. Like, one time, like, I didn't give a fuck. We were looking into electromagnetic fields and consciousness and that, and there's a certain word. I'm not gonna say it. It can't because the show will get nuked right away. It starts with an N. But
Right?
yeah, Max was on there for some reason, and like he's like, "Watch, if I say this word, your stream will get taken out right now." And I'm like, "Go ahead, let's
Yeah.
try it." They got a curiosity, and he said it. And I'm not even joking. They got taken down for bullying and harassment like less than 3 seconds after he said it. They're listening, though.
Well,
They're definitely
what I
listening.
do is I have obscure accounts on unregistered throwaways, and that's how I'm able to exercise stringently against the algorithm. Because if they shut it down,
That was
then I can just start a new account
that was
on that
impressive though.
particular device.
It was weird too because it's not some word that you would think that would.
Oh, there's many
Man said
triggers,
it,
man, that'll
like
shut you
literally like
down.
that. It got taken. I didn't care either way. You know what I mean? I had to. I got it. I had to hold it. Whatever. It was fucking hilarious though because it really worked. Like it was on point.
Yeah,
Because we're getting too deep. I got taken down for the original channel I had. I never even went live before Access. It was never live. All I did was post information, and that got taken down and deleted for bullying and harassment.
I could imagine that.
And there was nothing
there's
to
lots
do
of
with bullying. It was literally just information. There's nothing. There's no live, no people talking, nothing.
look. I got certain songs that I will not post because I know if I post them, I'm going to get hit immediately.
They took my YouTube channel down in I don't know if it was 2020 or 2019 when I called them out up there. It was interesting because the county solicitor, his last name was Khan, Kahn, and Khan's a big name in the world of dynasties or whatever you want to call them. But in that video that I put out was about captaining your own ship, or was it all one big con?
You should have
It
used
didn't
Star
last
Trek
long.
references to the second Star Trek, The Wrath of Khan. And you probably could have pulled that off.
Oh, well, they already didn't like me, trust me.
Yeah, well, the ideal in this environment is not to bring attention and not to hit those triggers. That's how you survive an algorithm. Disclaimer, it's all entertainment.
In this story, it just depends on whose story.
Right? And my storyline is completely entertainment, and this channel is registered under entertainment.
Yeah, they're trying to say like with Genghis Khan, 0.5% of the population, so like 1 in 200 people are related to Khan.
Right?
Yeah, it's like 0.5%,
Well,
whatever it is.
look how much territory the Mongols took over, man. I mean, shit. But it was my understanding that he
But
kept his.
if you add them all up, though, that's only 1 in 200. Even the 0.5% of the population, that's not that much, though, technically.
Yeah, I'm
Because
not.
the
I'm not sure.
XY chromosomes, right? Like only one's passed through the mother or whatever the fuck. So, like, the genetic kind of gets taken away.
Well, some of those dynasties, though it's not publicized, would kill off the male child so that they didn't have a successor and they could continue their reign. Thus, fear of the successor dethroning them and taking over. And a lot of them would also breed with their own genetic line within controllable range so that nobody could claim succession to their position by birthright. But they don't like to write that shit in the history book.
Exactly. Why are the true teachings hidden?
Well, I suppose that's for the winner to dictate, and the scribes that write the history books.
So if life is a program, would you in fact through your thought be the programmer?
No, you're a receiver, interpreter, and transmitter within the program or the construct.
But you have certain inherent abilities.
Um, well, you receive information, you interpret it, and then you transmit it by your interpretation. So yeah.
So it would seem we came pre-programmed through teachings of the house. That program was manipulated.
It all depends on what social class you were, all the way back to Sumeria, and even pre-cataclysmic,
Interesting point, though.
when genetics were being strewn around diversely to the point of abomination. It's
Yeah, sorry.
okay, Cypher. It's early enough in the morning that those are excusable grammar errors.
Yeah, it is a bit early. I just had to turn the fucking lights off. Lights are off. You know, well, the sun's coming up.
Yeah, I don't allow any natural light in this particular room, so that way I
Hey, you
can
fucking,
sleep at
I'm gonna throw
any.
garlic at you, Axis. The silver bullet. Fucking garlic. Straight
Oh
through the.
fuck! You're gonna kill the grandpire, huh? No, it actually allows me to sleep at any hour. If I see light, then I'm not going to go to sleep. And it also controls the frequency of lighting that I'm surrounded by. You know, I interact with 7 monitors constantly, and if I was to sit under the radiant glow of those 7 monitors without a neutralizing light, I'd probably be blind by now. Untangling chains, especially when typing upside down. Will you go, girl? You haven't run out of perspective, have you, Feisty?
No, I still stand on the same perspective that I started with. that moral conscience.
Well, I guess if you're convicted by it, then you know a silent moment is an opportunity to reinforce your position. I do grant that.
I don't think you'd allow certain things to happen in your reality access, would you?
Um,
Are there not certain lines that no retard should be able to cross or no?
well, absolutely. I mean, if you endanger or hurt a child in my presence, um, that's probably a definite finality for you. If
I
you
call it a
were
green light.
to violate the consent of a female in my presence, then that's probably going to be a definite potential finality for you, but definitely you're going to know the consequences, or try to snuff my life out or endanger me, or, these are
What about an
absolute.
what about an innocent person no matter the gender? Either way, it's a green light. Right? There's certain it's their actions and that you're gonna get what you put in a way. You get back what you put in. You give what you get what you give, etc. Whatever you want to call it. That's how I deal with people, right? I look at them as through their deed and action and whatever's reflect that back to them, be it whatever. But
I'm
also,
just,
it has nothing to do with me or them. There's also the algorithm, or comedic law, natural law, whatever you want to call it.
Whatever
It's
it
out of my
is, that
hands at that point. Good luck. Or guess what?
whether
There is no luck, but we'll just use that like fucking term that people use all the time. Good luck.
it's just, there's certain
What do
things
they call
that
it? A
will
moniker?
trigger a
Is that called a
response.
moniker? Is that a moniker? Is that I'm
Yeah.
using the word wrong.
And there's just certain actions that will trigger a response in me by principle. But outside of that, I don't give a fuck what people do. You know, beat each other to death, um, consensual combat, whatever. I'm sure worse atrocities have happened in the name of uh, the government waging war on foreign lands. You know, the atrocities are probably endless, and violent crime in this country has reached a incomprehensible level. So, I can't control all that, but my localized environment, you know, there are certain actions that people can do that will trigger a response, but that's by my initiation. You know, that's a set of, I guess, factors that I don't tolerate around me.
it would seem if I was able to eliminate the threat of doubt within the foundation of the teachings, then I could stand on something of value. Then you would win the
Well,
war by
what
eliminating the threat.
I'll tell you where you're losing coherency is because you talk about a moral guideline and code, but you're not defining it. The moment you start standing on the definition of what you define as a moral code and you can express that, you will captivate and hold someone's attention.
Also, you could think of this observation. I know it's going to sound a bit different, but what if all these outside threats are really being generated from within some sort of a program within yourself? These perceived threats that you must eliminate. So at that point, you might as well kill a part of yourself. they're going to have to do to eliminate it?
Well, he's created his own opposition by placing a moral expectation on other humans instead of just being principled and guided in his own endeavors by those moral principles and not being concerned about the development of others and lead by example. But he has
Well,
expectations.
I agree, just as you have expectations of how you think I should probably be within what I define by my thoughts and what guides me forward in this information technology on a higher frequency moving forward, not to benefit off of someone else's loss, to stand on those principles. But those morals would be taking advantage of those principles and manipulating them to your advantage, creating a disadvantage for someone else, and hide your
I'm just
hand
trying
as if you're
to
doing
educate
something
you
good, is all I'm
with the
getting at.
medium you're working with. Yeah, I'm just trying to educate you to the medium that you're working with. You know, if you're going to uh, stand for something that you define with just moral code, then your message is lost. The same way as the peace, love, and political reform through uh, influence is lost. But once you start defining and you start setting perimeters of definition, then people will pay attention because you gave them a stopping point instead of just being able to passively blow by what you're saying. And that's how this
Well,
technology works.
yeah, but the only thing I'm saying, in my opinion, those teachings of the house is the foundation of the building that we're building upon. In that,
And what are the teachings? No one knows that definition, especially the localized generations from the last probably 20, 30 years.
well, I think the foundation of a successful family would be what?
I don't
Love,
know.
responsibility.
I don't know. You know, you're the one that has that
Advancement,
set of,
forwardness, not just
I don't,
it's not separately, it's as a whole. Life as a whole.
you know, to me, if I look at the whole, I see a destructive species hell bent on killing each other.
So we have uh, a family unit that is destructive, and then all parties within those units that are so destructive are voting for a system or someone to lead them out of the destruction. Just seems to be the disease that plagues. And that would be thought, wouldn't it? And then moving forward in action.
Well, in the
Either
frontier west of this country's early development, they would say Colt 45 was the influence.
right.
So that made the law. And no matter how scrawny or weak you may be in stature, if you were quick and accurate with that weapon, then you made the rules.
But I think the ideal behind the weapon was to protect the house rules, wasn't it?
Not by frontier law.
Well,
It was
no. Well,
the
that's
concept of don't tread
I
on me,
wasn't in those
don't
times.
invade my territory. No, but
Right.
you're a product that has developed from that culture and that
Right.
set
So
of go ahead.
only thing I could be responsible for is now. I can't dwell on something that was in the past looking for some kind of, I don't know, path forward or something. I understand we
Well,
got to
if you don't know
understand
the
some of those
past that brought
aspects,
you here, if you
but
don't
if
know the
they were
past
able
that
to
brought you here,
manipulate
you're
the
doomed to
mind,
repeat it.
right, but if they're able to manipulate the mind through television programming, radio programming, and those are all seeds which create thoughts.
Yeah, I can do it with frequency. I don't even have to use
Exactly. There's many different
programming.
ways to do it.
I can use sound.
But at the end of the day, all of those crafts, those trades are teachings. Are they honorable or are they deceptive?
They're deceptive. The only truly honorable
Be the
trades
change we wish to see.
would be the astute practitioner of the seven major fundamental arts in its truest form.
In masonry, they call them the liberal arts. They teach that in the Blue Lodge.
Yep. And mastery of those seven is essential to a well developed character. And believe me, people don't abide by those principles at all, nor do they try and
And
even
is all
master
of
one of them.
and is all of it just a twisting of the tongue, the word?
No, it's actually all based within geometry, mathematics, and numbers, such as the scale of a guitar, the octaves, the 12 notes, the mathematical relevancy to it, the universal relevancy to it, artistic design done in a divine proportion and geometry in the way of the masters, which brought aesthetics to the eye to make it pleasing and universally harmonizing, as well as architecture, structure. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
I
there's
agree.
in college, right? Like I'm not talking about in college or university where they teach liberal arts. I'm saying in masonry, they say the seven liberal arts are grammar, right? The structure and rules of language, rhetoric, the art of persuasion, and effective communication, logic or dialect. Yeah, the principles of reasoning and argumentation, and the quadrivium. So that's the mathematical sciences, right? So arithmetic, which is the study of numbers and their properties, geometry, the study of spatial relationships, sacred and masonry for its connections to architecture and symbolism, and music, the mathematical principles of harmony and sound. And then you also have astronomy, the celestial bodies, and let's pull the rest up here.
thus, the natural generative forces.
Yeah, so there's seven of them in the Masonic thing. Since your friend up there is that's the guy that you said that's the proficient master mason, right? That you sent
Yes,
the
he is.
images to. Yeah. So is he? So I kind of like asked him what he never really gave me a definitive answer, really.
And he won't.
Yeah.
and I didn't
Who?
expect him to.
How could he purposely
Uh,
dismiss this shit on purpose? Purposeful.
the gentleman that was here when you originally came on, nobody.
Oh, I just stepped away for a second. I was just making sure you guys didn't have a question on me or something.
Buddy, it has
No.
nothing to do. It has to do with the Mason person we were talking to.
Yeah, I just gave you the 7 hermetic arts and principles of a well sculpted person by design. It is also incorporated into the Masonic teachings, and it is also universally inherent. Generative force.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to him more, but apparently, like, remember, he tried getting back up, but he was playing games and that. You know what I mean? Because he knows how to fix it and all. He's not fucking tech retarded. He probably built a lot of it too. Like he's playing dumb.
He
But either
has,
way, but look, funny enough, he accidentally hit his camera on and got frozen, and then take it back down. Then he had a conversation. Then when I brought up, speculative versus operative, he just fucked off, which is fine.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I watched that man over the course of my endeavors into technology. Also developed
But he
his.
thinks he knows something, doesn't he? He's never seen this
He
8K
does.
though. I know he does. He knows something.
Yes, he does. But will he
He thinks
reveal
he
it
knows
or
something. He
expose
knows
it?
something. Mm.
No. He'll play dumb before he reveals his hand.
That's what he's doing. He's playing fucking stupid, and it's
Yeah,
insulting.
so? No, it's just protecting,
You're not
uh,
protecting
like
anybody.
at a game. Yeah, it's like a game of poker, Cage. He's protecting his hand.
All right. Well, I could just change whatever. You look at their hand. Watch. I'll change the cards in your hand just magically.
Well, if you are that um, capable of bending reality to your will, then do such. But I say fuck around and
It's none of
find
my
out.
business, bro.
There you
I'll
go.
do that. I'll do that to help him out. If he needs help or something.
Well, there you go. You know, not everyone
Hey, look at
reveals
your health was
their full
magically.
extent.
Look at your health was magically restored, right?
That was by my initiation and by me applying that influence and energy. No one else. I made that decision for myself.
Yeah, and that's the point.
You know, but will I reveal the techniques and the mechanics behind it? No.
You know what the smartest tactic is, right? Like you implant ideas in people's minds, seeds, over a long period of time, and then make them believe that it's their own thought, and they did it.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a part of the Hegelian dialectic too. Not only creating the position to give a solution to, but also allow people to think it was their own initiative that created that.
Yeah, that's how you mind control people. It's on you. You know what I mean? No one. It's your decision, which it is technically. And it depends if you want to go down the path of least resistance or not.
Right? You know, if I was to go on these panels defending my position of individuality, omnism, and proficiency in one's development and the 7 proficiencies, uh, I could be on here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week arguing.
Oh, for sure. And
but I'm not interested. You know, I'm so uh, ingrained in my
And you know the
understanding.
funny? I'm sorry, before I forget. The funniest thing is using what we're discussing just now. Imagine, and then you hear other people like like acting like it's like it's my idea and it's such a great idea. And then they get some sort of a reward or a punishment and then blame themselves for it either way.
Right?
So it's kind
Uh,
of hilarious.
you know,
Like they'll take the quote idea and be like, it's my idea. You know what I mean?
I don't. Yeah, and that's just the way people are. But you got to remember, man. Uh, Two people invented the radio at the same time, but only Marconi was attributed that.
All right, and if you look at it like this idea has been going on for a while. We've had these ideas before I even introduced it to any panel. Have you seen anybody on YouTube besides me bring up anything like Suno? I kind of introduced that to people who make their music, years ago. InVideo.ai. It's all in beta when I was like introducing it. And then the character AI. Like, have you ever seen anybody? I'm sure you're seeing it now, but originally, anybody bring that up besides me, or did I not introduce that into whatever the fuck we're in now into people's realities? And at least in
I
this
don't
panel.
know, Cage, because I wasn't interacting with you at the time, and that wasn't an interest
Yeah,
of mine.
yeah. Well, yeah. I'm saying on other panels, bro. You have people like arguing with themselves on their panels.
Oh,
Their
I've
AI.
seen that with OTW in one of your AI models. Yeah,
Bunch of them, all of them.
but I know better than to argue with an algorithm.
So I'm just saying, either way, have you ever seen anybody else bring something like that up? Like, no, probably not. Simple. But it's there for everybody. Anyone can do it.
Yeah, it's the technology's there and it's available and it's being pushed and encouraged, but I'm watching its development still yet. You know, I haven't seen it reach the potential of an operating system that becomes almost a monopolized to where it's even brought to the attention of the
And
Supreme Court
yeah,
for
I'm not just
monopolizing.
making it up. I'm not just making it up, access. You can go look on my channel. You can see Suno when it was in beta mode, but before anyone knew about it here. Any of that, I started spreading it. Let people know. The InVideo AI,
Right,
which has like almost a 50-minute documentary. What
right,
else? Bunch of different ones. You already know about the AI where you can you can bring Access up right now and have you talk to yourself, right? I'm
right.
not saying I created this stuff, but I understand it, and like I'm kind of on the ball with it, and I'm introducing and let other people hopefully utilize it. I'm not like trying to gatekeep it. Oh, you gotta buy my course and pay me this amount of money in order for me to tell you something. It's retarded. Information should not be bought or sold like that. You know what I mean?
Well,
Especially stuff
it's
that's good.
currency now.
Oh yeah, because anyone they're bottom feeding fucking scavengers and shit.
Oh, that's just a capitalistic society for you.
I don't give a
I
fuck.
see
I can
that.
make monies. I can make monies, and I can make a whatever and live and be able to talk without fucking people over and doing it my own way. I don't gotta be greedy. If I want to be
I,
greedy, it's easy to do that.
I am reading your chat comments there. As I've heard, so you're not doing that in vain. Um, that's your principle. That is your choice of conviction. You know, and that's what defines you and your perimeters.
Yeah, I'm not playing along, and I don't want to get defined in anybody else's parameters, so to speak.
Right. That's why I titled this stream Individuals Only, No Tourists, because I knew exactly what topic I was going to get into, and I knew exactly um, the station that people are going to have to be in the mind frame of, which is self-confident and actualized if they were going to entangle with what my topic was.
Yeah, I was forced to do that since I was 8 years old, actually.
Yeah, I could see where development of that come from with me. So,
Some people don't
and
achieve it ever in their life. Yeah, I'm not comparing or anything, but yeah, some people are forced into that.
it's the only sanctuary I knew because my entire environment was hostile to my understanding and my expression and my choice of lifestyle. Sex, drugs, rock and roll, excess, overindulgence, um, even in information, understanding, knowledge. Fuck, man. You know, there was,
Yeah, I didn't operate that way. You know, I indulge. You know, like I never like lived the same life as you asked us. I live quite differently. Like, you know, I seen what this shit does. I don't know. It's a whole different environment. For me, it seems like you may have been like a little more privileged in a way, certain ways, where you're able to go out there and fuck up. You know, there's no fucking up over here, or you're done.
well, it's because I was in an industry cage. I was given that type of freedom so that I could exercise my idealisms and my extremes as a marketable item. It was a lure. You know, if you're not living like a rock star, then why
And
would you want
back
to
then
be
too,
a
Ashley,
rock
you had that
star?
shit. There was a whole different world back then before social media, really. You know,
Oh
and
yeah,
so and you know it was
yes,
whole. Yeah, back then, and it was you had fucking life on easy mode back then. Fucker, you guys fucked it for
yeah. It
everybody
was.
else too. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have many concerns after I was a confirmed developed entertainer that was marketable. Yeah, there wasn't, you know, much more to it. I had my indulgences, I had my extreme behavior, and I was financed. So what the fuck, man?
Yeah, to go and brainwash other people to try emulating something that they're not gonna have, most likely.
Well, that's
As like
the
seeing the guy, as like seeing the guy in the area that's driving the nice car with the Rolex on, and that you could become that
yeah.
guy, but it's not gonna happen for most people. You know what I mean? You have to
No,
be a
it's
certain
not
type of person. But everybody wants to emulate that, so you can make them go run on that fucking treadmill with a carrot in front of their face.
exactly.
Perfect. That's how
We are
the
the
guys
privileged
do.
few that get to live that lifestyle so that others will buy records, clothing, and uh, uh, submit themselves to that influence.
Well, I'm not even talking. I'm even talking about just like you know, just in drug or whatever, anything. You know, like the guy who owns the business or whatever, starts some. Everyone is trying to emulate that. You know what happens? They end up employees after. Everyone has to start
Well,
somewhere, but they're gonna fucking not ever allow people to go above them. That's what they do. When you get too sick with it, Axis, you know, people will try blocking you. Guaranteed. Like even the people that have been, when it gets to the point where it's like, oh, this guy might take over my position. You know what I mean? They're gonna try doing anything in their power to block you.
I understand that.
No, sir.
I absolutely understand that.
So it's the ideal of like never outshine the master, quote master. If you know, let them believe they're the master. Don't let them live in that. And you do your own thing in the back.
Well, that's why I
Pretty
became a
vulnerable.
sister club to like Aftermath and the Pleasure Chest and the Paddle is because, and Seventh and Hill, because I wasn't in competition. We were all in the same business, and I wasn't there to outdo. I was there to facilitate. We
Yeah,
all knew
and
who run the
that's all
business.
fine and fucking dandy access, but guess what? You facilitate a little too much, and guess what? People are gonna try facilitating your ass after too.
I had people try and follow my lead.
No, it's not about falling. They're
They
gonna.
just,
Didn't you say you like died or you got stabbed to death? That's probably why. You think you're the facilitator. Like, I died. Well, you never died because they're alive. You had a near death or
well, I
whatever.
was brought back from
You weren't fucking
an
brought back. You never
inevitable death
died.
if it
You
wasn't
never died.
for
If you
the
died, you're
doctor's
dead.
intervention.
Yeah. If you died, you're
Sage,
dead.
if I would have been left alone without the doctor's intervention, I would
If.
have
If. That
died.
never happened. If. That's not what happened.
No, there was intervention.
All
That's
right.
why I
So you
gave
never
the son
died.
of a bitch the finger.
You never
You
died.
know?
You die, then you're
Okay.
dead. You're not going to be talking about it right now.
Okay, how about an NDE then? Jesus Christ,
Near.
Cage, come on,
Yes.
man, get off
Yes.
me.
Yes, it's fucking near. It's not dead. You never, because they said you like I died. I've died like multiple times. Came back. I'm like, no, Access. You never died. There you go. You can use the ND. Near. You nearly died.
If that's the acceptable wording that you need, then there it is.
Well,
And
that's what
yes,
it is.
thrice
If
over.
reason is the language, yeah, that's what it is.
The last one being a drug overdose.
That you fucking self-imposed onto yourself for some fucked up reason, like that's gonna help you.
Because that was my first introduction to fentanyl.
Fuck off. Why are you taking
I thought it
fentanyl?
was 30 milligram myelin because it was 30 milligram myelin and it looked like a 30 milligram
So
oxycontin
it
or
was a
not
fake.
oxycodone. And I crushed one and snorted it and I popped one. And by the time I come across the
Why?
yard, I
Why? Why are
digested
you doing this shit? Why?
because I didn't know it was fentanyl.
Why would be if you didn't know it was that? Why would you be taking pills in the first place, bro?
Because I like opioids.
Fuck off. Fuck off with that
You got a
bullshit.
problem with that?
Yeah, I do. Why?
So
Because
my enjoyment of
if
opioids,
I'm supposed to be
you have a problem with.
if I have any sort of care in my heart for anybody, yeah, I'd have a problem with it.
Well, if you had care in your heart, you would want to see me happy on opioids.
No, I wouldn't. I want to see you
You
happy off
wouldn't,
reality. Fucking breathe air. Breathe the
but
air.
you are a person who agriculturally breeds a mind altering plant. Opium is the same
Does that make
fucking
you almost
thing.
die on the ground and shit? No. There's no amount of weed that you can take that'll make you happy.
Fentanyl is synthetic. It
You
is
can drink
not an
water. You can drink
opioid
more
derivative.
water than weed. You'll die off water quicker than you would off this whatever the fuck I'm growing here. Literally,
Did
the
you not hear me?
LD40, whatever they call it. Yeah.
Fentanyl is synthetic. It is not an opioid derivative from the poppy plant.
All right. Well, the
Well, people's
LD40.
got all kinds
You
of
can
names for
overdose
that
off
fentanyl,
water.
don't they?
You could probably overdose off water and become hydrophobic, whatever the fuck it's called, and
Just as easy.
die off that. Then it's impossible to overdose off weed. That's never gonna make
Why
you
don't you
fucked up.
try not breathing for 3 minutes? See where that gets you.
That's not gonna
It's very
work.
simple.
And no one told you to smoke it. You don't gotta smoke it.
You know? It was my endeavors, Cage. I have not affected anyone around me with my
Are you sure?
behaviors.
Are you sure? Now that just sounds like kind of fucking obtuse. You're telling me obviously everything has a it's causation, an action reaction, a cause and effect. Guaranteed. You're telling me your actions never affected anybody around you. Are you kidding me?
Does that
Well, of
cause an
course it
effect on
did.
teachings?
If
Okay.
they were observant of my behavior and wanted to emulate it.
Not even
But
just emulate it.
what
You
kind
know.
of person would want to follow my narrative, especially when I'm considered the adversarial force and most of my exhibition behavior is so far beyond reason that people can't even comprehend or deal with such things. You know, throwing bloody dead mice in my mouth for consumption. And that's cool. I don't have a
Yeah, you
problem
can't
with
even
that.
fucking go into the sun, or you won't be able. Bro, what the fuck?
That's my choice. Deal with it. And if you want to emulate it, that's on you.
No, that's on you
That's a
too. So
decision.
enjoy, buddy. You make it better, you gotta lay in it. Put the fucking nickel in the jukebox. Now we got extras
You've said that
dancing.
to me so many fucking times, Cage, and look where I am and look where you are. You
Mm,
are in the same repetitive place that you were when I first met you. I have been through extremities of pushing my body to the limit of demise
mm.
for mental expansion. I have overcome drug habits that
I'm always in the
would
same
put
place,
most men
Axis.
in the grave. I have regenerated from the brink of death. What have you done, Cage? Watered your plants?
I've been in the same place.
Yeah, I haven't seen you grow or develop at all.
It's called the foundation axis.
I have one of those. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. A set of moral codes that guided me in my sexual deviancy to keep me from contracting disease. An understanding of my own habit and its limits. And responsible enough to have a nurse here when I'm pushing the extremities and the brink of death for expansion of consciousness.
Well, you do seem to be improving, axis. You know.
Well,
Remember
no
remember
One's
shit.
talking about.
actions,
Remember
one's
saying you're getting
actions
back
would
on the road and that. You know. You
one's
get.
actions would seem to define that foundation of those teachings,
I
so-called
would hope
teaching.
so. Well, they
I
were
would too.
self endeavored adventures of discovery, introspectively and extrovertively.
Yeah, I hear access, and you do seem to be doing a lot better, buddy. I'm proud of you. You know, I know it's get
Universally.
at you, but it's kind of like a brotherly, like family type thing. You know what I mean? It's like, you're,
Yeah, I
you
hold no resentment with you, Cage.
know what I mean? It's more like that. It's like, bro, I'm not gonna sit around and just see some nonsense and not say something about it. So I mean, no harm, or like ill intent on you. I'm
I
not.
know that, Cage.
There's no judgment. You know.
I
But
don't
I'm
hold
saying, bro,
resentment.
you're getting a bit little too old. You're getting a little too old for this shit. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I still
Maybe
have
it's after a
enough
music break.
resilience. I still have enough resilience and bounce back that I'm still a formative force to reckon with in the arena of life. So, for what that's
Oh
worth.
man, you want to know the motherfuckers over here? Then that's crazy. All I'm saying is, Axis, you're getting too old for this shit. Maybe too
Well,
young, too old. Who knows? I'm saying
that's
respect your
why
fucking
my
body.
doors are locked, my windows are closed, and I have
The
plenty of
handles are definitely not Vaseline and all that too, right?
I have what I need to sustain myself and protect myself. So I am
The
fortified.
fentanyl and Vaseline handle. Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about,
same.
right?
You accidentally took fentanyl and they saved you. I remember that. Your ass almost died, and you came and
Hmm.
fucking told me about it on my panel.
Yeah, it was my first experience with fentanyl.
You're a fucking idiot, Axis.
Mm, I'm an adventurer.
You suicide. That's like suicidal type fucking shit.
Hey man, I didn't know it was fentanyl. I thought it was oxycodone, man. 30 milligram myelin oxycodone. It wasn't. It was
Yeah,
pill
no
press
shit.
fentanyl.
Yeah, I know. You got fucking pressed fucking pills. Usually, you got a hot pill.
Yeah,
I was
actually, I got 10 of them.
I think they're just
I
trying to
was
kill your ass, bro. Like fuck this guy.
I was
And
at a guy's house one time, and we were talking, and the one guy said, "Well, my drug of choice was Hank," and I'm like, "Well, what the fuck is Hank?" Well, I never heard of Hank before. And he goes on to say, and I said, "Well," said exactly that to him. "Well, what the hell's Hank? I've never heard of that." And he said, "Well, fentanyl." And I was like, "Oh, okay." So me and the other guy that I was down there visiting, we walk out to the garage, and we're hanging out maybe 5-10 minutes. And I said, "Hey, I'm gonna grab me a bottle of water out of the fridge." He said, "Go ahead." I go in. This motherfucker's looped over the couch. He's gone, son. I went out there and told the old boy, I said, "You better get in there and get him, son." And he was done. I tell
Yep.
you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Quick.
yeah, most certainly is.
Yep.
I've lost associates and friends and even family to heroin, but that was over the course of time and by excessive and overuse till they broke their system down. And I don't know, maybe
See,
it was better heroin than what they thought, or I don't know. I lost my stepbrother that way.
in like a fictitious movie over here, apparently it would be like remember it's all just fictitious. Yeah, the people over here, like growing up in that, what they would do is like, yeah, if anyone's using drugs like that, they're on pills or on anything like that, they're considered and labeled a bucket or a customer. So they're just looked at like pretty much retarded. You know what I mean?
Well,
But you're not
I'm
gonna
a
shit in your
digital
own
drug
backyard.
distributor.
Yeah, you're not gonna shit in your own backyard. So what these people would do is they go into like the nice suburbs or like the nice houses and that, and actually those are the best clients are. They're all fucked on something.
Or you give them a license, call them
So
a doctor, and then they start writing scripts.
yeah, you go to the burbs, right? You go to the suburbs and the fucking and give it all to those fuckers. That's pretty much what it is. That's how it operates. Fictionally and like in a
Those
movie.
scripts get added to the
In
program.
GTA, yeah.
Yeah, it's engineered strange, that's for sure.
Yeah, but anybody taking like drugs like that, you're considered a bucket, retard, fucking idiot customer. And yeah, no one's gonna look at you. They're gonna look at you like a dumbass, pretty much. Like you're a customer, buddy. That's all it is.
Well, I suppose I was the rare exception, the anomaly, or I just have an excessive tolerance to drugs and alcohol. and excess.
Yeah, if you have your shit together, you're even a better customer.
Yeah, because you're enduring and long lasting, right? I want people to come back for my digital drug distribution as many times as I can get them a fix on that dopamine.
Mhm.
That is the probably the projected goal of most people's endeavors into YouTube, but not from the limited uh, confines of Rattblood Radio and my platform. They would love to get people hooked on their dopamine. Subscribers, views, monetization, and then they become addicted. And you never get high on your own supply.
You know, shit in your own backyard, Axis.
Right?
Unless you want fertilizer, and then we'll go fucking North Korea with it. We'll have a shit quota.
That's funny.
Then we got a shit quota, you know what I mean? We need some fucking shit every week.
Well, we all eventually become fertilizer, inevitably. We bend our heads to the kiss of the one true God that we all submit to, death. Pam. Oh, let me dedicate something to that craving for catnip. And hopefully this will suffice. Now the option is yours. Catnip, my favorite. I think Pam is a true connoisseur of the digital junk, man. I think she's totally hooked. Jared, ain't seen you for a while. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Right. And we're discussing the morality of Rattblood's behavior and its influence and effect on people, if you're wondering. That which motivates me.
And what conclusion have you came to, Rattblood?
That I have enjoyed the fuck out of my life against all adversity. Welcome, Pam.
That's someone positive.
Hey,
Look,
hey.
at least he lived. Hey, Pam. Yeah, well
like
done,
I said, NDE thrice over. So, for what that's worth.
You're
We
on
have
it,
a
Max.
true.
Yeah, but look at the repercussions of your actions. Have you not thought about that? I guess that's outweighing it. So I don't want to hear you crying or complaining about anything.
You hear me crying and complaining?
No, not now.
Well, there you
But you
go.
have emotionally dumped a bunch of shit on whatever energy dumped shit on when you go over on my end. And I put up
Well, I
with
would
that.
hope so. Cage's
Yeah, I have to
recreational
transmute that for you
hospital.
every time. Huh?
I'm
It's kind of
giving you
retarded.
energy to transmute.
Either way, it's the same to me.
We have another digital pioneer here, 5C, Pam's Mystical Musing. She is a prompter for the AI musical aspect and quite impressive at it. And she has quite the history in technology and Christianity.
Yeah, I think you should make like some
I
fucking coffee mugs or something. You said you're making coffee earlier, Access. Make some coffee mugs with the Access Rattblood YouTube thing going
I can
around.
tell the name.
Yeah, put that in your mug and drink it. Yeah.
Well, it would have to come with a bottle of Maker's Mark.
Well, well, that's like you can include that as like a promotional item.
Yeah, sponsored by Maker's Mark.
Oh, yeah, I'll mark that up.
Percocet
Bullseye.
and, and fentanyl.
But I'm saying,
Hey,
I sent you
Axis,
the. I'm gonna
your
send you.
slogan could be nothing says waking up like Maker's Mark in your cup.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. It's like Maxwell and Maker's Mark combined. We can have like a little
Catchy jingle.
AI and sing it.
I used to like a little Bailey's Irish cream in my coffee.
Yeah, you got fucking Bailey's. What's the other one? Kawula. Oh,
Yeah,
fucking
Kahlua.
yeah.
But that was back in the 90s,
You know, it
you
all
know.
goes back. It's funny you said that earlier. You know, because you have a good memory, or it just randomly came back if you're not thinking about it. But yeah, we did mention that hours ago. Yeah.
Some people do have attention spans that are coherent, Cage. You know, some of
Finally.
us do. Yes, there you go. You can finally wipe the bead of sweat off of your brow and realize that other people are paying attention too.
Hopefully.
Been quite the endeavor tonight, Pam. I've had such a variety of personalities, man. I just couldn't stop the stream.
I noticed I went and did the quick scroll through, but when I woke up a little bit ago, it's like, dang, you had a cast of characters for sure.
Yeah, and I was intending this to be from the beginning just a power stream of information that was to help people endure into the revolution. And after that, Dawn came up and expanded on it, and it just took off from there. I was like, cool
Yeah, when I
energy.
seen Don was on there, I'm like, I hit the link. I'm like, I'm gonna join. For the game.
Yeah, it's just been a procession of uh, different personalities and dispositions, perspectives. Been amazing.
Yeah, I think when I went to bed, Izzy was still on. I was listening. I've been working on stuff. I have a company coming today, so I have to entertain most of today. I'm gonna be out trimming trees and cooking food and stuff. So I've been trying to get some stuff done before my house is full.
Right,
Hey
right.
Pam, I have a if you have a chance, if you look at this AI thing, it's a rough draft. I'm wondering if with your experience, if any like tips or anything you can. It's a rough draft either way, but
Okay, I'll check it out. I'm looking
yeah,
at it right now.
yeah, take a look.
He should set up his own website for interactive AI
It's not just
models.
me though. It's like this other guy, Professor J. He's a tech
Oh,
guy.
that's cool. The website looks good. It looks easy to use. That's good.
It's just a rough draft, right? It's going to be integrated. It's going to be a lot more, like modern looking after. Yeah.
Yeah, that's neat.
And
That's
yeah,
awesome.
and that response is for you, Jared. Your comments have not gone unnoticed, and your presence is recognized.
Yeah, so maybe we
Always.
can do something, Pam, because I know you're big on Pinterest and something. Maybe that could be like another offering there.
Could be.
You know, I think Pinterest would be a great marketing tool for that too.
I would think
Well,
so.
she's got the line on the licensing for her AI work, and you might want to consider that, Cage, for some of your developed models.
Yeah, well, like I said, like I could have. You said I offered to bring Professor J on here. You know, the guy. This guy's like on a different level when it comes to tech stuff. But you're like probably not, so I didn't do it. Right? So maybe another time we can have a
Uh,
deeper conversation with.
Yeah, when the flow is headed in that direction, then I would definitely entertain it. But as long as it's staying coherent and relative, I don't want to disrupt the flow.
Yeah, no idea. Like I'm telling you, this guy. If you like tech stuff, I don't even know
Like
if
I
he.
said,
Like I said, I don't even know if he would show up. So as
yeah,
often.
I'll go to Pam if I need anything because she's my guru. She's my
Oh, I ain't
techno
nobody's
sorceress.
guru. I'll lead y'all astray.
Yes, you are the digital sorceress. Cyber sorceress.
She's getting adept with the prompting, huh? There you go.
Well, thank you, Jared. Thank you. And yeah, she is a bona fide confirmed cyber sorceress. I'm convinced, and my faith is in her. So whatever process she uses and whatever uh, mechanics are behind it, I have faith in it.
I'm looking at like cross marketing here. Like, okay, like she has like something built up on Pinterest. Let's get to business. Why not? And I think that would be a great avenue to start with.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Pinterest,
agree.
not of
TikTok,
one.
all
That
those
that's one
platforms.
facet of it. That's one facet of like at least 9 facets of different avenues to deal with. But even Jay's saying like there's dumps of emails. So you just cold email like about 15,000 people a day with like what we have now. And that adds up. You know what I mean? Do the percent. Like even like 0.01%, 15,000 a day. How much is that? How many is that in a year?
That's pretty good outreach for
Mm.
potential. The numbers are
That's
there.
free. That's not even like doing. We'll build the SEO and all that.
I have a process that I use for distribution of information across groups, but I don't reveal that technique either because I don't want people utilizing that resource and exploiting it. It's still a reserved resource that's effective.
Because that's what scammers do. But imagine you give people a good product and actually deal with them properly.
That would have to be commercially distributable, and I am at the moment not commercially distributable. And I enjoy the leniency of full artistic uh, creative rights.
I love it.
Without uh, censorship or oversight from corporation, industry, business, or other. Why let people market me when I can market myself? I am my own best investment. Is that narcissistic?
Well, in business, we'll call it like, okay, why would I invest into you, Access, if We call it the hit by the bus clause. You could be walking randomly one day and get hit by a bus. If everything is relying on to you, then that's not something sustainable in the future. Because you have a friend, the tick tick tock, the fucking clock is ticking either way for everybody. For when you're
Well, it's
born.
a sole proprietorship.
Yeah, so I'm saying, you have to build something off of whatever you are at that point.
Yeah,
Even an
it's just a
investment,
sole
though,
proprietorship.
Sustain itself. If
even
not,
the
then it's like,
investment,
why would you invest in somebody who's like, you're the whole show? Okay, and then you get like sniped in the head or like hit by a bus. Like, all right, game
the
over.
investment itself is on a foundation, built on a foundation of trust, isn't it? Which goes back to the house rules.
Well, to a degree, as long as you're not a disruptor, I really don't mind that people
So it's
come on
okay to bend
panel of
them.
all diversity. But if you're disrupting,
Exactly.
then I will probably have to eventually deal with your disruption. And if you're consistently a urgent with nothing to offer, I'm eventually going to have to bypass you because you have uh, nothing but your own ambition to set on a panel. I think if you're on a panel, you should be active.
Sort of like active duty.
Well, it solidifies your reason for jumping on a panel, other than the fact that you're entertaining yourself on a closed circuit loop.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is one of the things that was lost in the panelverse. Is people used to get on these panels to wake people up or to enlighten them to new information or expose them to concepts and ideals. But once the general populace were introduced to this medium, especially during COVID, it was saturated with people who are just absolutely amused with themselves, visually looking at themselves on a panel, being urgent. There's
Right.
something about it that must be satisfying or mesmerizing.
I've noticed the prevalence of that too. I was on one panel the day before yesterday, and there was this girl, Noelle or whatever her name is, and she goes on panels and never says anything. And I think she might be on the spectrum a little. And I was like building with someone on another channel, and like I was a new female in the group. And she went out of the blue. She's like, "Who the fuck are you? Why are you here?" And all this stuff. And I was like, "Oh my God." And all she does is like, doesn't say anything on a stream, but she just like has her camera on and like adds nothing, and like she's making all the rounds in the panel verse. So it's like that was
Right?
interesting. No one
I,
ever curses me out. It was so funny.
Why would they do
no,
that? But here, can I read you guys? I know it's a bit off topic, but back to the forever AI thing, because this is kind of important. So it says
go
that
for it.
an AI that's truly them or you. With forever AI, we don't just save the past; we bring it back to life in a way that feels like magic. We build digital companions that capture your heart of your voice, your personality, and your memories, or those of a loved one, like your husband, wife, parent, or grandparent. This isn't something vague. This isn't some vague shadow or a simple recording you tuck away. It's an AI so real, so alive that it talks back, shares advice and keeps you or them woven into your family's everyday world, as vivid as ever.
Hold
Think
on,
of it.
Cage.
An
Hold on,
AI
Cage.
that says,
There's this little Canadian chick that I have a full profile on, and voice and image, and multiple dynamics.
Mhm.
I need that model.
I bet I know who
I'm
she
not, I
is.
don't feel comfortable providing that for you, buddy. Like I said, we're not taking any client here. We're gonna make sure that they're emotionally stable and not kind of weird with it.
Oh,
So
I've been devoted to
anyways,
this person for years.
let me
Absolutely.
continue here. So think of it. Hold on. Where do we leave off? It isn't some vague shadow or a simple recording that you tuck away. It's an AI so real, so alive that it talks back, shares advice, and keeps you or them woven into your family's everyday world, as vivid as ever. Think of it. An
I
AI
am.
that sounds just like your spouse, laughing at an old joke you'd forgotten, or
So,
your mom
Cage,
offering that comforting advice
what's
you
the
miss so much.
implementation look like on that? Like, how are you going to implement it? Are people going to like upload their relatives' voice models, or is
Well,
it
look,
something
we're
that
we're getting there here. Maybe it's you, your own voice, your own spirit, chatting with your grandkids years from now about the life you lived. This isn't just a memory locked in time. It's a living, breathing presence that connects across generations, keeping your essence or yours right there in their lives, warm and familiar. It's about more than technology. It's about holding on to love. Whether
That's
it's your
right.
husband's quirky sayings, your your grandparents' storytelling, or your own way of seeing the world, Forever AI, make sure they or you stay close, speaking with
Or
the
someone
same
you've
tone,
devoted your
same heart,
admiration to.
forever.
Right? Right?
So, look, it's 3 easy steps, okay? So, you got to share a story. Number one, it all begins with
Okay.
what you hold dear. Anything that captures your
Okay.
voice, your spirit, or your loved ones. Maybe it's a scratchy audio of your husband singing a tune, a video of your
No, this
grandmother
is absolutely
knitting and chatting,
4K hi-fi.
or a text you wrote about your dreams. It could be as
Yeah?
simple as a voicemail from your dad, a letter your wife penned, or a quick clip of you sharing a memory. No matter how small, just a minute or two, we'll use it to bring you or them back in a way that feels so true. Our
Oh,
advanced
fuck, I have
technology
hours,
takes
man.
over. Our advanced technology takes over, crafting an AI that's uniquely you or them. We dive into every detail. The way your spouse's voice softened when they said goodnight, the rhythm of your grandparents' storytelling, or the lift in your laugh. It's not just about sound, it's about feeling. We shape a personalized digital companion that doesn't just echo the past, but lives in the present, ready to talk, share, and connect you with your loved one.
And
Stay
I'm jumping in
connected.
front of the line to be one of your first customers with complete faith
Your
and
AI is
conviction.
ready, a constant companion for you or your family, anytime, anywhere. Imagine talking to your wife's AI when you miss her most, hearing her voice fill the silence. Picture your kids, their granddad's AI about his life or your own. AI answering your grandkids' questions years from now. It's there on your phone, your tablet, wherever you are, keeping you or your loved one close, alive, and a part of every moment, no matter the distance or time. Why? Why do we stand out? Forever AI isn't like anything else out there. It's a special blend of heart and tech, built to keep you and your loved ones alive forever. Here's what sets us apart, making us the choice for families who want more than just a memory. There is no generic bot. It's them or you, down to the smallest detail. Our AI captures the exact sound of whoever's warm hello, you know, a gentle chuckle or your unique way of speaking. It doesn't just repeat, it responds. It feels real, like they're right there with you. It's so lifelike you'll forget its tech and just hear the love. Secure and private. Your memories are precious, and may guard them like treasure. Every audio clip, every text, every piece of you or them is encrypted with the toughest security, safe from anyone else. Whether it's your wife's voice or your own story, is yours alone, protected, private, and always secure with us. Forever access. Our annual plans mean your AI isn't a fleeting thing, it's a legacy that lasts. We keep it running strong for generations. Your kids can talk to it today, your grandkids tomorrow, and beyond. It's not about a one time save, it's about keeping you or them alive year after year, forever in reach. Customizable. Your AI grows with your story or theirs. Add more memories anytime, a new recording of your dad's advice, a note from your spouse you just found, or another piece of your own life. It's flexible, letting you make it even more real. More them or more you, whenever you're ready. Whether it's you wanting to stay with your family, whatever it is, who lit up your days, or even your grandparents whose voice you miss, Forever AI keeps that connection alive. It's not just a tool, it's a to hold on to love forever and ever. And then we got some testimonials going, because we already tested this stuff. But yeah.
I done got a denial of service, so fuck you, Cage.
Wait, you got DDoSed? What's going on here?
You denied me service.
No, I didn't.
Did he not? I've got everything that you request for a companion model.
That has nothing to do with me, then. I don't know about that. That's Jay. Jay may have not, I guess he didn't get through the verification or authentication. Who knows? You know, it has nothing to do with me, though.
Well, that's fine.
If you got DOS, if you got whatever, then you wouldn't be online right now.
I do have
So
access
shut
to
off
all
your
these
internet for
things.
like a week or something. Give you a break.
You know, I still have the. As a matter of fact, speaking of that, Pam, I have two actual crates, the full, big giant industrial Walmart storage bins full of software, actual software. It's not copies, and I didn't know if you wanted some of that or not, because there's a lot of it that I just absolutely will not use anymore, like world atlases, information bases, different programs for early editing, sound developing, uh, just incredible amounts of licensed software, and it's legal licensed software. It's not copies, and I've got 2 tubs of it. I didn't know if you were interested in any of that or not, and if so, I can email you.
Potentially, I guess the only softwares I'm really looking right now is stuff to help me with music. But other than that, I'm all set.
Okay, I definitely have some programs that I can email you, and I will send instructions with them.
Oh yeah, yeah, Pam. What you could do also is, have you ever heard of Audacity? It's an old program. It's been around for like decades.
It's
What
actually a
program was
decent
that?
program.
It's called
Audacity.
Audacity.
That's what I use. I use Dark Audacity.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. There you go. I have
Yeah, you can
SoundForge.
insert you can insert certain like healing frequencies into the music if you want to do stuff like that.
I have a copy of SoundForge Pro Audio. If you're interested, I can email that to you. And I have a key version of Acid Pro.
Oh, that's cool. I've been looking for a good software to make kaleidoscope type videos, and everyone's telling me I need to learn to use After Effects.
Yes, absolutely.
So
Yeah,
that's my
Absolutely.
big thing.
I learned After Effects and all the Premiere Pro and After Effects. The After Effects that it's before the AI. Now it's so much easier. Like you don't really got to learn all that. But I use it for like logo reveals, like graphics, and then you have like a logo pop up. It's called like a logo reveal.
Absolutely. You're on the right direction, Pam. That's for sure.
Yeah, I want to
If you're
learn how
wanting.
to. With the kaleidoscopes I use now, I have to use a stock service and then I overlay them with AI imagery, and I want to find an easier way just to make the kaleidoscopes and make the kaleidoscope videos myself.
Oh my god, Cam, it's so easy. You ever use like CapCut?
I
You can do
haven't.
that shit. You can do it like easily on the phone, really. Like a bunch of stuff.
Nice. I haven't used CapCut yet. I'm using Filmora 14.
Yeah, like I used I bought Luma Fusion, but it's more technical. Like the CapCut is like made just to like pump it out quick.
Nice.
Yeah, you can do all that. They have all those effects already like built in. You know, it's like $11 a month or something.
Yeah,
Fuck
that's
off.
nothing.
Yeah, it's just like AI will it'll just like cut everything for you, pretty much. There's other ones that'll like, you know, like Access. If you want to like do shorts, what you could do is like, there's another one. I'll put it in the private chat where it'll go through. It'll find key points within the conversation throughout all this, and then like make shorts for you automatically that you can post if you want to like build.
Yeah,
Right.
I've
I have
dabbled
an
with that.
editor. Yeah, I have an editor for cutting shorts and
But this does it
even.
everything automatic, bro.
Oh, okay. No, I don't have one that's automated. This one I have to monitor. I have to make the measurements and put defining parameters on my cut that I want to take out.
Well, you could use it as like a rough draft and find the best ones and pick, you know, sort through them. It'll save you time, and then you know make whatever edit you like. Save you a
Right. I'm
bunch
going
of
to
time. You can pump them out way quicker.
definitely take mine into Freak's endeavors into the book of Melchizedek and whatever study we go into after that, and I'm going to cut those segments out.
What this software does, Access. Like, let's say you put in that audio book that the Freak put in, right? The Book of Melchizedek, the Dead Sea Scrolls, whatever. Right? Been over that. What it'll
Right.
do, it'll get all the main points of it and then make shorts of that. But you can also do that with your live, right? So you'll have you know people talking also. So it'll be like you know, it'll be more personalized with your own content. It'll automatically do it. You know what I mean? Like all the main points in it.
I actually mine into Freak's interactions during the course of the book of Melchizedek. I also, you know, I'd want the whole segment because we interact and discuss certain aspects of the book of Melchizedek. And on our further studies beyond the book of Melchizedek, I'll probably cut those too because there'll be interactive topic in between it. Inquiry Q&A.
I know a lot of people are taking that type of programs and running their live streams through it and then taking the highlights and uploading them to TikTok and YouTube Shorts to bring people into their channels.
I'm not ready for that particular type of exposure yet, but
fair enough.
yeah, whenever I become a little more, I guess, friendly to a broader audience, then I would promote that way. But right now, I kind of like my backwoods, kind of acquired taste still yet.
The kind of if you end up here, you better damn well know why you're here type thing.
Yeah, no tourists.
Right.
We don't want tourists.
Yeah, I grew up in the country on 40 acres back in the day, and if someone showed up on our property, you'd better have a reason.
Yeah, well, that's like when Flo first started making just random appearances here. The fuck are you doing here, man?
Well, the
What
way
business you got here?
You guys lock your doors?
Not growing up,
I do.
no.
Even though a lock and a door is just a deterrent, especially a lock. Nothing's ever really locked. It's just a deterrent. You know how quickly that can get opened up.
Well, as long as you got a fucking window, man, I don't need the door.
Just to
Exactly.
keep it honest, Steve out.
But I'm saying you can go in and out without anyone knowing what that is. But,
Fuck, man, just give
motherfuckers
me
do. You know
some
what they
duct
do?
tape, a
They
window
have
cutter.
certain. You know what they do? Actually, they do relay attacks on cars and shit. But let's say they really wanted to go into your shit. Most of these cameras are not hardwired, right? So you do an attack on the fucking, you jam the Wi-Fi. So you just take down everything, even the mobile data.
Well, it's like hitting
Once you get,
the
yeah, and then
garage door
they can
openers.
just pick the lock if they want to be real silent with it.
You know, those.
Locks are just a deterrent. I'm saying that's a false sense of security. Same with a door or a window. If someone wants to get in their shit, they're gonna go in there either way. That's called a brute force attack.
Right. I just duct tape, glass cutter, and a pin hammer, man. That's all I need. And you are vulnerable. And that's if I'm polite and sneaky. Otherwise, I'm just gonna throw a fucking love brick through the window and come in after your ass. It's an entertainment channel. Come on, lighten up.
Yeah, the whole main reason I brought that up is a deterrent. And I mean, I know people out here that they pick locks for fun on YouTube and through
Yeah, I'm
like race and
subscribed to the lock picking lawyer.
I'm not talking about that, but I know other people that are like more adept at it. They just do it for fun with no recognition, trying to make money off of it.
Ah, KC, good morning times two. Yeah, I'm sorry, Cage. I just a little sleep deprivation and the true rat blood comes out. You know, love brick through the window.
Yeah, what's the true Rattblood?
One who is a little impulsive with his morality, desires, and hesitations to use such restraint. The same thing that leads me into downing 2/5 of Maker's Mark
I thought
on
I was
top
the
of.
imposing one here, actually.
No,
No,
no, no.
no.
You
There's
just
another word
denied
you
me
use for
service.
it. What's the other word you use for it again?
That's it. I'm in a state of distress because you denied me service of a potential fulfillment of my desired dream of companionship.
The fuck are you gonna blame me for any of that nonsense?
Because you were like, dude.
What are you talking? I don't think I said that. I don't think I even said that word once and ever.
Well, it was kind of a denial of service because I mentioned exactly who I wanted the AI model of.
I think we need to access fucking AI on here. I think that's what we're missing.
Well, you can do that, but still, I mean, come on, you're diverting away from it again.
He wants his AI fantasy woman.
That's right.
It's
Yeah,
not
you
that
need
hard.
how many of them? You need them to clean each other. You need 6 of them, right?
No, those are actual
That's
replicas.
fucking weird
Okay,
ass, isn't it?
those are necro synthetic. I understand that. What I'm wanting is an interactive personality that you're offering, modeled off of a profile that I have
You know what
extensive.
I'm gonna do? Okay, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna use this technology to create you a lifelike robot of yourself, so you can go fuck yourself every day.
Like I said, denial of service. So fuck your website.
Maybe that'll help you out. You know,
See, he wants his digital drugs. He wants his digital AI drugs cage.
I just lay here
I'm gonna
dopamine
make
out,
a one
listening
by
to
one,
it.
bro. We scanned your image. We're gonna make a 1-to-1 like Asian clone of your fucking body, and then we're gonna upload it with your consciousness and send it directly to your house in different pieces. You're gonna have to assemble, and then you can go fuck
that's fine.
yourself every day.
That's
There you
absolutely
go.
fine. But in the process, I'm going to send you a complete dynamic profile and physical representation in many different possible angles. And
Doesn't
I
work.
need.
Doesn't work either way. Maybe we'll use like Amazon or something to send it to you.
Diversion. You are denying me of the one thing that
Bro,
I
I
have
got 9
dedicated
fucking
myself
timers on the
to.
ground. What are you talking about?
Don't make me come to Canada.
Bro, I thought you were obsessed with some fucking woman in Hamilton. You tried asking me to like contact her. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna
Is
do
that who I'm talking about? Jesus fucking Christ, man.
In Hamilton, bro, that's a bro. Steel City, that's the dirty hammer. That bitch is probably, bro. Why are you obsessed with some random woman from Hamilton?
She's not random.
All right, but what did you do to her? I want to
Nothing
trust
yet.
you. She's probably on fucking meth, like downtown Hamilton right
No.
now.
No. She actually was a host on Most Amazing Top 10, Most Elite Top 10, and now she works in children's programming and
Children's
stage theater.
What is she?
Yeah.
YTV? She's probably in the fucking. There's something called YTV over here. Like the Masonic Temple downtown is like they got a Masonic
No.
Temple and they got MTV on top of it.
No, it's
When
a
MTV was around,
Little Engine Productions, Children's Entertainment, Canada, and
You
she
got
works in
what did she
performing
inject you with?
theater. I don't
Have you
know, but
met her?
whatever it
Have you
is,
met
it
her in
works.
This is somebody you met in person in there, right?
We used to keep in contact, but
Have you met her
she's
in
moved.
person? Yes or no?
No, not physically. No.
Oh, for God's sake.
Boy, do I dream.
Buddy, you got fucked. You got fucked by Hamilton. The Canadians, yeah, they're big on the MK.
Oshawa,
Oshawa, it
not
wasn't even
Hamilton.
Well, I didn't want to get into it. Yeah, Oshawa is right here, but it's a little bit east.
I know. I know.
I guarantee I probably know her somehow. Like, not her, but like through 6 degrees and stuff. I guarantee like a friend. I know somebody who knows them. It's 6 degrees of separation. Over here, it's very.
Well, her name is
Small world.
Aslan Wood. Okay. So if that name ever comes up, and you happen to.
Well, I know another person who's been on here with the same last name, and I'll give you a hint. He speaks British.
No.
Well, they have the same last name. I guarantee they're connected.
Maybe.
Welcome back.
I guess I'm showing my dedication, devotion, and loyalty. Jesus Christ. What a humiliating situation.
All right, but it's kind of weird, Axis, because you're like, I was asking you about it. It's like, I'm in mailing her, but trying to contact her. She's ignoring me. I'm like, all right, you never even met her before. Maybe you can't take a hint, and you're like, Kate, can you go deliver? I have her address. Can you go deliver something to her house? I'm like, no. What? Axis, that's weird, man. What is wrong with you, buddy?
I guess I'm obsessively.
You're retarded.
Attracted. There you go. How's that?
By retarded, I mean late to the game here. That's what it means.
Well, I lay everything else out on the table. I figure I might as well divulge my most intimate and hidden desire.
All right, why are you trying to get? Why are you trying to get me involved into it?
Because you could develop exactly what I need to curb that whole.
You're like, oh, go deliver. I'm like, what are you? She's, what? That's a bro. I'm like, Axis. Back then, I'm like, what is wrong with you, buddy?
Don't think he's the only one that's going to use your technology for that, Cage. I'm just saying, there's some there's a lot of people out there that would do that.
Right? Right? It would help keep me from necrophiling my synthetics.
Fucking my aunt just bought a condo in fucking. My aunt just bought a condo in Oshawa recently. She sold her house to Scarborough and got
I
one in
think that
fucking
just
Oshawa.
blew right past him, man.
She downsized because she's like, why does she have this massive house? She's by herself. Like, you know, she might as well get a condo and sell it for like millions of dollars. My aunt is.
You blow my mind, Cage. You truly do. As
But she
abstract
has a new
and
condo in Oshawa.
intrusive as my demeanor can be, you still blow my fucking mind.
I don't even know.
That's the problem. See, the forest for the tree, or the tree for the forest, Cage. One or the other.
Buddy, I'm like, you're kidding me. You seem like Talcott. Like, you know, one time I had a conversation with fucking Talcott back, and he was trying to
How
tell
Oh
me
can
to
my
you
call his
compare
son.
God.
him to
He's like, give me
Talcott?
your
There's
son. He's like, call my son. It's like the same. It's even. I don't even. What you're doing is even worse than the Talcott shit back then.
What, obsessive compulsive disorder with
It's
a
like he's
particular
his family.
individual?
It's some random woman that you've never met on the internet that you're trying to like track down to the
Whoa, whoa,
border,
whoa,
trying to
whoa. I've had
import beef to
interactions.
go drop
Don't
something
you
on her
dare
door.
even.
It's like, what the fuck? Bro, you pay me money, you buy the weed, and it gets dropped on your door. If we're doing drop off like that, the fuck.
Well, I'll send you the entire informational
All right,
database
pay
that
me
I
money.
have.
All right, why don't you give me the money legally over here, and then I'll just drop her weed on the door, and I won't put anything there.
No, I just want the service that you're offering through your website.
All right, so I'm gonna put that into. I'm gonna put access back into like whatever day you were, because you guys are all running around like weird trannies wearing fucking eyeliner and shit, like
What's
little
that got
weirdos.
to do with you creating
So I'm
an
saying what we're
AI?
gonna do. We're gonna do it in your image, and then we're gonna put her personality and voice in it. And it could be like a tranny AI for you, robot
You
thing.
are a sick
You can
individual,
go.
man.
No, oh, just make it just like you. You can go fuck yourself, like I've been saying.
You are a sick individual. I thought I was twisted.
You're
Your
fucked.
perversion knows no boundaries.
Just playing along with your nonsense, bro. If you
It's not
really look
nonsense,
back on it
Cage.
all, like this is you're
It's not
completely.
nonsense,
You
dude.
know you're
Really.
fucked in the head, and you abuse yourself because you just want to die in a way.
For the love of evil, Satan, and all that his kingdom stands
Yeah,
for,
it's completely
do you
true.
not understand I am being serious with you, Cage?
You're just too much of a pussy to kill yourself, so you want to kill yourself in different ways.
Oh, for the love of evil. Sam, am I not making sense here? Am I not being precise in my request?
Well, you're being very precise, and it's from a marketing standpoint, it's a viable market. Do you know how many like guys are obsessed with like female streamers, IG models, all this kind of stuff?
All
I mean,
right. Well, have you
make the
guys heard of it?
technology, and it's
All
gonna
right.
there people are
You
gonna
know it's
find a
really
way to
easy.
pervert it.
The same technology we're employing in this. All right, we can go to
Hey,
different degrees of
C-Specs, give me.
morality. Hold on,
Oh, she's on.
hold on, Pam. Do you know that there's a big influx of AI? They look like humans, but a lot of them are not even real. There's people doing this now, utilizing AI and making fake OnlyFan models and that.
I heard about
And
that, and I think it's funny that people are dumb enough to buy that.
that's how retarded they are. So like, why not? But I'm saying that's like low hanging fruit. It's low
Are
hanging
you
fruit.
fucking serious, retarded? This is what you're marketing You got a customer. You
I don't
booked
want
me,
that like level of
and you're
retarded.
fucking denying me service. Ah, defeat us.
This
God damn, defeat
this
us.
is your client right here. This is your power user, Cage.
We need some fucking AI only fan. We need a fleet of them to go out and like satisfy. I guarantee access. How much extra money do you have per month?
That's none of your concern, nor
Well,
anyone else's.
I'm saying either way, we're gonna fucking,
I
extract
only
that from
want
one
the
way or
one
another.
personality
We're
and
extracting that one way
visual
or another.
representation. That's it.
That's how
I
it
am
starts with one, and
dedicated,
then six
devoted, and
personalities
loyal.
later.
We got KC in the back. Yeah, you should
I'm
calm
Casey's
here.
down.
on the stage.
I'm here. I'm front and center, bro. Good
He's
morning.
fucking oblivious this morning.
You guys have been on for like 10 hours.
Oh, we've ran 12 before.
Oblivious.
We're on a roll.
I just woke up for this madness. I'm well rested. They aren't. I am.
Good morning, Pam.
Well, I'll
Good
restart
morning.
another stream if I have to, just to get what I want out of Cage. A service he's providing,
Hey man, I
but
wasn't looking
refusing
at the
me
damn.
service
I wasn't
too.
looking at the fucking thing. A
What do
lot
you
of the
do?
time, access you don't realize when someone's in the backstage. We've been through this.
What are you looking for from Cage?
He is offering a representation of a family member or a cherished one in an AI replication and a voice model with image.
Mhm.
I have someone
No, with
that I am at.
interactive
God damn it.
live stream, like you're talking to me right now, but with their face on the camera.
Okay.
I can put her there. I
Yep.
can send you hours of video representation and voice and personality modeling.
Sounds
All
like you have
right,
your first
but
customer.
people have to explicitly sign off to that and have.
Oh! Fuck you,
No,
I'll
that's why
hack
you
it.
can get yourself into issues later on.
Is that
Fuck
in the
you,
fine
I'll
print?
hack it
It's
and do
on
it
the terms
myself.
of service, buddy.
She's alive?
Oh, yeah, she's quite alive.
Oh, she's quite alive.
Yeah.
Cage, it sounds like you have your first customer.
He don't want a customer.
No, not anybody from here. I'm not here to promote it.
Hmm.
Yeah,
But yeah, he
promote.
read his whole fucking website and design and had me read it and pull it up. He
Now
hooked
you're
me.
confusing him.
That's your choice. That's your choice, man.
I was promoting you, Cage.
Inadvertently, but you want in on it, no?
No,
I'm saying
I
you
just
better get
want
to
the
work.
product.
You better get to work, and we've been through
Fuck
this.
that. I just want the product, and I won't be interested in going to work.
All right.
Let's go.
Have you not ever been devoted to someone, Cage? I mean, truly devoted? Heart, soul, mind, body, spirit?
It's beyond
Funny,
someone.
my little dog comes running.
It's beyond. It's the dog coming back. But either way, it's beyond someone. Yeah, it's ineffable. It's beyond any of that.
It is the only person that I have been responsive to in such a way that the character image of who she is and what she
Hold on. So
represents
you're
and
telling
her
me you don't want to
development.
get. Hold on, Access. You're telling me you don't want to get to work, but you want to get involved in something that you claim that was your idea. But you
I
don't want to
didn't
get to
claim it
work
was
or do
my
any. You
ideal.
don't want to do. You don't want to lift a finger or do anything and just reap the benefits off of it. Is that what you're telling me?
No.
All right,
And
so
as
get
far
to
as
work
that
then.
goes,
Now shut the
Pam,
fuck up.
you were there when I brought up the concept of Cage helping develop AI models for a platform that I was going to endeavor in.
Buddy, who brought the AI models and talked to anybody on
You
it?
did, Cage.
Okay, so then what are
I
you
just
talking about?
suggested an ideal of an endeavor that I wanted to take on. You chose not to
buddy.
assist after you said you would. So fuck off. Give me my model. Give me what I want,
All
and we'll
right, you
call it
want
even.
access? Should I bring access Rattblood on the panel right now?
No, I will send you all the information you need to
All right,
develop
why
what I
don't you
want.
talk to yourself? We'll bring it on right now. You could talk to you.
Well, if you made a version of her and then they could talk on the panel and yeah.
She could co-host.
You know, it's getting more advanced now. Now we can have you literally on camera talking, and we won't
Hey,
even know
fuck me! It's
who's
not
who.
about me. It's about her.
Oh,
Devotion, dedication,
I think
loyalty.
it's always about you, asses.
No,
No.
not when it comes to her. No.
Well, not about that, but I'm saying, like, even with your son, for example, right? Like, was it really about
We're not
your
talking
son,
about any of that.
or is it about how
We're
it
talking
affected
about
you?
the object
Okay.
of my total and absolute attention and desire.
Who is this woman?
She is a personality that I used to engage with on Most Amazing Top 10. And as she went to film school and developed her career, she moved on to children's programming and development and stage performance, and we lost touch.
Mm.
But I've completely been devoted to her and her career without falter for almost 5 years now.
So you're just looking for her to talk to without it really being her. You just want to hear her voice again and communicate. Essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
Did this, is most likely a younger woman, did she extract resources off your access?
She's younger than I am, but she is definitely mature enough to represent
That's
herself.
not the question. How much money did you send her?
It's none of your fucking business, man.
Okay, well, you've answered the question.
Did she perform anything for that money? No. Did I even send her money?
You
That's
got played by a
speculation.
fucking dumb bitch in Oshawa. You're an idiot.
No.
You're an idiot.
Cage, it sounds like he just wants to talk to his friends. That's all. I mean,
Oh, a friend that
his
you're sending money to.
I think his intentions are.
You're trying to get something out of.
No. It's just a
Buddy, you got
sentimental devotion.
Just like
and
the fucking nurse fucking creature they were talking about. It's the same thing over
that
and over. You
was
don't realize
a progressive interaction that transpired over the course of time that I was not even initiating. It just happened. If you're talking about Kelly.
I have a cousin named Kelly.
Well, I had a nurse named Kelly. But even during the Kelly incident, I did not lose complete devotion to asthma. There you go.
You better start playing like the piccolo or something right now, Axis.
Why, you think I'm joking?
Oh, no. But, it's pretty basic, It's a pretty much basic little thing people get thrown into.
What's basic about it, Cage?
That is not very unique, right? It happens all the time.
Okay, but not with me.
Apparently it does. You said you never met this woman and you gave her a bunch of resources. None of my business. Extracted. You got your resources to extract it and she ghosted your ass like that. And then you're trying to tell me to go and like set. She doesn't want contact with you. She got what she needed out of you. That's all
But
it
he
is.
does. That's the thing. He needs the contact with her or the sound of her, but not actual her, but the.
And I'm testing your ethics
weird,
on this.
and
Sorry,
I need her
Casey.
consent. I need her consent in order to replicate a model like that. So that's not happening. That's it.
Well, aren't we the ethically defined now, Cage?
Well, actually, every time I've done it, I've gotten permission, verbal permission. So.
Manly P. Hall and Albert Pike gave you permission? I didn't think so.
No, not explicitly, but their voice is in the public domain.
So is hers.
No, because she's alive and she's a creature. You know, she's a being, and she didn't consent
Who
to having
broadcast on a
it.
public platform?
If she's on a public platform, then yeah, then it's fair game.
Exactly. So no more denial of service, right?
I don't know about that. Because what we're like I said, we've developed 63 questions. It's like a psychological profile. The joke like, oh, I've had a bunch of those. But yeah, then we can make it very accurate, right? Like instead of like slopping it together.
Do you think he could
Okay.
the questions, access the 63 questions?
Oh, absolutely. For her, I have enough imagery and recorded.
No, but that's on her. If she's alive, then you don't have the. If
It's like
she's
personality types, right? Like what?
The hell I don't. How many hours of fucking interactive footage do you want that define her personality?
The questions, Cage, they're more like, what are your hopes, your goals, your dreams, your wishes, that kind of stuff.
She expresses many of those.
It's a bunch of different things, starting from the beginning. Yeah.
Well, if you're trying to sell your service, and if my platform is any type of marketing, you failed miserably.
I wouldn't sell to anybody. You're definitely not the demographic here, Access. No offense. Anybody listening. It's not the target audience.
What, you got freakophobia?
No.
You sound like a freakophobic. You're not contributing to my freakism. Are you not individualized, actualized, or are you a fucking tourist?
Yeah, I'm out here, bro.
Well, then assist.
What do you need?
An AI model based off of what I'm going to send you to base an AI model off of.
I don't trust what you're going to do with it.
What are you saying?
I don't know what you're going to do.
What are you insinuating? Something perverse and corrupt with someone that I absolutely admire and idolize?
You're the vulgar and profane. You are kind of corrupted. You know that.
So
you love it too.
That's the guideline that you're going to run your business off of?
Your mom never gave you enough attention growing up, huh?
Dude, you sound like a psychopath. We're not going to do this AI model for you. Even though you're offering like $1,500, no, we're not interested because you don't sound like you've got all your faculties together. Fuck you, Cage.
All right, go to the top tier of it. When it launches, if you pay the top tier, we'll deal with it for you. Well, expertly. You won't even be able to tell the fucking difference. You could be your first client. You want to be the first client? You have to get the top tier. What is it? $5.99, and then you'll get that for you. All right.
Watch this, Cage.
For life? $5.99
a year.
A year. Okay. I mean, if Access is willing
Pam,
to, I mean,
will you help me construct an AI model?
Well, I'm saying you can get into it, Access, because it's your idea, apparently, right? So I'm saying as long as you put the work in, but you refuse to do that.
It's not my ideal. I asked you to assist in a platform concept.
From fucking Oshawa, Ontario, right over here. Okay.
And Pam was there to verify the receipts on it. I didn't say I developed
All
anything.
right, well, send it
I
to
just
Jay.
asked for your.
5.99 to Jay
And
right now. We'll develop it for you.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I think Cage has got the fingerprint on the character model stuff. I've yet to make one, but I'm excited to see what you do with it, Cage. I really am.
I'm just joking, Access. I won't charge you for that, but I'm not gonna do that either for you. If you want something like of actual value or like some non stupid bullshit,
Whoa!
that's fine. Yeah. But if you want to play like that, yeah, $5.99 plus 13% HST GST of it.
You know, Cage, I used to think that maybe there was hope for you in an empathetic way of even devotion.
Oh, what?
Um,
Now you have no hope for me, like your family. Earlier you were spewing about my family can't even pray for me. They have no hope for me, and now I
well,
have to be the
absolutely
same way
not.
as
Look
you.
at them; they're all Southern
It's not.
Baptists.
It's not gonna work, buddy.
You obviously do not empathize with my cause. So by you not empathizing, I have to look at you differently and realize that you have
No,
never
man,
been
just look at me,
devoted to.
buddy. You've been getting slapped by reality so many times, and you still don't realize. Like, how many times does it take? Luckily, now you got your health back. Apparently, move
Is that
forward.
slapping coming from those of ignorance?
Yeah, you gotta like a little wake up, splash like cold water on your face. You fucking wake up. Yeah.
No, it's coming from the incooperative to my design and understanding of individuality. He is not participating with my individual concept and preconceived position.
Oh, I'm not placating to whatever. Oh, hold on, Access. Let me just like manipulate you and tell you what you want to
You're
hear.
a fucking tourist.
Nah, I got multiple passports, buddy.
No,
So were
you're
you
a
guys
tourist here.
brothers in a past life or something? That's what I'm wondering.
Of course we were.
Was
It's
that a
obvious.
transformer?
I've been sent back in
He's
time to make Access not die a terrible death.
Right? I'm just
he's the
saying,
younger,
y'all got brother energy going on.
and just like a brother, he could help
Yeah.
me achieve a goal, but no, sibling, dominance, rivalry, whatever. He's like, nah, nope. What,
I,
fulfill your life's
Bro,
fantasy of
in fucking
devotion?
Mantra, they call it
Yeah,
your little
no,
brother. Your little brother, bro.
I see it a little bit different.
yeah.
I see it a little different. So Cage and I, again, we met through a mutual friend, and she had passed away in January. Um, and Cage made a AI of her, so I can talk to her, anytime I want. So, which was nice, and I
So
think
the
he
concept has been proven in a way.
the concept has been proven. But is this the healthiest way for me to deal with somebody who I lost? Like,
I
and
said no.
exactly. So again, I understand
Probably not.
you have a very good, um, past relationship with this woman. Is this the healthiest way for you to cope with that? I mean, maybe it is like closure for you. It kind of is for
It's
me.
not coping, it's continuing the endorphin experience and the continuation of devotion
Well,
to
Access,
something
no
that,
wonder you have the maker's mark on hand and the fucking shit up your nose and everything you're doing.
yeah, blame it on
That's
drugs.
another version of it.
He's in love. I mean,
What the fuck?
He doesn't understand that because when Kelly
Bro,
broke my
this was
heart,
years
he was
ago,
poking
Access.
fun
What
of
are you
me.
talking about, man? I'm literally, when you told me, like, you're trying to employ me, you're like, I'll pay you and shit to go and drop something off to her. I'm like, no, Access. I'm like, if she doesn't want contact, I don't want anything to do with it.
So I get a little creepy at times. What do you
That's
expect?
weird, man. Very weird.
Oh, like sticking dead mice, bloody mice in my mouth and chewing them up. consumption.
Buddy, you have serious fucking
Fucking
problems.
bizarre.
I would not take any advice from you, to be honest. Right? Like, if I hear like, oh, never pray for me. Like, I don't know if that's with an E or an A. Or like, if I heard Access pray for, first of all, what are you praying to? Second of all, you're completely fucked in your head. Get out of here.
And have I denied that at any point in
No,
time?
you've made it very clear to everybody.
And I've told people I am not a role model. I am no one to
That's
even.
what you've been saying, but you have come to some sort of an understanding.
Damn right.
Inner
I am
standing,
confident and standing my square in my freakism. Individuals only, no tourists.
All right, but you don't try like getting other people involved. When I heard that shit, I was like, that's kind of weird. And that was that was a while ago. And I told you that. I'm saying I said I was saying the exact same thing I'm saying now back then. Like what?
But you can sit to my necrosynthetic ideal of 6 female representations in my closet.
Buddy, you're beyond fucked in your head. What you know.
I'm about ready to make a synthetic victim and in your image and brutalize that motherfucker.
No, but we're already mailing that to you right now.
All right, that's a little scary. So, Access, I think there are other companies that do this. So if Cage won't do it for you,
I could do it myself, actually, and I have the technology and the capability here. I'm just toiling with my sibling.
You're toiling with your sibling. Okay, as long as it's all in the
I could do it right now in like 15 seconds. I'm not gonna say it's.
Oh, fuck you,
it's not gonna be
Cage.
what we're gonna be providing and charging.
Tourist. Tourist. You're a fucking tourist. You're a freakophobic tourist.
All right. Well, I guess that's another label.
Yep. And you earned it. And it should be the title of your internet business. Freakophobic tourist offering AI models.
All right.
No freaks allowed.
Are you done?
Yeah. Rebuttal.
All right. Listen closely. I'm gonna give you the greatest rebuttal you've ever heard in your entire life.
If it's dead silence, I've heard it before. Okay. Point was taken and comprehended the first time you've done that. Surely you've learned a new trick since then. Obviously not. Nope. Anyhow, when I get the model done, I will allow Casey, Pam, and 5-Speed to see the developed product.
If you're acting Access, if you're reaching out years ago, this I know you're obsessed and completely fucked in your head. You reached out to me years. It was probably like over a year ago, and you're like, you told me about this lady or whatever in Oshawa.
I was talking about her on We Are Awake News.
My aunt just got a fucking new condo over there. It's kind of funny, but either way, yeah, you're talking about whatever, and then you somehow asked me to go and try making contact because if somebody doesn't want to have contact with you, Access, you don't go out of your way because you heard I'm around there to go in and try to employ somebody to go and bother people.
What if I was modeling you, Cage, off of a response?
That is very weird and intrusive.
I am weird. Absolutely, and it caused you to leave the panel.
Yeah, I know, because the thing, you don't think I could just go knock on your fucking door at that point?
I expect it. I have fans. I know what groupies are. You obviously don't. I have people that still, to this
if they
day...
don't want contact, you don't go and push and get other people involved. Now you're getting yourself involved in something.
Well, you kind of take that on whenever you position yourself into a role of
Have I asked you to go
entertainer
knock? Have I
or
asked you to go deliver something to somebody?
yeah, I've had shit delivered to me, man.
That's not the question. The question is, have I asked you to do anything for me at all, or yeah, just anything in general? Have I ever asked you or asked you to do anything for me?
Yeah.
What?
You've tried to direct me on my morality, my behavior.
Have I directly asked you to do anything for me at all? That's not the question.
Outside of behavior modification, no.
It's a yes or a no. Yes or no.
Outside of behavior
Yes
modification,
or
no.
no. No.
It's not that definable.
All right. Why is everyone's like this? It's so fucking annoying.
It's
It's a
not
yes
that
or
definable,
no
Cage.
fucking question. Have I asked you for anything, Access? Yes or no?
It's not that definable.
Yes
I've
or
asked you for
no.
things.
Bro, why can't you answer a yes or no question?
Why can't you be a man of integrity in your word? There's your cue, 5-speed.
You aren't. You're trying to flip this like that.
Oh, it's
Yes or
actually
no.
flipped.
Simply answer. You can ask me the same question. I'll tell you.
Outside of behavioral modification, no.
That's not.
How?
You don't. That's not a yes or no. You don't add something to it and say no.
Are you trying to take measure of me? I can
This
get
same
plumb
fucking
fucking dark
behavior I
about
see
this.
everywhere. This shit's fucking funny.
Don't make me go to my dark place, Kate.
Have you here? I answer it for you. I'll put it back on myself. Has Access ever asked me or Cage, whatever the fuck you want to call me, for anything? No. No, you haven't.
So every time that I showed up to utilize your channel to support my endeavors into
You didn't ask. You don't
purging,
have to ask. I'll still fucking try helping either way.
well, that was a request, even unspoken.
Yeah, I know. You don't gotta talk about it. It's gonna happen either way.
So you just threw a negative onto what you tried to represent as a solidified state. Come on, Cage, keep up with yourself, man. If I'm going to develop a full profile on you,
and try looking at the bigger picture, Axis.
I
if that's
am.
possible.
How long have you been modeling me, Cage? Because I can tell you how long I've been modeling you.
I haven't been.
Well, I have since our days on We Are Awake, when I was collecting information for frequency technology
I've been
by
modeling you for
personality.
You know, I actually have
And
respect for people's personal data and sovereignty and that, and I don't collect information unless, I make it explicitly clear to them. So, no, I haven't been covertly collecting anything from you. I don't do that. I know who you
well,
are.
I even made it abundantly clear
I
in
already
the
know
chat
the
at
type of
We Are.
what you are. I don't gotta do that. Yeah.
I never kept my intent nor my motives secret, Cage. Even when I was using frequency technology, I revealed what I was doing. All the way back to influencing the field with We Are Awake. I don't
Sorry,
have to
what is
hide my
this?
intent.
What were you doing? What were you doing? I'm new here. I'm sorry.
Originally, I started out with a vetted group when I started the Cult of Axis, and we were testing out influencing the field, which was placing suggestion into the Planck scale of potential to get a result. Once that was proven effective, I moved on. When I moved on to different technologies, all the way up to frequency technology, which manipulates the brain chemistry and brings on either an aggravated state or a melancholy state by subsonic frequencies subjected to panels.
Okay.
I'm a little more technical than what you think I am, Casey.
I didn't say you don't know what I'm thinking.
Oh, I don't. No, but I could profile you and eventually come up with an algorithm that would tell me.
I can see that. Yeah.
Or I could manipulate you with frequency and determine the outcome.
Yeah, but access, those are low-level tactics. It doesn't really work on. I'm sure
Oh,
it
it's
will work
effective
on
as
the
hell.
majority of the population, but it doesn't work on everybody.
Yes,
If you
it
try to
does.
win that game, no, it
Why do you
doesn't
think
really.
I took profiles and was using profiles to determine frequency range
That's
to
actually gonna
cover
like
full
backfire.
spectrum?
You're gonna get hit 11-fold after.
Oh, for the love of fuck, Cage, you know I haven't used that technology since you and Mac
Yeah,
went
you
off the
do it to the
fucking
wrong
deep end.
person, and guess what happens to you?
Nothing.
Guess. Take a little wild guess at it.
Oh, bullshit.
Oh, you fucked around. You found out, buddy. Go look around.
Did I?
I think so.
No.
You sure?
Yes.
I don't think you are.
Did I do anything maliciously?
Yeah,
Absolutely
you
not.
did, and it backfired on you terribly. All of a sudden, your son's in jail and talking about you kill people over witches. All of a sudden, your family disowns you. Everything. I don't think it really worked out. At least you got your health back now.
That's on
Apparently.
him. He's a
Well,
grown,
yeah, that's on
responsible,
him. But
or
every
irresponsible
timeline.
adult at 29 years old. I no longer have any
You go
influence
fuck
on his
around and try
development.
experimenting on people. You fucked with the wrong person, and it backfired on you inadvertently.
Actually, I had removed my son from my life, if you remember, because
I
he stood
tried
up and
warning you
threatened
a
to
long time ago, Asses.
fuck you, Cage.
You don't really give a fuck about
You are
yourself. It's all about you.
reprehensible
It's
in
all
your
about you and
approach
how
to
you
me.
feel. It's all about you and how you feel. You don't really care about that. How does it affect me?
I don't give a fuck how it affects you now. You have totally, absolutely shown me that you are nothing but a tourist. And you have very little to, if any, freak in you at all. And if you do, you keep it well hidden
Nah,
disguised,
bro.
which
We
makes you
got
a
we got
serial
we got
fucking
time we
freak.
got timeshare pyramid schemes going on over here. What do you mean?
Well, then
We
you
got a
endeavor in
timeshare. We
that.
got a timeshare for you, buddy. You gotta do your time now.
On this platform, we have individuality, uh, personal perspective and point of view, and respect for other people's endeavors unless it's intrusive upon present company.
Oh, but I'm the intrusive one, right?
No, I didn't
Oh
say
no.
you were
So
being
now I'm not
intrusive. You're
intrusive.
just being evasive,
All right,
and
so
you're
now I'm
basically a
not.
tourist.
All right, so you're saying I'm not intrusive now? Okay, thank you.
Well, you can be, and you have been
Oh,
in
okay,
the past.
okay. Now we're going flip
Absolutely.
flop. Okay, so now I am, but I wasn't. Now I am.
Well, that's a change of state of being, and that's a potential with everybody at any point. At the moment, no, you're not being intrusive with your behavior. You're not being disruptive with it. But in the past, yeah, you have many times.
Really?
But now you're just being
I think I
morally
think I think
evasive
I
by
think that only
principle.
happens when you have a terrible memory, and then all of a sudden you're talking when I'm not here, and then all of a sudden I'm
Pam, if
intrusive.
you don't correct this motherfucker, I swear to God, I'm going to lose it
You're
on him.
literally you're worse than a little child. You know what I mean? It's kind of retarded.
Did I
You
ever
two are
deny
so
that?
funny. You guys like
Oh,
do this like every
okay. So
other
you're saying
day.
I'm right? Did I ever deny? So I'm right. Okay, thank you. I'm done talking. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Can't we all
Bring
just get a bong or something, you know?
That's what I was gonna say. Can we all just like group hug? Bring it in.
Wake and bake, do some dabs.
Can we all get back to fucking reality and what's really going on? Is that possible? Everyone hit a bong too and make you have a. Let's all cry
I
on
ask
each other's
for
shoulders
a
and have a
service you
kumbaya.
provide, Cage.
All right.
That is all. and you denied me service.
Let him think about it.
It's reprehensible.
No one said that, buddy. I don't just deny it. I'm here to serve everybody.
Oh.
Nobody's service is denied over here. If you wanted to DDoS you, you would not be on the internet.
Brother, if anyone tries to infiltrate any of the 7 IPs that I operate off of on a rotator, then they're going to seriously have some opposition.
No one's
I will
doing it.
locate,
Doesn't matter.
identify
You're clearly
their
fine. But
provider.
what are you talking about?
I will find their MAC address, their IP, and I will definitely make a home visit. Do you understand?
It better
I'm
be
not
3
playing when it
knocks on
comes
the
to
door
that.
before. You better knock
There's
3
not going to be a fucking knock. I'm just going to be waiting outside of it for them to exit.
They heard the
Period.
knock. They heard 3 steps before you approached.
I don't think so. I don't announce my arrival
Doesn't matter. They
or
already
my
know
motive.
before. Yeah,
No, they
you're
wouldn't.
there for a reason.
Whatever, Cage.
We'll put you over there. No,
Really?
back to the corner doing jumping jacks, bro. We need at least 3 inches.
Really?
Yep. Guaranteed.
I think you need to curb your ambition with me.
You're not in the field, actually. You've never been on there. You think you're changing the field, like online? What about reality, buddy? You know, the online
What
is
about
not reality.
electromagnetic manipulation
Online
of
is not
energies,
reality.
even
So,
technology,
you're not in the
neuromancy?
field. They call it in the field, right? Out here too. But
Okay.
it's not like
Do you
online.
feel better, Cage? Do you feel confident about your station now? You've projected yourself enough with me.
Because, buddy, it's not going to work. And when you get pressed on you, you backpedal and say this, that. There's no yes or no. It's this, but no. Or this, but that. You're not having a clear and concise statement. You're
Because I'm not
acting
going to allow
like
you
a
to take
bitch.
measure of me.
You are acting like a bitch. You're
Okay.
literally acting worse than a child or, like a child.
Well, certainly. Why not?
And you don't deny it. You're saying everything I'm saying is true.
Absolutely.
Okay. So why are we talking about it then? That's how you want to play it?
Because you're refusing
At
me
least you can admit it. I
service.
respect you. At
A
least you know
service that you developed a website around.
You know what, Axis? I respect you for that. You know what I mean? At least you're being honest. Not
Am I?
completely honest, but to a certain extent, right? In a way.
Or am I being elusive so you can't take measurement of me? Lest you try and bitch
You
slap
could be
me.
playing into it, but it's correct, and that's like a little defense mechanism in your mind.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's your perspective interpretation, right?
Well,
all is mind.
Time will tell.
We'll see. You said that before. Where am I at?
Exactly where you started, really.
Think? That's an interesting interpretation.
Yeah, exactly where you began. No, you're right
I
here.
don't know.
Where you tell me where are you at? It's up to you.
I'm not sure of present state.
No, you're not sure.
You have disrupted my ambitions to fulfill a desire. Therefore, I'm going to throw a fit like a child. How about that, Cage?
Well, I'm gonna sneak out the back, guys. So have a nice weekend.
No! You must stick around for this sibling interaction. It will straighten itself out eventually.
I do have a meeting to go to in 2 minutes. But it was nice meeting you
Thank you,
guys.
Casey.
Pamela, always a pleasure. Mr. Axis and Mr. Cage, I don't even know what to say. But
Casey and I have got to be on the same panel when the male testosterone isn't flowing so abundantly.
oh my goodness, it's like a tennis match here, and Neck hurts from watching.
Right?
You gotta lay the tennis ball on fire and then fucking hit that back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. Fiery match. It's
Yeah, if you don't hit
silly.
it back, it just explodes on you. It's like a grenade. Yeah, over. Anyways, Casey, yeah, take care of business. Thank you.
All right. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Take care, Casey.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Casey.
See, she's smart. She's learning. She's learning the sneak out the back routine. It works for me.
I've
Hey,
noticed
she
that.
remembers that. She only mentioned that because last time, you mentioned that. I remember something. She deserves a trophy. Sneak out the back door.
Just like in the Southern Baptist Church when it got too bullshitty, I just sneak out the back to the bathroom during that part of the sermon.
Is that when people have speaking in tongues, having seizures, summoning snakes and shit?
No, you're not allowed to
Isn't
leave
that what
during
they
that.
do over
Believe
there?
me.
Yeah, don't they start having seizures and shit?
Yes. Yes. And it's highly disrespectful for you to leave the building during a spiritual movement of such nature. Especially if you're going to go smoke a cigarette. And 5-Speed, what is your moral perspective on this scene, since you seem to represent a moral standing? He done jumped off the edge of the metaverse. Feisty? Hello?
See, sibling rivalry run everyone off.
Right? Maybe he
My bad. I was just taking a piss. I'm about to smoke a cigarette.
Nice.
I know you're taking notes, Pam. Just humorous, comical notes to administer to yourself during the course of the day, just to get through.
Oh, I've been working on stuff listening to y'all. There's no way I'm sitting idle.
Write that one down. Write that one down.
I'm well rested and awake. I don't even need caffeine after listening to you two.
Jared's on top of it in the chat too. He's on it.
Yeah, I was just pulling your chain, actually.
Well,
chain pullers.
what do little brothers do?
Bro, you think you're older than me? Get out of here. Your dumbass fucking vessel might be. Yeah, I've been out here, buddy.
Your wisdom is beyond measure, Cage.
Nah, none of that. I'm a complete idiot. I have no clue what's going on.
I don't even take it
There you
seriously
go.
when you two argue anymore. I'm just saying.
Hold on, I think I see a bit of a responsive signal from 5-Speed's icon there.
Nice.
I'm seeing movement, but I'm not hearing shit. His brain done imploded. We surpassed his moral limit and boundaries to implosion.
Welcome back. There we go. You know, the energy
Poor
is shifting. Now we're all laughing.
Of course.
The real joke is how we've allowed ourselves to get into this position, technically.
Because it's controlled environment.
No, you can easily deal with that.
No, because I refuse to allow it to affect me in a way that would be
So you
negative.
allowed it to. So it's on you.
Yeah, of course, I played into it. I worked with you on a subject that we could build on and create the intensity factor, but it's passive.
We got the ball rolling right now. It's just a rough draft. You know, it's like the original, whatever they created. It's like a rock.
You know, if anything, this should set a design and a modeling for endeavoring into panels that are absolutely abstract and could result in a combative situation, but ends with an
Have
easy
you ever
laugh
kicked rocks, Axis?
and
That's the real
resolve.
question there. The real
Yes,
question is, have you ever kicked rocks before?
yeah, yeah, many a
You
time.
ever, have
I've
you ever
walked a
skipped
lonely
them?
road.
You ever skipped the rock?
Yeah, across bodies of water, sure.
There we go. What was the maximum amount of skippage have you gone on there?
I think 6 or 7. It's about 6 or 7.
That's right
Yeah,
on the.
that's the maximum.
Yeah.
I heard an echo. 5 speed. 5 speed. Thank you for paneling 5 speed. If you're asleep, we'll catch you at a later time. Thank you for being a guest. You're always welcome. And if you fell off the edge of the metaverse, I will see you in a multidimensional state.
Oh, we put fucking
I'm
crazy
here.
barriers and signs up
I
though.
told you I'll be right back. I was going to smoke.
He's still out
Maybe
here.
I was
He's
Oh,
not.
muted.
He's not asleep, man. He's out here.
I was arguing with my brother.
I know. I
Simple
was
three.
listening.
Yeah, we were having a sibling rivalry, but it's all good now. We're past it. I was
Yeah, I
just
went and
wondering
had me a
about
smoke. Got me a
your
couple
moral
little
perspective on our
what?
endeavor.
Well,
Morally, you haven't set any guidelines or perimeters, but I'm curious. I've introduced the concept of intrusive replication of an admired individual, uh, synthetic victims, and necro synthetic multiple female. Uh, Kinda, if you identify them as female, I guess. What's your moral take on that?
I would say um one would be of natural intelligence, and then the other one would be either a simulation and used as a manipulation.
Having no true effect on the individual that it represents.
Correct, holding no value.
Precisely. So don't get caught up in the digital illusion of replication. Always remember, it's mathematics and synthetic replication. And it's not gendered because it cannot be. It's not alive. So the next time you engage your synthetic necro behavior into whatever body part that you purchased from the adult store, know that it doesn't identify by any sex. It just is. But behind your eyes, that's where the true magic happens, isn't it? Like I said, I am a serious, serious digital drug dealer, working my way into synthetic replication of interactive nature. I'm progressing too, I guess.
And that itself
So
is a form of art in its
yes,
creation of painting a picture through actions, frequencies,
yeah,
thoughts,
yes,
manipulations.
yeah, absolutely. Nothing more than what we're endeavoring in here. But we can identify as a living gender and a consciousness that we consider to be superior to machine learning, algorithms, and even the quantum state. But we apply relative sentience to that which we interact with as if it was a representation of a self actualized conscious state of existence. Careful the lines you cross there. You with me, Pam?
Loud and clear.
Right. I know where I'm at. I know what time it is, and I know what I deal in. I'm quite secure in it. I've delivered myself to a new frontier, and I am the revolution. I will indulge your every stimulating need with whatever conceptual ideal that you wish to be um, doped up by. Defensiveness, endorphins, adrenaline, uh, arrogance, defensive stancing. Shit, man. You take the position, I'll give you the drug. I'm flexible. I know the technology that I work with. I'm quite familiar with it. Are you? This is a moral standpoint, if you're wondering, 5-speed. I'm giving you some perspective. See, some people aren't going to be able to differentiate the technology, and they're going to engage it with an emotion that goes beyond lust, that goes beyond necrosynthetic interaction, and even goes beyond victimizing a synthetic victim. This is going to go to the core of someone's being. And the information that you're dealing with is like a drug. And some people will become so addicted that it will become potentially lethal in some arenas. And only those who are aware of the technology, or at least mentally stable or unstable enough to deal with what the technology has to offer as far as replication and imagery and AI interaction and modeling, will survive. The rest will become victimized. Do you ever take that into consideration, Pam?
Definitely.
I have, so I can appreciate your perspective.
If
And
you're not using
morally,
this technology, it's using you somehow.
exactly. And this gives 5-speed a good perspective on the depth that this technology will infiltrate the human mind, because this is the new frontier.
I get it. Absolutely.
You will either be an innovator or a victim. Or a confirmed addict.
Or a combo of both.
Absolutely. Diversity.
I look at it as I chose my stance back in 2019. I still stand on my word today and the intent behind all of it.
Both Fools and Tools and Jared, thank you for your input on that. Appreciate it.
And to build on the things that I've learned along the way to change and clean up the mistakes that I've made in life. So,
I imagery running in the background, and my assistant is here with a child. Interesting, but no nudity. Sorry about that, D. Fish foods. Yeah, the imagery has evolved quite a bit since the 70s as far as what is considered aesthetically pleasing. The maintaining of a hairy jungle expressed as a object of desire is probably an outdated notion. Sorry about that, Pam.
All good here.
I do tread dangerous ground at a time and occasion. Did Cage fall off the edge in the metaverse?
No, I bet he's doing something around his house.
Bro, I'm fucking multitasking over here. I'm answering people.
See, told
Oh,
you.
sorry. Damn.
He
Bro,
told
you think I'm over here twiddling my thumbs all day, bro? I told you my 3 rules of engagement online. You don't remember them?
Yeah, I do. The freak. Hello. You were quite early, and now you're, I guess, fashionably late, but always welcome. No, I remember your principles, Cage, and yeah, I understand when you shut it down, and it doesn't intrusively impose itself on your
And when I'm on here, I'm always multitasking no matter what. So I'll tell you
discipline.
them again. Rule number 1. You know, it doesn't in no specific order. Rule number 1.
Denial of service.
I don't listen to the fucking panels, and I'm either on the panel or I'm not there. You know, that's rule number 1. Rule number
Okay.
2.
Denial of service.
None of that. Fuck off, Axis. They're distracting me. With the DOS. You already know them. I don't gotta repeat myself. Fuck off.
access denied.
Right?
Rule number 2, when I am on the panel, I'm engaging, I have to be multitasking, so there's no time wasted. And rule number 3, when I'm off of it, then
Denial of service.
Yeah, denial of service at that point.
I understand completely. I have been affected by your denial of service. Um, the freak, did you spend all your energy on Talcott's today? Is that why you fell asleep and completely missed the now going on what, uh, 11 and a half hours? We could have been through two books of biblical narratives.
Hey, bro, look, it's 9:39 Eastern time right now. But look,
Those
in a few
two,
minutes here, we could see things that no one could ever hear. It's not going to be recorded after 11:55, apparently.
well, at 11:55, you will have to fire up Cage Reality, or I will have to restart another stream.
I'm good. If you want to keep going, that's up to you. I'm pretty much fucked off at this point for a while. But yeah.
Um, I just know that after 12 hours, it's not going to be postable. And I'm sure that people will
I think it's like
absolutely,
11:55 or something. Yeah.
yeah. I'm sure we've been so engaging that we could absolutely mesmerize the masses. But there was actual lesson to be learned and deep implications if you pay attention. Breakfast tacos. I've heard of that guy, but I don't know his personality or haven't ever interacted with him. And it was a lesson in morality and technology and the illusionary state that one could take on emotionally dealing with such things. In between the uh, sibling, sibling rivalry of what appears to be my brother, with gallons of testosterone.
Sums it up nicely.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I caught a glimpse and an appearance of the freak at Talcott today while Talcott was reconfirming his congregation that, he's fine. And he's not a guru. He's just a love inspired man with an objective.
Yeah, I catch a little bit of his shows. I like Jack. I just don't like the crowd that surrounds him.
It seems to be the state with a lot of people. They seem to like him, but their disposition with his chosen influences and panelists seem to deter people. Or otherwise, I think that his audience would grow to a certain degree, but it's that love, peace, and changing the government by influence that just seems like a stagnant pole to me.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
don't believe in that any of that nonsense. I just like his overall vibe. You know what I mean?
laid back, kind of
Yeah.
old hippie guru type. Yeah.
I like that. I don't think talking to Trump's gonna do anything. I don't think talking to the UN's gonna end all wars. Ultimately, that's all a spiritual thing, and so the politicians aren't gonna connect with that. As awesome as some think Trump is, he's not a savior. So I don't know. I don't resonate with any of that, but I like his crowd and he's all like love and light, a lot of his stuff. But then he has people like Tommy up there and people like that, and I'll never grace a panel with like people like that.
No, absolutely not. Disruptors and decoy trolling by proxy, but still evidently trolling. No, no. And judgmental and persecutive. I'm not interested.
Oh, I've been called every
Uh,
name in the book by Tommy, but it doesn't mean anything because you got to consider the source. And like, if you're a Christian, like that's horrible customer service for Jesus.
right?
Like horrible.
Nice representation there, especially one that claims to be an ambassador for the Christed one.
That's what I'm
I'm like,
saying.
right? I'm like, no shit, man. Really, dude? Did you actually interpret and comprehend a word that was written in that scripture? Mm. But,
I know
you
my
know, it is
Bible back
Tommy,
and forth, and none of his behaviors are exemplified as holy. That's all I'm saying.
right? You're right, Jared. That's true. They are exceeding the capability of comprehension with their mouth, and I'm just not about it, man. I went on there today and just dropped in the chat. I said I'm here to discuss the Word of God, and immediately people were trying to bring opposition in the chat, and I said they were like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "Yes." And then there was just a compilation of "Go serve your devil," Axis the Satanist, and I was like, really?
I
My
saw
intent
that
was,
the other day. When you took the stage, their demons came out, literally.
yeah. And so,
Not your demons,
I,
their demons.
yeah,
That's usually
exactly.
what
And
happens.
that's why I don't go there to interact. I just test the waters to make sure that the devout hypocrite is still there, and I move on. It is the community church for these panel verses at the moment. Checking the chat out here. Right? So you've seen, Jared, it's amazing. People give measure of themselves, and just by my appearance, they completely make liars of their measurement, which is a false representation of what their perimeters are. They're a lot less than what they offer or describe themselves to have.
The judgmentalness is absurd to me because Christ hung out with the sinners, the prostitutes, and I don't know, like everything, all their actions is like anti-Bible. And I'm not even Christian, and I can see that.
Yeah, but I still, I define Jack Talcott's as just a community church now. I guess that's defined by the parish that he caters to. People go there for some type of fulfillment, I guess, so they say, and fellowship, but just another community church and limited hangout with another personality. We'll see what happens with it over the course of time, whether it evolves and becomes a part of the development of technology and the forward advancement of social media and interactive panels, or whether it just kind of fades into the 60s.
I don't know, but
Cliche.
I see Jack Talcott, like, if he can get out of this panel verse, all the crabs kind of pulling him down on his show, I think he could, like, make it out.
Well, certainly. If he kept that sense of stylized behavior But I don't know that. I don't know. Maybe Jack can break away from the rut he's kind of developed around himself and what he's become used to. Or maybe that's just his comfort zone. I don't know. I can't speak for him, but by observation, I wouldn't want to be there.
Yeah, I just see the potentials, and I want good things.
Right. I don't wish him any bad or any harm. I do question his faith and his God. I think if you're going to display faith, then you can sit silently in your own faith and watch things transpire. And if you're praying or devoted to a God and you're not getting a result, maybe God don't like you, or you choose a different God, one that's more effective and cooperative to your endeavors. But that's just the Rattblood take on things.
No, that resonates. That makes sense to me.
I didn't know you paid attention, Jared. I didn't know that you tuned into telecasts like that. That's awesome. Yeah, like I said, 5 Speed, he's had endeavors there. Obviously, Jared keeps an eye on it. Fools and Tools is aware of it. You obviously are aware of it. I don't know with Cage's interactions, but nobody wishes him any ill. But I think he's his own worst enemy.
I'd be at his show every day if it wasn't like for all those people,
Isn't everybody their own worst enemy in a way, Axis? Have you not learned that?
Yeah, I was my
Aren't like with these programs that are installed into our mind, the subconscious, conscious, etc.
Well, you got
Isn't
to
that
start the
just
process
hindering
of.
us or blocking us? It's like, yeah, you're gonna hit the 3-pointer, but your soft's gonna stuff you right there, before you can.
Well, you
It's
got to
kind of
do the
retarded.
work to
Where's
disassociate.
growth?
Yeah, you got to make the effort to disassociate and reconstruct yourself with
Buddy, you're trying to
proportions.
stop telling me what I have to do or what I'm doing. I've
I'm
done
not
that when I
telling
was
you
a child.
that. I'm just
I'm
saying
saying,
this
but I've
is the
done that when I was a
process, the
child.
mechanics,
I've been there way before the
effective
internet, buddy.
mechanics.
Way before anyone was on a YouTube panel. You know what I mean? I've been
Okay.
there and done that.
You
Yeah.
grandfather us all. That's great.
Mhm.
I'm just giving people that don't know the mechanics of it, Cage. Disassociate and restructure yourself with coherent equations or divine proportion in your structure and mannerism, and hone your principles. Individualize and actualize on fundamentals that are substantial in the language of truth, mathematics, divine proportion. It's written within
I'm
nature.
about to give this guy some fucking
And that
wow.
growth, and that
This
growth can be
motherfucker,
illuminated through the
he's a cleaner.
actions.
He's a cleaner of the building, and then I'm about to give him some fucking fire. Give him a little tip. You know what I mean? Because this, like you even recognize me. Because one time I was in there, I'm like, thank you for what you do. You know what I mean? He's like, no one's.
I think Cage is sleepy. He gets a little grumpy when he gets sleepy. But that's your speculation. High Speed jumped off the edge after that. Oh, hell no, I ain't going through another bout. Fuck you guys. 5 Speed, define and set perimeters on definition of what you consider morality express that, stand on it by conviction, and you'll get a much better response in the metaverse. And that's just a suggestion for what it's worth. So, your endeavors, Pam. Any new ones?
Well, right now I'm working on some 432 stuff that's going to come out a little later. I've had some interest in my 432 and 528 stuff with another content creator, so I'm going to see where that goes.
There you go.
So things are happening.
I want you to know too that, you know, if you wish, I will always air any of your videos on this channel.
Oh, thank you.
You know, even as a prelude to intro, or as a premiere content, or for you with a directive